The biggest reason for reading is to get rid of the mediocrity. One day earlier, one more wonderful life. One day later, one more mediocrity. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Let us use this key of wisdom to open the door of wealth and luck. Share classic books and explore life philosophy. Take you to the ocean of knowledge and climb the peak of life. Talmud. Susie read with you. Talmud Collection Part 1. With education comes development. Susie accompanies you to read. Educational wisdom. Religion and education have always played an important role in Jewish history. In the eyes of the Jews, people have three major obligations in life, and the first is to educate children. The book of Deuteronomy says, "Listen, alas, the Lord of Israel, our God, is the only King, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. The words I command you today, you must keep it in your heart. Also diligently teach your children, whether you are sitting at home or walking on the road, talk about them." The Jews realized very early that piety, peace, and grace are the result of acquired education, so they are very special emphasizes the teaching and guidance of to children. In order for the child to become a learned person, the Jewish people attach great importance to education. Before the founding of Israel, the Zionists tried to use education as one of the means of restoring the nation. After the founding of the People's Republic of China, Israel's successive national leaders have attached great importance to education. Former President Professor Navon became the Minister of Education after resigning and devoted himself to the cause of education. After the famous scientist Kazir resigned from the presidency in 1978, he resolutely came to the Weizmann Institute of Science and Tel Aviv University to engage in academic research, and often gave lectures to students, and the 3-Foot Forum became his working platform. Although the objective environment faced by the various Israeli governments is different, and there are also certain differences in their policy programs, their policies on education remain the same. They all follow the traditions of their predecessors, seeing education as a fundamental asset of Israeli society and the key to shaping the future. The goal of the educational system is to prepare children to live together among people of different ethnic, religious, cultural, and political backgrounds. Responsible members of democratic and pluralistic societies. It is precisely because the Jews attach importance to education that they have created a series of myths. Economically, Israel is the world's industrial and agricultural power, with a per capita national income of nearly $8,000. Israel's cotton production ranks among the highest in the world, and many types of agricultural products are exported in large quantities. In terms of education, Israel has established a complete education system. Every year, a large number of talents enter the society. All children under the age of 16 receive compulsory education, and illiteracy is almost eliminated. Every 4,500 people have one professor or associate professor, and college graduates account for the whole country. 10.5% of the total population. Now, the Jews have become a recognized group of high cultural quality in the world, and they have made outstanding contributions to the treasure house of human thought and culture. Knowledge is wealth. The Jews believed that knowledge was wealth, and thus had a greedy desire for knowledge. Jews are wandering everywhere, without homes, scattered all over the world, without the guarantee of the right to survival and development. Wherever they go, they can only rely on the knowledge in their own minds and use knowledge to create wealth, so that wealth can win a life for themselves and a space for one's survival and development. Material wealth may be stolen at any time, but knowledge will always stay with you, and with knowledge, wealth will follow. This is why the Jewish wanderings have survived for thousands of years. In the eyes of the Jews, a person with knowledge is the embodiment of wisdom and truth, and a person sent by God to guide everyone to live a happy life. His status is the most noble, and his status is even more noble than a king. They believe that the father is worthy of respect, but the rabbi is more worthy of respect than the father, because in the whole group, the rabbi is the wisest man, and all people should respect this man of great knowledge and wisdom. If a Jew is choosing a husband for his daughter, he will not choose a young man who has nothing but money, but will choose a well-educated young man without hesitation. The Jews are such a nation, respecting knowledge and pursuing truth. Knowledge is the greatest, and before it all the rulers of the world have to give way. In Israel, this concept is well confirmed. After the founding of the State of Israel, Einstein, a famous Jewish scientist, made outstanding contributions to science and was loved by the world and the Israeli people. The people of Israel extended an invitation to him, asking him to be the president of the State of Israel. Einstein politely rejected their good intentions, because he had already decided to dedicate his life to science and had no intention of getting involved in politics. Many people find this incomprehensible. The president is a symbol of a country, and his status is so noble. How can scientists enjoy such treatment? But it is normal for the Jews. In their eyes, whoever has the knowledge is the wisest person. These people hold the truth of the universe, and handing over the country to them will surely make the country prosperous and strong, and the people happy life. From this, we can see the extent to which the Jewish worship and love of knowledge has reached. There are many instructive stories in Jewish life, including this one. In a big boat, there are many millionaires, but there is also a Jewish rabbi on the boat. When the rich men gathered to show off their wealth, the rabbi said, "I think the richest man should be me, believe it or not." After listening to these rich men, they laughed and thought he was talking in his sleep. During the voyage, the ship was robbed by pirates, and the property of the rich was taken away. After a period of drifting, the big ship finally arrived at a port. The rabbi won the welcome of the people of the port with his profound knowledge, and he began to teach apprentices in the school. Before long, the rabbi met the rich men who had come by boat with him on the road, each of whom was in a miserable situation. At this time, they saw the rabbi's respected appearance, understood what he meant by wealth at the beginning, and said with emotion, "You were right before, you are the richest person because you have knowledge." The Jews used this story to encourage future generations. Knowledge is the most important possession of human beings. Knowledge is better than money, and it will be used for a lifetime. The Jews valued knowledge very much, and they believed that ignorant people could not be businessmen. A person who can only observe a problem from one angle is not only unworthy of being a businessman, but also cannot be regarded as a sound person. And Jews do business, and it is easy to make deals with learned people. A Jewish businessman who deals in diamonds once asked his partner, "Can you tell me how many kinds of fish are in the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean?" Inevitably connected, why did he ask such a question? This is the special idea of the Jews. What a diamond merchant needs is a shrewd business acumen. If the other party knows exactly what fish are in the Atlantic Ocean, it can be seen that he is also familiar with the diamond industry, and cooperation with such a businessman will definitely be profitable. Knowledge is of high value. Jews believe no one in the world is poor unless he has no knowledge. A man with knowledge also has wisdom, and with wisdom he can deal with all kinds of situations. When a person with wisdom starts a business, he will be like a duck to water, and a lot of wealth will follow. The school is with the Jewish nation. Jews value education very much, so schools play a very important role in Jewish life. In 1919, Jews and Arabs were in the midst of an increasingly violent conflict. The foundation stone was laid for the Hebrew University of Jerusalem amid the rumble of artillery fire. The conflict has since intensified, but that didn't stop the university from being built and commissioned in 1925. The reason why Jews pay special attention to the construction of schools is not only because they have the value orientation of taking knowledge as wealth, but also because in their view, schools are like a living well that keeps the water of life for the Jewish nation. The great Rabbi Johanan once said, "Where the school is, there is the Jewish nation." In AD 68, Jerusalem was under siege by the Roman army, and the Jews in the city were in danger of extinction. At this critical juncture, the Jews were divided into two opposing factions. One was the doves who advocated a peaceful solution, and the other was the hawks who advocated fighting by force. The two factions are incompatible with each other, forming a tit-for-tat situation. In the end, the doves lost the fight, and the hawks held Johanan in a Jerusalem jail under strict surveillance on all fronts. At this time, Johanan suddenly thought of a way. He was lying in bed pretending to be sick, and many people came to visit him after hearing the news. It didn't take long for news of Johanan's death to spread from the prison, and it quickly spread throughout the streets of Jerusalem. The believers put Johannan's body in a coffin so that Johannan escaped from the guards of the hawks in the name of burial and came to the position where the Roman army was stationed. The Roman guards were about to stab the coffin with a knife for an autopsy, and Johannan's followers knelt down and pleaded, "If your emperor dies, would you do the autopsy with a knife? We are unarmed. How can we still do things that endanger the Roman army?" In the end, they finally broke through the heavily guarded line of the Roman army and came to the Roman headquarters. At this time, Johannan came out of the coffin and asked to see the commander-in-chief of the Roman army. After being promised, Johannan walked into the high command and met Commander Weisborough. He looked at the commander and said calmly, "I have the same respect for your excellency and the emperor." What Johannan thought was that Weisborough would soon become the emperor of the Roman Empire. Weisborough was puzzled by the title given by the elder, and suspected that Johannan was humiliating him, since his position was still far from that of the emperor of the empire. Johannan saw Weisborough's displeasure at this time, and explained very calmly, "What I said will definitely come true. Your excellency will definitely become the next Roman emperor." Seeing Johannan's seriousness, Weisborough lost half of his anger and said, "I seem to have understood what you said. So, what is the purpose of your visit to me today?" Johannan replied, "I have only one wish, to give me a school that can hold about 10 rabbis and never to destroy it." Weisborough nodded without hesitation, and assured him that if he could get to Jerusalem, Johannan's wish to save the school would be fulfilled. It wasn't long before the Roman emperor was killed, and Weisborough, as the empire's most contributing general, became a candidate for the heir to the throne when he called himself head of state. The elders also recognized his throne. After Weisborough became emperor of Rome, perhaps to thank Rabbi Johannan for his prophecy, perhaps he had not yet realized the spiritual role a school could have on a declining nation. When Jerusalem was sacked by the Roman army, he issued an order, "Leave a school for the Jews." This is how the Bible college in the coastal plain town of Yabu has survived. The school was left, along with dozens of old wise men in the school, who maintained Jewish traditions and Jewish knowledge. After the war, thanks to the existence of this school, the Jewish way of life was also preserved. Rabbi Johannan's fundamental point of view is to preserve the school, which is a shaping institution for members of the Jewish nation and a mechanism for replicating Jewish culture, which is undoubtedly a visionary with a great sense of history. On the one hand, in the eyes of foreign rulers, the Jewish nation was mostly considered not as a geographical and political factor, but as an object of cultural annexation. The reason why a small nation like Judaism revolted against Rome, the world empire, was first and foremost caused by the cultural domination of the alien race, that is, the cultural domination and domination of the alien race, rather than the political domination of the nation. On the other hand, Jews are distinguished from other ethnic groups by their acquired cultural connotations, rather than their innate racial characteristics. Under the name of a Jew, there are yellows, whites, and blacks. Israel, which is a great Judaism until now, opens its doors to all who convert to Judaism, because to accept Judaism is to be an Orthodox Jew. In order to achieve this cultural purpose, the Jews have made unremitting efforts, not only to preserve one school, but to preserve the essence of the entire Jewish culture and the tradition of Jewish life as much as possible. Jewish spiritual leader, Rabbi. Rabbi is a type of Judaism. In ancient Judaism, it originally referred to scholars who were proficient in the classic laws, so its original meaning was teacher, who was responsible for implementing canons, laws, and presiding over religious ceremonies. In Jewish society, rabbis are spiritual leaders with a high status. They are also scholars, preachers, teachers, counselors, judges, and other roles. In the eyes of the Jewish people, a rabbi is the hearer of the Holy Word, the messenger who represents God to the world to preach the Holy Word, the hero who protects Judaism, the immortal guide of the Jewish mind, and the spiritual leader of the Jewish people. During the period when the Romans ruled the Jews, the Roman rulers were extremely hostile to the Jews. In order to destroy the Jewish nation, they did everything possible, such as blocking schools, prohibiting worship, burning books, prohibiting Jewish celebrations, prohibiting the cultivation of rabbis, and so on. The Roman rulers issued a proclamation that if anyone attended the rabbi's ordination ceremony, either the appointing party or the appointed party would be sentenced to death. The cities and villages where such ceremonies are held will also be destroyed. For all kinds of oppression, this was one of the cruelest measures taken by the Roman rulers. No one wants to shoulder the responsibility of destroying cities and towns, so this method has indeed played a role of intimidation for a period of time. The Jews did not give in because to the Jews, the rabbis were very important, and without them, society would be disintegrating. The rabbi is the leader of the Jewish nation and represents all authority in Jewish society. If there is no solution for social affairs, and there is no spiritual leader, the Jewish nation will fall into panic and panic. Fortunately, an outstanding rabbi saw through the sinister intentions of the Roman ruler, so he led 5 of his most admired disciples and slipped out of the town to a desolate mountain. Because it is relatively safe here, you can avoid being caught by the Romans. Even if you are caught by the Romans, you will only be punished by yourself, and will not implicate your compatriots in the entire town. They stopped about 2 kilometers from town, where the eminent rabbi held a rabbi ordination ceremony for 5 of his disciples. However, their activities were known to the Romans, who sent troops to capture them. The old rabbi said, "My mission has been completed, and I will die without regrets. But you should get out of here as soon as possible, because we need someone to continue the task of rabbi." The 5 disciples were very aware of the responsibilities on their shoulders, so they ran quickly and escaped the arrest safely. In the end, only the old rabbi was captured by the Romans. The angry Romans put the old rabbi to death. The old rabbi died, but 5 young new rabbis began a new struggle. Although the old rabbi died, the spiritual pillar of the Jewish nation remained intact. In the eyes of the Jews, Jacob Barabi was the most respected rabbi. He is a national hero who died for justice and for the country. Jakiba turned out to be just a servant, working for a rich man with a fortune. He fell in love with the rich man's daughter. Later, despite the family's obstruction, the two became husband and wife. Jakiba has not read a book and does not know a word. His wife said to him affectionately, "My only wish is to hope that you can learn cultural knowledge." With the encouragement of his wife, Jakiba went abroad to study. After 12 years of hard study, Jakiba finally became a scholar, won the respect and love of the people at that time, and assumed the original editing work of the Talmud. He has done some research on medicine and astronomy, and is proficient in several languages. He has extensive and profound knowledge, and he has accompanied the Nasi or elder to Rome many times as a Jewish spiritual leader to negotiate with Emperor Hadrian. In 132 AD, in order to resist the brutal rule of the Romans and get rid of their enslavement, the Jews rose up and held an uprising. Many of Jakiba's disciples took part in the uprising. But the uprising was quickly suppressed, and many Jews were killed. In order to completely eliminate the spirit of the Jewish nation, the Roman rulers forbade Judaism. But Jakiba, despite the authorities' ban, continued to lecture, telling his fellow Jews this allegorical story. One day, a fox was walking by the lake. He saw the little fish swimming fast in the lake and wanted to eat them. He asked, "Little silly fish, why are you swimming so fast?" The fish replied, "We have just escaped from the fisherman's net." "In that case, why don't you come ashore, like your parents, and let us live together like brothers," said the sly fox. Soya laughed, "Oh, you cunning thing. You talk like a fool even though so many people think you are smart. What stupid advice are you giving us? If we are afraid of where we live now, do you think we can go to unlivable land? Well, just wait until you die." To the Jews, faith was like water, and if you leave the water and go ashore, there is only one way to die. No matter how unfairly they were treated, the Jews could not abandon their national beliefs. This is what Jakiba held to the end of his life. Not long after, Jakiba was arrested by the Romans and was soon taken to Rome. In order to vent the anger in his heart, the ruler of the Roman Empire decided to impose a severe roast on Jakiba and let him die slowly in extreme pain. Since Jakiba was the leader of the Jews, in order to prevent accidents, the Roman commander also came to the execution site on the day of the execution. At that time, when the sun was rising, it was the time for morning prayers. The great rabbi still prayed reverently and calmly when his whole body was scorched by the red-hot iron. When the Roman commander saw this scene, he was very surprised and couldn't help but ask, "You are now suffering a very severe punishment, don't you forget to pray?" Akiba replied calmly, I love and love God, so I will not miss any opportunity to communicate with God, especially now, when I am about to be killed. I am very happy to find that I love and love God so faithfully. I will be able to communicate with God until death, so I will have no regrets. After saying these few words, the great Rabbi Akiba slowly fell down under the rays of the rising sun. The outstanding wisdom of the Jewish people is because of the rabbis who are extremely wise. The Jewish spirit is immortal, and the rabbis have played an immeasurable role. The immortality of the Jewish spirit is the result of the guidance of the rabbinical spirit. Jewish rabbis used the word of God to widely spread Judaism, which finally made it a world religion. Although the rabbis experienced different turbulent times in Jewish society and experienced different historical events, their spirits transcended their respective eras and historical events, forging and completing common religious principles and ethical norms. This has positive, timeless implications for Judaism. Regardless of happiness or suffering, the Jews are closely united with the rabbis, using humiliation to survive, and using truth to overcome error. So the Jews were able to reunite after the slaughter, constantly fighting against their fate. Jewish rabbis are enlightening the great Jewish nation with their own wisdom. While saving and developing religion, the unique survival wisdom of the Jewish nation was formed. Respect teachers. In the early Jewish society, there was no full-time teacher, and the responsibility for educating children was mainly performed by fathers and rabbis. In the family, the father is not only the guardian of the children, but also bears the heavy responsibility of educating the children. He teaches his children the knowledge and the principles of life. Therefore, the concept of father and teacher is the same. In fact, in Hebrew, the word father itself has the meaning of teacher. The use of father to address teachers in Western languages today is a continuation of the Hebrew custom. In society, the duties of teachers are performed by rabbis who symbolize wisdom and authority. Because in Hebrew, the first meaning of the word rabbi is teacher. Therefore, the real rabbi is the head and full-time teacher of the Jewish schools. The early schools were often combined with the church. They are known as the embodiment of wisdom, to solve problems for students, to help them establish the right purpose in life. Not only that, but people often turn to rabbis for help when they encounter problems they cannot understand. In the 6th century AD, schools gradually became independent, and the integration of teachers and fathers, teachers and rabbis gradually separated, and full-time teachers, with practical significance also emerged as the times require. The profession of a teacher is a sacred profession, and Jews have always believed that parents and teachers are like lofty mountains, much higher than ordinary people. Raph had been to a town and ordered the people there to fast and pray for rain, but it didn't work, and it didn't rain. So, the chanter of the assembly recited the words from the prayer book aloud, God let the wind blow. Before the words fell, the wind immediately blew. God made the rain fall, the chanter continued. In an instant, the rain started to fall. What special thing did you do to get such a great reward? Raph asked the chanter. The chanter replied, I teach the children to treat the children of the poor as well as the children of the rich. For those who cannot afford the tuition, I will waive their fees. Also, I have a fish pond. If there are children, when I got bored with studying, I gave him a few fish, and then I tried to win back the fish in his hands. In this way, it didn't take long for him to become eager to learn. Because teachers are of lofty morality, they set an example for future generations, and because God rewards those with knowledge, the Jewish nation highly respects teachers and teachers. There was a long-running story among the Jews. There is a poor family. The father worked hard to raise the child. Once, when going to sea, the father and the teacher fell into the water at the same time. The situation was very critical, and he could only save one person at a time. The child's choice was to rescue the teacher first and then the father. The Talmud also records such a story. 2 inspectors are ordered by the rabbi to come to a town and ask to see the people who guard the town. After hearing the news, the town's police chief hurried out to greet him, but the inspector said, It's not you who we want to see, but the people guarding the people of this town. At this time, the garrison chief ran out to greet him again, but the inspector was still shaking the head said, Neither the police chief nor the garrison chief is what we want to see. What we want to see is the school teachers. Teachers are the people who really protect the town. Police officers and troops will destroy the town. It can be seen that in the eyes of Jews, teachers are the guardians of national interests, and teachers' careers are related to the future of the entire nation. For a long time, Jews everywhere have formed a fine tradition of respecting teachers and teaching, and the attitudes of Jews on marriage and marriage also reflect their respect for scholars, including teachers. Since the Middle Ages, among the Jews of Europe, especially Central Europe, has developed the idea that a marriage to a learned teacher or a rabbi's daughter is a happy marriage. This fully illustrates the status and value of teachers in the hearts of Jews. Respect parents. God, Father and Mother are the three companions of man. A man should honor his parents, not only because they gave him life, but also because they taught him how to be a man. Every real person has to respect their parents. Among those who say their parents "I never met them" failed to find a real person. To honor your parents, what matters is not what you do, but how you do it. A man may go to the Garden of Eden by letting his father work in a mill, and a man may feed his father a chicken and go to hell. How can a man let his father work in the mill and still go to the Garden of Eden? There is a man who works in the mill. The king gave an order that each household should send a man to work for him. The man said to his father, "Father, you are working for me in the mill, and I am going to work for the king. For if there is a humiliation, I do not want you to bear it, but I would rather bear it myself. If there is a punishment, I hope it's not you but me." Such a man had his father working in the mill, but he was able to go to the Garden of Eden. Why do people who feed their father fat chicken go to hell? There is a man who often feeds his father fat chicken. Once his father said to him, "Son, where did you get these chickens?" He replied, "You old man, why do you ask so many questions? Just eat it, and be as quiet as a dog when it eats." Such a man will eat his father's fat chicken, but he will go to hell. A man cannot disrespect his father in his words. Why? For example, if the father is old and wants to eat early in the morning, just like an ordinary old man, he asks his son to get some breakfast, and the son says, "I want to eat breakfast so early, look, the sun hasn't risen yet." Or the father said, "Son, how much did you pay for this dress and food for me?" The son said, "It's none of your business, so don't ask any more, I paid for it anyway." Or he thought to himself and said, "Why isn't this old thing still dead? If it dies, I can be freed." If the father accidentally breaks the Torah, the child cannot rebuke him and say, "Father, you have broken the law." Nor could he say, "Father, is that what the law says?" Both statements are insulting to the father, so it cannot be said. He should have said, "Father, this is what the law says." He then quoted the original text and let his father come to his own conclusion that he was wrong. Here are a few short stories of Jews honoring their parents. Someone asked Rabbi Eliezer, "What is the most appropriate limit for honoring one's parents?" "Well, let's go to Dharma and ask him, maybe he has a better answer," the rabbi replied. Once, a piece of jade representing the whole tribe was lost, so the rabbi said, "This piece of jade is very important to us. Who has a jasper similar to this piece?" "Dhamma has it," someone told him. So they came to Dhamma's house together and begged him to sell the jasper to them. That jade sold for 100 dinars. When Dhamma went upstairs to get the jade, he found his parents fast asleep on the bed, and saw that the gem box was being pressed by his father's feet, and the key to open the box was also in his father's hands. Dhamma immediately went downstairs and said to the visitor, "I'm sorry, I can't give you the jade right now." The people who came suspected that Dhamma thought the price was too low, so they raised the price to 1,000 dinars. At this moment, Dhamma's parents woke up. Dhamma went upstairs, took out the jade, and handed it to the person who came. Just when the person came to give Dhamma 1,000 dinars, he said very angrily, "I didn't want to sell the jade to you just now, because I didn't want to disturb my parents' sleep, not because the price was low." It is admirable to have this opportunity to make a fortune, but to give up because he does not want to disturb his sleeping father. In the Jewish world, there are many more such cases. Once, Rabbi Taffin's mother accidentally broke the shoelace while walking in the countryside. In order to prevent her mother's feet from stepping on the ground, Taffin stretched out his 2 hands and put them on the ground, letting them mother stepped over. One day, Taffin fell ill, and many elders came to visit him. His mother said to the elders, "My child has done the greatest filial piety to me, please bless him." "What the hell is going on?" the elders asked. The mother told the story exactly. "We want to pray for the rabbi who honors his mother like this, and may he always be safe and happy," the elders said excitedly. The Jews believed that the best reward for parenting favors was to support them. As long as respect for the Creator is not lost, the statutes of parenting will never end. The Bible says, "Honor your father and mother." The Talmud warns people, whether you are a law-abiding subject or a heinous criminal, you have to regard it as your duty to honor your parents, even if you are a desolate person with no food or clothing. Talmud Collection, Part 1. Children are the hope of the future. Susie accompanies you to read. Humans have 3 friends: children, wealth, and good deeds. This is a very wise adage circulated in Jewish society. The human beings mentioned here refer to the Jewish nation. The Jews established their nation based on culture. For them, good deeds and the values and beliefs behind them are the existence of the highest meaning of the nation. Without these, there would be no Jewish nation. However, this spiritual existence must coexist with the physical existence of the nation, so that it can become the real existence of each historical period and not become a historical relic. Wealth not only represents the necessary conditions for maintaining the physical and spiritual existence of the Jewish nation, but also the fundamental evidence for the physical existence of the Jewish nation to prove the immortality of its spiritual existence. So, in the end, these 3 kinds of existence of the Jewish nation realize the Trinity in the child. From this, it is not difficult to understand why the Jews have such a sacred and sublime emotion towards their children. The reason why Jews endow their children with such a halo, which makes them almost holy, is because they are soberly aware that their future and all their hopes are placed on them. From this conception, the Jewish family became a veritable kingdom of children. When a child is not yet born, he has been given special care by his family. There is a Jewish rule that a pregnant woman receives special care and must be fed well. In poor families, even if everyone is hungry, pregnant women cannot be hungry. After the child is born, it becomes the center of the family. The family would talk to the children, discuss problems, and sometimes even play with them, which is a very special way of education adopted by the Jews. This style of education was popular among all classes of Jews, who cultivated a Jewish mind while cultivating children's ability to think and speak. The most touching scene in the process of cultivating Jewish minds is to cultivate children to have a kind heart from an early age. In the Talmud era, in Jewish families, on the eve of the Sabbath, the child's mother would always light a candle, while the father would place his hand on the children's heads and recite blessings. There are small boxes for donations in Jewish homes. Before lighting the candles, parents will guide their children to put coins into the boxes as donations. On the afternoon of the Sabbath, the parents of rich families would not give the money directly to the poor, but let the children take the money from the small box and give it to the poor. Jews believe that these practices can cultivate a child's charitable heart and teach children to love. Education must start with school children's cities. Without school children will eventually decay. A family with school children without education is bound to be a poor family. It is his childhood that determines a child's life. This is a well-known Jewish saying, and it is an indisputable fact in reality. Of course, people will encounter many unpredictable things in this life. People's life is long and full of various encounters and accidents. The question that all parents have to face is how to make their child a useful person to society. There is a proposition, which is disputed among many peoples, whether a person is a genius or a mediocrity. Does it depend on talent or education? In Jewish society, this proposition is not controversial. They believe that an ordinary child can become an outstanding person as long as he is properly educated. Einstein is a great Jewish scientist. When he was a child, he did not perform very well, and his talent was not high. He started to speak at the age of 4. In elementary school, Because of his poor academic performance, the teacher asked him to and his family. His mother's musical influence on him and his uncle's mathematical enlightenment to him made him continuously improve his image-thinking ability and eventually became a great scientist. There is such a concept in the minds of many people that if a child is highly gifted, he will be able to achieve success. If a child is not gifted, he will not make a difference, so that parents cannot be held accountable for their dereliction of duty in education. There are many educational examples that illustrate the point that the earlier the child's education begins, the better. However, there is a common prejudice among people that babies are like blank sheets of paper and do not have the ability to learn and receive education. Young children who are not born are like small animals whose main task is to eat rather than learn. In fact, one of the most important learning periods for a child is from birth until the age of 3. Because during this period, the child's brain accepts things in the fastest and most direct way. A Jewish education expert once said, "People are all the same when they are born, but because of the environment, especially the different environment they were in when they were young, some people may become useful, while others it will be mediocre for a lifetime." Even an ordinary child, as long as he is given a good education, will also become a great person. If all children receive the same education, then their destiny depends on how much endowment they have. Most Jewish educators believe that the way babies learn before the age of 0 to 3 years is different from that when they grow up. The former is an unconscious learning, that is, pattern learning. The latter is conscious learning, that is, active learning. Knowing this is very valuable in developing a child's potential. How to shape genius, how to discover genius. The most important thing is to tap the potential of children as early as possible in life and in our families. Genius in life is mysterious, and genius in business is even more mysterious, just because many people don't know how genius emerges. In fact, genius is not mysterious. It is not far away from us. Everyone has the potential to become a genius. Scientists have found that people are born with a special power, which is secretly hidden in the human body, and it is not easy to see on the surface. This is potential. Everyone has potential, but human potential is not constant and eternal, but there is a law of diminishing potential. Many Jewish educators have the view that a person's career, social status, marriage and wealth do not depend on a single factor, and people with high IQs do not necessarily make a difference. Similarly, people with low IQs, not necessarily unsuccessful. But what is certain is that people with high IQs are definitely more free and happy, and people with low IQs are definitely unhappy, and early education is an important factor in determining the level of IQ. Jewish mother Aisha says, "My baby is less than 6 weeks old, and I show him some colored things. For example, the color of the bottle I feed him is different, which is different from many countries that only use one color bottle forever. It's not the same. I find it interesting because feeding a baby with a different color bottle makes him fall in love with a certain color, and when he is fed with a bottle of the color he likes, his appetite is always very good. 2 chubby little hands are always trying to hold the bottle tightly. Of course, when feeding him with a bottle of a color he doesn't like, he will be very unhappy and his head will stop swinging, avoiding the mouth of the bottle or spitting, and sometimes expressing his protest, frowning. In addition to the bottle, I also bought my child a red snare drum, which was tied to his wrist with a short rope. Swing the snare drum up and down with the hands and the sound will follow. The child will be very happy." In order to make the child remember these colors better, I change the snare drum with a different color every week. In this way, the child the colors will be remembered. In terms of shape, you will have a different concept of round and square. Another Jewish mother, Heike Washig, said, "There are many ways to educate children. You can let children take some paper with sandpaper and other smooth objects, and teach them adjectives such as rough and smooth. Of course, babies always like to put these things in their mouths. At this time, parents should pay special attention. Do not let children develop this habit. Let them remember that some things cannot be put in their mouths." A Jewish mother gave this advice: when buying toys for children, be sure to pay attention that the toys for young children should be of simple lines and bright colors. This was the mother's method of teaching her children to recognize colors, a method that was quickly embraced by most Jewish mothers. Because Jews have a good habit, they are always exploring ways to educate their children in order to educate their children well. With a good method, they will impart it to others without reservation. They believe that the responsibility of every Jewish mother is to educate her children well, which is also the national responsibility a mother should undertake. To have knowledge is to have everything. The main reason why Jews can lead the revolution in the world is that they have high cultural literacy. Its foundation is respect for knowledge, desire to learn, emphasis on education, and advocacy for knowledge. In the eyes of the Jews, learning knowledge is the sweetest. In Jewish tradition, when children go to school for the first time, they are put on new clothes and brought to the classroom by a priest or learned person. There, each child was given a clean slate with the Hebrew letters and simple Bible verses written in honey, and the children licked the honey off the slate as they read the letters. Afterwards, the rabbis would give them some sweet fruit. The reason why schools do this is to make them understand that there is sweetness in learning knowledge. From this formal custom ceremony can be seen the Jewish attitude to learning. Learning knowledge has a noble value. In the Talmud, there is this passage. Learning makes people rigorous, rigorous makes people passionate, enthusiasm makes people clean, cleanliness makes people restraint, restraint makes people pure, purity makes people holy, holiness makes people humble, humility makes people fear sin, fear sin makes people holy, holiness makes people possess a divine soul, and a divine soul immortalizes one. In Israel, there was a rich man's son who had no interest in learning. His father finally gave up on him and taught him only the book of Genesis. Later, the city where they lived was attacked by enemy troops. The enemy captured the boy and imprisoned him in a distant city. The king came to the city and inspected the prison where the boy was imprisoned. The king asks to see the books in the prison, but he finds one book he cannot read. "It looks like a Jewish book," he said. "Would anyone read this book?" "There is a man who can read. He is in this prison now, and I will bring him to see you." The prison officer said. The warden took the boy and said, "Now the king has a book with you, and if you can't read it, the king will want your head. If you die in this prison here, you'd be better off having your head chopped off by the king." "It is good." The boy said, "My father only taught me to read one book." The warden took the boy out of the prison, dressed him up, and took him to the king. The king gave him the book, and the boy began to read it, from "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth" until "This is the history of the kingdom of heaven." After listening to him read, the king said, "This is obviously God, the blessed God, who opened his world to me, just to send this child back to his father." So the king gave the boy some money, and sent someone to take him home. When the saints heard this story, they said, "Although the father of this child taught him only one book, the blessed God has rewarded him." Consider, then, if a man goes to great lengths to teach him children, the Bible, the biography of the saints, and the Mishnah, what a reward he should receive. For this reason, the Jews believed that a person who was materially poor was not really poor unless he had no knowledge. He who has knowledge has everything. To the Jews, a rabbi might ask, if a man has no knowledge, what can he have? Once a man has knowledge, what can he lack? If a man does not learn and does not possess knowledge, then what else could he have? Don't stop learning. In the eyes of the Jews, no matter how old a person is or how poor he is, as long as he is human, he should learn. Therefore, Jews believe that learning can keep themselves young forever, and they can also gain wealth and spiritual wealth through learning. If a man comes to the Inquisition and says, "I am poor, I am starved all day, and have no time to study," then he will be asked the question, "Are you poorer than Hilaire?" Hilaire was a poor man who worked hard every day for little money. He pays half of his income to the gatekeepers of the academy, and uses the remaining half to support himself and his family. Once, he didn't make any money, so he was naturally blocked by the academy's guard. The attraction of knowledge is huge, and driven by it, Hilaire climbed to the roof of the classroom, pressed her head against the cold roof, and listened to the lectures of the wise Shema and Aftan through the glass. At this time, it was snowing like goose feathers outside, which soon covered him, but he was so fascinated by it that he didn't move his position all night. The next morning, Shema said to Aftan, "Brother, have you noticed? It's already bright, but this room is still a little dark." Is it cloudy outside? They looked up and saw a larger object on the roof, so they climbed to the roof and found Hilaire, covered in snow and frozen unconscious. They carried him off their backs, bathed and oiled him, and put him next to the fire. The two saints said, "How admirable this man's quest for knowledge, may God bless him." There are some words in the Talmud. What do we compare someone who learns like a child? It's like writing with ink on fresh, clean paper. But to someone who learns like an old man, what do we compare him to? It's like writing with ink on worn-out paper. As long as life does not stop, the Jews will not stop learning, because for the Jews, learning is as important as eating and sleeping, and it is essential every day. The Jews believed that before reaching the kingdom of heaven, one must keep on learning, and there should be no slack. All Jews have always held the idea that those who are willing to learn are greater than those who are knowledgeable. Book-loving nation. According to a survey by UNESCO, Israel has the highest percentage of publishing houses and books per capita than any other country in the world. In addition to textbooks and reprints, Israel publishes more than 2,000 titles annually. Israelis over the age of 14 read an average of 1 book per month. There are more than 1,000 university libraries and national public libraries in Israel, with an average of less than 4,000 people having one public library. The population of Israel is more than 5 million, and the library cards issued by the library have reached more than 1 million, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the total population of the country. The Jews are truly a people of books. In Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, or other Israeli cities, the most common sites are bookstores and cafes. Israelis often start their day with a cup of coffee and a newspaper. And young college students often stay in the bookstore to read books for a day. The International Book Fair is held every year in Jerusalem, Israel. During the expo, thousands of guests from all over the world came to negotiate and purchase, and the number of domestic visitors and purchasers was also overwhelming. Israelis also hold their own book festival, Hebrew Book Week, every spring. Many Jews prepared money early and waited for the coming of the book festival as if they were looking forward to a grand event. During Book Week, many parts of Israel are turned into book markets. People can go to bookstores big and small to buy their favorite cheap books. Israel adheres to the principle of freedom of the press. People can express their views and opinions freely. Only when security issues are involved, the necessary censorship of books and newspapers is carried out. In this way, Jews can buy the New York Times, the Times, Le Monde, etc. of the day at the street newsstand, and they can also buy serious political publications and the most obscene in the same bookstand. Magazine. Many Jews are obsessed with books. In parks, on the side of the road, in waiting rooms, in cars, wherever there is a crowd, there are always dedicated readers. The Jewish nation is a nation that loves books, and Israel is a country of books. The legendary rise of a small Israel in the past few decades is closely related to their love of reading. Treat books as your friends. There are many good words about books in the Talmud. When a person is traveling, if he finds a book that people in his hometown have never seen before, he will definitely buy this book and bring it back to his hometown to share with the people in his hometown. Take the book as your friend, and the bookshelf as your garden. You should rejoice in the beauty of the book, pluck its fruit, and pluck its flower. Besides living hard and having to sell things to get by, you should sell your gold, your house, and your land first, and at the last minute you can't sell any books. In addition, Jews must put the book at the head of the bed after reading the book. If the book is accidentally placed at the end of the bed, it is offensive and disrespectful to knowledge. Here is a story about Jewish love for books. In a Jewish family, the daughter was reading a book at her desk, and she damaged a few pages of the book because she was flipping the pages too casually. My mother was very angry when she saw it, so she seriously imparted her experience and methods of caring for books. First, before reading, wipe the desk and put a tablecloth. When reading, sit upright. When turning pages, use your right hand first. The sides of the thumbs hold up the edges of the pages, and then lightly cover with the index fingers to uncover a page. The mother warned her daughter, businessmen should save more capital, and scholars should take good care of books. My daughter realized her mistake and will be able to cherish every book in her hand when she reads in the future. In the end, the girl became a famous female scholar. This story shows the Jewish respect for books. Jews believe that good books are good teachers and friends of mankind. The meaning of a book cannot be calculated by the price of the book. The ideal book is the key to wisdom. Books are like food, some can be swallowed, some need only be tasted. So learn to choose when reading. Read a good book, like talking to many noble people, you will benefit for a lifetime. Be knowledgeable. Jews are generally very knowledgeable, and when you sit and talk with him, he speaks in a well-structured, rich and wonderful way, as if he knows everything in this world. A Japanese negotiated with a Jew who left a deep impression on him. The Jew was really good. He and I had a 3-hour negotiation that day, during which he was almost always talking. The impression is very good, he is neatly dressed, speaks very well, is very clear, and has a very humble attitude. I just don't want to talk, I just want to keep listening to him. To be honest, he is not negotiating with me, but in give me a lesson. Do you find it difficult to deal with such a learned opponent? If you are fortunate enough to be a friend of the Jewish people, the more you talk to him, the more you will admire his profound knowledge. The content of his conversation involves various fields, and it seems that there is nothing in the world that they do not understand. Especially when eating, they are even more eloquent and make you eye-opening. They tell you how the various parts of a car make and work, the names of fish that are endemic to the Atlantic Ocean, the taxonomy and species of plants. You'll wonder if they're experts on this subject. No matter what era, people with great knowledge will be respected by people. A Jew was once invited to a conference in France. During the conference in Paris, he went out for a walk after dinner one day. When he walked to the river, he saw a fisherman in the distance. Thinking that this gentleman is very knowledgeable, and finally treats him differently. The negotiation was very successful, and the Jews gained a lot of benefits from it. Therefore, because of their relatively high level, Jews do not like to associate with people with low education level and shallow knowledge. They say, the person who stands in the rose bush is full of fragrance. And when they associate with people who are knowledgeable, we can often discuss learning and promote each other. Jews attach great importance to learning and continuously improve themselves through learning, so as to achieve continuous success in their careers. The Jewish Albert was just a credit clerk in a bank at first. Like many young people in the United States, after working for a period of time, he felt that his knowledge was insufficient, and he had the idea of returning to the university for further study. After studying in university, Albert's abilities in all aspects have been greatly improved, and he has made great achievements in the banking industry. It didn't take long for Albert to be promoted to general manager of a bank's New York branch, and later to the bank's head office manager. Albert's success shows that only by constantly improving himself can he not be eliminated by society and make a difference. Jews pay attention to both formal education in schools and self-teaching and self-study. We all know that school education is a place to acquire basic knowledge, and many professional knowledge and practical skills can only be obtained through practice or professional learning. In addition, because each person's situation and conditions are different, and the situation of receiving formal education is not the same, therefore, Jews place special emphasis on having their own skills to acquire knowledge independently, thereby guiding their own work practice. Therefore, in the eyes of the Jews, knowledge is wealth, knowledge is power, knowledge can be carried around and will not be taken away, so they attach great importance to education. The Jews have a saying that there are 3 major obligations in life. The first is to educate children. The purpose of their education is to make them adapt to this fiercely competitive society as soon as possible and to survive and develop in the competition. Influenced by such a religious influence and cultural atmosphere, the Jewish nation has always attached great importance to education and learning, forming a situation in which almost all people learn and all people have culture. Although the content of the early Jewish people's study was mainly theological research, the scope of which was not very wide, but as the Jewish people were persecuted and dispersed all over the world, the scope of their learning quickly expanded, and they continued to absorb the cultures of all countries in the world. What is more worth mentioning is that their tradition of being diligent and studious has been inherited and carried forward, which makes the Jews have greater energy in adjusting their psychology, stimulating creativity for survival and development, and enhancing national cohesion. It is precisely because of this tradition that no matter where in the world the Jews are scattered, the overall cultural quality of their nation is higher than that of other nations. Learning requires doubt. Doubt is the key to learning and opens the door to wisdom. The desire to know is the driving force for unremitting learning and seeking knowledge, and doubt can guide oneself to continuously acquire new knowledge. The Talmud says, good questions often lead to good answers. It can be seen that good questions are as important as good answers. When the questions are asked well, the answers are often profound. Without the spirit of doubt, there is no questioning. Thinking is made up of doubts and answers, so those who know how to doubt are wise. There is no reason for one to be sure of everything. Once the doubt begins, there will be many doubts. Follow the clues of doubt to explore and pursue, and you can get the correct answer. But thinking too much doesn't do you any good. Indeed, hesitation is very dangerous, and one must make a decisive decision at the most opportune moment, or else they will miss out on success. Only timely and bold action will lead to victory. People cannot learn for the sake of learning. Learning is for enriching their knowledge and improving their abilities in all aspects. In this world, the same things never happen again, so when faced with a new situation, no one can apply what they have learned before. What is learned can only give an intellectual feel. And in order to temper the intellect, one must learn to make the intellect sharper. A keen intellect can seize momentary opportunities, foresee future trends, gain insight into subtle changes, and grasp macro and abstract intangible things. The purpose of learning is to develop this penetrating insight. Learning must be learned and knowledgeable in order to be able to master it. The Jew said, water from a shallow well dries up as soon as it is lifted, but water from a deep well cannot be finished. Gold and silver treasures are limited, and they will always be used up one day. But knowledge is infinite, and it is always with people. Combining theory and practice, Jews believe that theory derives from practice and develops with practice. However, theory should be higher than practice, and it has a guiding role in practice. Only by effectively combining the two can they complement each other. A monkey was playing in a tree. Suddenly, it saw a few fishermen throwing nets on the beach. It was very interesting and wanted to try it. Later, the fishermen went home for dinner and left their nets on the shore. The monkey jumped from the tree impatiently, ran quickly to the shore, picked up the fishing net, imitated the action of a fisherman, lifted the net and threw it out, only to cover himself in it and fell into the water. The monkey struggled hard and tried to get out of it, but it was all in vain. It looked helplessly at the sea and lamented, "I've never taken a fishing net. How could I possibly use it to catch fish? I'm where I am now, and I really deserve it." Some things look easy, but they're not so easy to do. That's how fishermen cast their nets. It seems easy, but in fact it hides a wealth of methods and experience, so even a smart monkey can't understand it at a glance. To learn new things, observation is very critical and indispensable, but more critical is to experience it yourself, to attract experience and lessons from it, so that you can truly master it. Don't pretend to understand, act blindly, like monkeys. You can't catch fish, but you will harm yourself. Allow yourself to imagine boldly in the ancient Jewish community. Whenever people got together to discuss an issue, the old rabbi who presided over the meeting always let some young people speak first, and then let those with rich experience and seniority speak, and then everyone was free. Finally, the old and authoritative rabbi makes a fair evaluation and summary based on everyone's opinions, and makes a decision. When young people feel timid and shy in speaking in front of a multitude of old, senior, and even experienced people, the rabbis encourage them. Everyone is equal before the truth. You and I must heed the call of truth. We believe that everyone's speech is valuable, and yours is no exception. Encouraged by the rabbi's enthusiasm, the young man was no longer shy and boldly spoke out about himself. These ideas are often creative and unexpected, and their vibrant spirit will make others feel like a fire. Why did the Jews let the young people speak first when discussing issues? There is such a discussion in the Talmud, where one person says to another, "What is it like to teach an elder?" It is like eating ripe grapes and drinking old wine. What is it like to teach a young person? It is like eating unripe grapes, drink fresh wine from the urn. Another countered, whether old wine or new wine, as long as the quality is good, it is good wine. Jews believe that young people lack experience in dealing with all kinds of things in society because they have not experienced much of the world. But they rarely have a conservative mentality. On the contrary, they have many good wishes in their hearts, and they are eager to be realized in the future. Although many wishes appear too romantic and unrealistic, it embodies the idealization of a young man facing social reality. The elderly have experienced everything in the world, and they will no longer pursue those hard-to-get things. They have become very realistic. They don't have any fancy ideas, they don't have the of life, and they rely entirely on their own experience to judge. But in society and in business, and imagination are the eternal pursuit of human beings. It is this kind of innocence and imagination that can make human beings stumble forward. Without bold and bizarre imagination, this society will stagnate. No, there will be any progress. In business activities, bold and bizarre imagination cannot be lacking. The famous Disneyland is a paradise for all children, where there are many cute little animals, the clumsy and silly Donald Duck, the witty Mickey Mouse, the lively and cute Three Little Pigs, and so on. These little animals are created with rich imagination. The imaginative Disney originally worked in an advertising company, but he quit his job after a short time and started an animation production company. With his own preferences and imagination, he soon shot the cartoon Alice Roaming Wonderland. The attraction of this film is that there is an angel-like lovely real girl in it, and at the same time, it also adds a bold, romantic and fictional animation design of young people. This film caused a sensation in the society as soon as it went public, and the film company's film appointments flew like snowflakes. Then, Disney created a good rabbit, named it Buswalto, which was welcomed by everyone again. Then he created a smart, naughty, careless big-eared mouse, Mickey, based on the image of Charles Lindbergh, who successfully flew across the Atlantic at that time. When Mickey the Mouse jumped from the plane to the blue sky, the theaters were full. Later, he continued to use his imagination to create famous cartoon characters such as the Three Little Pigs, Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, Snow White, and the Seven Dwarfs. A few years later, he built Disneyland, a fairy tale world that was loved not only by all children but also by many adults, and Disneyland became a must-see for all visitors to the West Coast. Let yourself imagine boldly, and let the world consume happily, which has become Disney's life creed. Choose the study method that suits you. Jews believe that learning is the process of doubting, thinking, and improving intellectual abilities. You have to choose the method that suits you. The following story illustrates this. There was a goat drinking water by the river, drinking and drinking. It found a strange phenomenon, fish swimming around in the water in panic. The goat couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so panicked?" "We may be caught by the fishing net at any time, which is why we appear so panic." Eeyore replied, "Then come to the shore, and I will protect you." The kind goat replied without hesitation, "You only know that I can avoid the fate of being caught in the net after I go ashore, but you don't know that after I go ashore, I will suffocate and die immediately because I don't adapt to the land environment." Eeyore said sadly. The goat in the story is well-intentioned, but the method is not chosen correctly, which will only accelerate the demise of the fish. Learning is not simple learning, but a process of creating new things on the basis of what one has learned. In learning, there are 4 types of students: sponge, funnel, filter, sieve. The sponge absorbs everything. The funnel goes in the left ear and out the right ear. The strainer strains the wine and leaves the dross. The sieve keeps the chaff out and leaves the fine flour. We should be like sieves, taking the essence and discarding the dross. Everyone's own conditions are different, so when learning, you must choose a learning method that suits you. And the right way is not everyone can find out. To constantly self-reflection, modify the method. The method of learning is not only the most critical factor for good or bad grades, but also a tool for mankind to conquer the unknown. Reasoning education. Jews believe that one of the most basic and most important educational methods to gradually form a good quality in children is to present facts, reason, and convince others with reason. It is impossible for children to spontaneously generate correct ideological and moral understanding, which must be instilled comprehensively, frequently, and systematically. Indoctrination is a form of reasoning, and reasoning is the core of educational work. As one Jew said, persuasion is the key to unlocking the labyrinth of children's minds, and reason is the sunshine of children's minds. Children's physical and mental development is a process from quantitative change to qualitative change. Children, especially those in infancy, have no rational element in their thinking, and know things emotionally. In addition, children also have a one-sided view of problems and only know one of them, but do not know the second-class age characteristics. Even if they are teenagers, they still have little experience, their ability to understand things is not very strong, and it is difficult to distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, and many objective facts. Their distinction between honor and disgrace is superficial, and they only know what they are, but don't know why. So if you do something wrong, you don't know where you are wrong. Even if someone reminds you, you still can't immediately recognize the harm of your mistake, and you may make the same mistake later. In addition, as parents and teachers, we often hope that children can see the problem and think about things in one step. However, this approach goes against the age characteristics of the children and does not achieve any good results. To be reasonable in the face of things, fundamentally improve their cognitive ability, enhance their sense of morality and rationality, so that they can distinguish right from wrong, distinguish between good and evil, know beauty and ugliness, and experience honor and disgrace, so that they can insist on correct words and deeds, and completely correct their mistakes. Therefore, Jews believe that the fundamental construction of children's moral education is justification. Some parents either beat or punish their children who make mistakes. You can often hear some parents say, "You made another mistake, and if you don't change it, I'll beat you up." But often it doesn't work. Beating and punishing is very easy, and parents' anger may disappear at once, but in many cases, children still don't know where they are wrong. As for the harm and consequences, even less is known. That way, they will make the same mistake next time. Moreover, the punishment stimulates the child's brain, hurts the child's self-esteem, destroys their body and mind, and often has the negative effect of causing rebellious psychology. In fact, as long as they are sensible children, they will inevitably have a sense of guilt and fear for their own mistakes, and there will be psychological pressure. If the parent reprimands or punishes them at this time, their guilt and fear will be released. They tend to think like this: I made a mistake, you hit, and you punished, and now they should cancel each other out. We often encounter this kind of thing. When a child does something wrong, he will say, "You beat me up." This is the child's heartfelt cry of regret for the mistake he has made. But if his parents did beat him up, his guilt and fear would disappear in an instant. However, if silent education or other more appropriate inducements are adopted, so that he can recognize the mistakes he has made from the bottom of his heart, so that his guilt will increase, his memory will be deep, and will he not be more effective? A Jewish educator thought, children who are often punished by their parents rarely become the best when they grow up. Therefore, if punishment is likened to a storm rushing towards the seedlings, then the rationale influences the fountain of a child's soul. Jewish educators remind us that there are ways and means of reasoning with children. First, reasoning should be linked with reality. Reason does not refer to a general principle, and reasoning does not refer to preaching. When it comes to general principles and sermons, adults hate it, and children don't even like to listen to them. We should cite more practical examples or guide children to watch some healthy TV programs and books, tell them more useful stories, and guide children to evaluate reality with correct reasons, so that they can receive vivid and profound education. Second, reason should reflect the true meaning of truth and grasp the blind spots in children's hearts. For example, if a child's academic performance is not good, you can't focus on the child's score to reason with him, but start from the sense of learning, and fundamentally explain why you should study seriously. For another example, if adolescents have puppy love, they cannot always speak out the dangers of puppy love very straightforwardly, but use a subtle, calm way or correct inducement to help reverse their thoughts. Third, reasoning should be inspiring, pertinent, and interesting. Inspirational. When reasoning, you should be good at mobilizing children's interests and inspire them to think positively. Targetedness. When reasoning, Prescribe the right medicine to prevent empty-to-empty. Reasoning depth should be adapted to children's age characteristics. According to children's different personalities, reasoning methods are different. Reasoning education should be carried out according to children's actual thinking. Interesting. Don't make the truth hard, rigid, and conceptual, but make it lively and sound interesting and engaging. When parents reason, they should not only explain the truth thoroughly, but also use kind words and vivid language to impress the children, so that the profound truth can also stir up waves in the children's emotions, so as to achieve reasoning with emotion, emotion with reason, and integration of emotion and reason. On the other hand, if the parent is serious, the language is dry and the attitude is blunt when reasoning, the child is likely to not listen to these words, and even have a rebellious mentality. Jewish educators tell parents a few things to keep in mind when reasoning with their children. 1. It must be appropriate and moderate when reasoning. 2. Seize the opportunity to reason, such as when the child is in harmony with the parent, when the mood is stable, when encountering difficulties and needing help. 3. Reasoning in an equal way, not by way of teaching, because reasoning education is not equal to teaching. In Jewish families, children are respected, not only because they are young and need care, love and nurture, but also because from birth they are regarded as independent individuals with their own independent will and personality. Parents and teachers will never impose their own ideas on them. They want to make children feel that they are their own masters. When talking to children, Jews are very particular about their tone and method. When a child talks to an adult, the adult must listen carefully, and sometimes the adult has to squat down to talk to the child, so that the child feels that he is respected by you and avoids his feeling of lower class. When parents take their children out as guests, if the host brings food to the child, the Jews will never answer no or no for the child, nor will they scold the child when the child expresses a desire to eat. They believe that children have their own ideas, what they want or want to see, and there is nothing wrong with them, because children have this need, and no one has reason to accuse them. Jews do not approve of parents educating their children in front of others, let alone reprimanding their children for being unpromising, unsatisfactory, and useless in front of others. Because these words are like a sharp sword that stabs deeply into the fragile heart of a child, Jews consider it a crime for parents to do so. The great Jewish educator said, "The less parents declare their faults, the more their children will value their own reputation, and will be more careful to maintain the good opinion of others. If parents publicly declare their faults, they will feeling embarrassed, thinking that your reputation has been hit, the less you want to protect your reputation." Fourth, parents should find ways to continuously improve themselves, learn to use correct positions, methods and viewpoints to analyze and solve problems, so as to fundamentally improve children's theoretical level and cognitive level. In addition, Jews pay great attention to the physical and psychological characteristics of children. They believe that the child's growth and development process is slow, and that the requirements are too high, and the children are often not expected to achieve the desired results according to the highest level of thinking and understanding. For example, children after half a year old begin to be afraid of life, which is also a characteristic of age. As long as they train for a period of time, this problem can be overcome. In the process of educating children, as long as parents are patient, calm, and do not blame their children at will, then the children's psychological obstacles can be overcome through education and training. Therefore, they will never do anything that will help them grow. Develop strong character in children. The Bible says, "No one has ever found out where wisdom is, or has ever entered into the treasure trove of wisdom, and those who have tried have disappeared." If you want to gain wisdom, you can only use your body to accept the test of your destiny. In this life, people will inevitably encounter setbacks, setbacks and suffering may make people continue to be depressed, or they may make people's will stronger and continue to challenge their destiny. Suffering is a good teacher in life. He can teach children how to deal with all problems with a positive attitude and gratitude, develop a strong will, and dare to face and solve difficulties. A person's moral will is exactly the same as his character. The stronger the moral will, the faster and stronger the formation of his character. Will is a concept associated with overcoming difficulties. In the process of realizing one's own goals, a person will always encounter many unpredictable difficulties. The process of overcoming difficulties is the process of will activity. In the process of constantly overcoming difficulties, a strong will is slowly cultivated. If a person has strong willpower, then he will have the courage to overcome difficulties. Therefore, strong willpower is a key factor in a person's success and a lasting motivation for human behavior. To this end, parents should consciously cultivate their children's strong willpower and let their children suffer more. Today's children live in a wealthy era, and the superior living conditions have made them unaware of poverty and hardship. A common problem of many parents is to spoil their children too much and treat them as living Buddhas at home. The consequences of overindulging children are to make them lazy, vulnerable, squeamish, dependent, and unwilling to make progress. This is a very serious issue that deserves the attention of every family. Therefore, do not spoil children too much, cultivate strong character in children from an early age, and let them learn to face setbacks correctly. Let children know that failure is the mother of success so as to inspire children to forge ahead and achieve success. Some people believe that in order for children to make a difference, they do not necessarily have to endure hardships and experience hardships. This understanding is unreasonable and unscientific. Suffering can enhance a child's willpower. Parents should treat their children rationally and give them a suitable environment for development so that children have enough willpower to face the complex and competitive society in the future. Psychologists have shown that a person's IQ is not directly proportional to a person's achievement. A person with high IQ is not necessarily an extraordinary IQ, and a person with a high IQ does not necessarily have a high achievement. However, there is a clear relationship between the strength of willpower and the size of people's achievements. In today's society, many parents, in order to exercise their children, every winter, the children have to roll and fall naked in the snow and ice for a certain period of time. It was cold and windy, and the child was shivering from the cold, but the parents hardened their hearts and would never pick up their children in advance. They understand that only putting children through such a test can make them stronger. There is a whale school in Israel, which is to let the children cross the Atlantic Ocean twice in a year on a sailboat, and swim across 3 islands, must withstand the test of wind and waves, and endure the threat of starvation. Children at this school must learn to sail, fish, cook, and complete courses such as study tours, reading, and discussions. At the same time, in order to get familiar with the local customs, they also have to deal with the local people. After such training, most of the children have been trained to become intelligent and courageous people. It is the nature of parents to love children, but in the process of love, we must be clear, what is true love, and how can love be valuable and meaningful? A person's life cannot be smooth and smooth. Give children the education of suffering and appropriate hardships, teach them to deal with failures and setbacks correctly, sum up experience from failures and setbacks, learn lessons, and cultivate children's good mentality and perseverance. Strong will benefit the child for life. In life, difficulties and setbacks are inevitable. Children will inevitably fall in the process of growing up. Let children understand that failure is not terrible, but the terrible thing is that they can't get up when they fall. Good at communicating with children, a man can make his children respect and carry out his orders only if he respects his children first. Jewish oil king Rockefeller said in the Talmud, "Those who dote on their children treat their children in every possible way." An undisciplined horse is difficult to handle, and an unrestrained child is very headstrong. Indulge a child and he will shock you, play with him and he will make you sad. Don't joke with him, lest you have the pain with him and end up making you grind your teeth. Don't set him free when he's young, or ignore his mistakes. Discipline your child, be patient, and he won't embarrass you by doing disgraceful things. Parents are their children's first teachers, and they make great sacrifices in educating their children. However, it is gratifying that the sacrifices they make will pay off in the end, and children can feel the miracle of growth and development, the feeling of warmth and love, and the pride of success. However, there are also many parents who cannot enjoy these rewards, and their children's bad behavior makes them feel a headache, which will be a great regret in life. Successful parents don't let their children's bad behavior get in the way of their enjoyment of these rewards, and they have no choice but to like their children, because no parent doesn't like their own. Especially when the child is outstanding, it is easy for parents to show affection for the child. Almost all parents appreciate their children when they are doing well, but all parents have a hard time appreciating their children when they are misbehaving, which often creates tension between parents and children. How should parents deal with their children? This is an art worth learning seriously. A Jewish father said, "I spend an hour with my child doing homework every day, so that the child will ask me questions he doesn't understand in time, and at the same time, it can improve the relationship between father and son, and cultivate the child's ability to focus." Many parents always think that toys are their children's favorite things. In fact, what children really like is that their parents can communicate with them every day. Many Jewish educators believe that children need parental care, acceptance, listening, and most importantly, an emotional connection with their parents. Therefore, parents should spend more time with their children and communicate with them. It's a good idea to take your child out for a walk after a meal, and use this time to communicate or answer some of your child's questions. This time can be said to be the golden time to educate children, because at this time, children's ability to accept is particularly strong. When you are with your child, you may not know how to communicate with your child. In this case, you can use the following methods. Good at encouraging children. People always want to be affirmed by others. This is the most basic psychological requirement of people. As a parent, don't be stingy with your praise. Even if the child only does one small thing, even if it is a small thing, as long as it is a child, everything should be encouraged. This can also cultivate children's self-confidence, so that children get strength. Listening is important. Parents are busy with their own work all day, and their children go to nursery or are taken care of by others. After a day apart, the children must have a lot of new things to tell their parents. Parents should set aside some time to listen to their children talk about the day's experiences. Even if the child does not take the initiative to talk to the parents should take the initiative to talk to the child, which is also a good opportunity to cultivate the child's language communication skills. Be calm. After a day of intense work, many parents are physically tired and naturally not in a good mood. Everyone has such mood swings. When a child does something that doesn't go according to his will, he will lose his temper at the child. This is wrong and unscientific. This is a great blow to the child. Don't blame your child for little things, otherwise, the child may never communicate with his parents again. Express your doubts. If a child talks about some setbacks and frustrations, it may be a trivial thing to the parents, such as his things being robbed by others, or the teacher criticizing him for no reason in class, etc. Parents should express corresponding. The child's unpleasant mood can be vented and comforted, and the child will be more willing to communicate with his parents in the future, and he will tell his parents what he thinks. Listen carefully to your child in family education. We often see some children excitedly running to their parents, ready to say something, but the parents are only busy with their own business and have no intention of listening to him. Or the child tells a grievance to the parent, but the parent reprimands it. If this goes on for a long time, there will be problems in the communication between the child and the parents. How to overcome this problem? The first thing to do as a parent is, when the child talks to the parents should try their best to stop the work in their hands and listen to the child, so that the child will feel that the parent cares about what he says, and that he is respected and encouraged, and are more willing to confide their own voices to their parents. As a competent parent, when listening to a child's conversation, one should not only listen to it, but also think about it, and be able to find out some good and bad aspects of the child's conversation, praise the good ones, and add to the bad ones. Correct. Of course, discuss with your child in an equal and appreciative manner during this process. If a child takes the initiative to tell his parents about his criticisms and mistakes in a conversation with his parents, the parents should first praise the child for his bravery and sincerity, and affirm his behavior of facing the reality. Next, you can further analyze the problems he faces with the child, including the reasons, measures to overcome, and even further discussions. If the shortcomings and mistakes are not corrected, what will be the consequences, so that children can deepen their understanding of the problem and strengthen their determination to correct their shortcomings? In the conversation, if the child points out the shortcomings of the parents should accept it humbly and express their gratitude, or explain to the child why they have such shortcomings, or even sincerely ask the child to help them correct their shortcomings. In the conversation with the children, many parents think that the children are still young and the words they say will not have much meaning. This understanding is wrong. A child will have his own thoughts when he has his experience. Although children are small, they also have a need for respect and love, and in this respect it is even stronger. Because children are weak, many things cannot be solved by their own strength, so they often appear particularly helpless, which requires more care and love from their parents. If a parent ignores the child's psychological needs and only cares about his own emotional needs, puts his own will on the child's head, and forces the child to do what he wants, this will only make the child more lonely. If parents listen carefully to their children's stories and answer their children's questions, they can not only deepen the parent-child relationship, but also strengthen their children's sense of trust and security. Talmud Collection, Part 1, Involving Children in Team Life. Susie accompanies you to read. Anyone who makes a difference is accomplished in a team. What parents need to understand is that they must cultivate their children's team spirit from an early age, because team spirit directly affects a child's life. Therefore, it is very beneficial for children to learn to get along and cooperate with others from an early age. We know that children want to join groups when they are 3 or 4 years old. By the age of 6 or 7, children begin to realize that joining a certain group gives them a sense of spiritual belonging, which increases their confidence, and they even become deadly loyal to the group. In this age group, being rejected by peers is the most painful thing. If a child does not get peers or the acceptance of the group, he will feel very painful and his self-confidence will be frustrated. In reality, there are generally 2 types of children who are rejected by their partners. One is temporarily rejected for special reasons. In this case, the child has just moved to a new place with his family and is unfamiliar with the place. Generally, after a period of time, the child will find his partner and will be accepted by the peers soon. Another situation is caused by the character of the child. For example, children are introverted and feel shy when standing in front of others, making it difficult for them to be included in group life. Or an extremely outgoing, grumpy, aggressive personality. This kind of child situation is the most worrying. If not given guidance, they will become very withdrawn, prone to indulge in the fantasies of violence and revengeful behavior. If the parents do not discipline and restrain them, they may embark on the road of crime. In the above situations, parents can help their children in several ways. Don't keep your kids at home all the time, so the kids may be more closed and clumsy. Parents should let their children go out to participate in activities more, so that they can broaden their horizons and increase their knowledge. When children are 7 or 8 years old, encourage them to participate in various activities and groups. If your child is rejected by a group, you can put your child into specific groups based on a skill, hobby, communication guidelines, etc. In these thematic teams, there is not much difference in the abilities and interests of the members, so the children are easier to get along with. If your child has no friends for a while, then parents should talk to the child more, give him encouragement and comfort, and don't let the child feel a sense of failure and incompetence. Let the child become the protagonist in the family. For example, you can let the child make a family travel plan, become a travel planner, let the child arrange family activities, etc., so that the child's social ability and social skills can be exercised. Pay attention to the method of punishment. Children's feelings are very fragile, easily irritated, and have an irresistible impulse in their hearts, so sometimes they will behave arrogantly, unreasonably, fight and curse others, be rude to elders, and destroy public property. When the child is angry, he forgets everything, and his heart is controlled by willfulness. At this time, it is necessary to carry out strict education on him. However, parents try not to beat, scare, and physically punish their children. There are several ways to punish a child. Take away the opportunity to play. If a child throws toys around and still does not listen after persuasion, parents should hide the toys and temporarily deprive him of the opportunity to play with them. Another example is that when a companion is bullied by him during the game, the parents can prohibit him from playing with the companion until he feels lonely and ask the parents to allow him to play with the children. If a child swears and persists after repeated teachings, parents can prevent him from watching TV, not playing games with him, not telling him stories, not buying toys and books that have been promised to him, not taking him out to play on holidays, etc. His punishment. Attitude language cues. When a child makes a mistake, he will detect dissatisfaction, sadness, and disappointment with his actions from his parents' tone, expression, and attitude. A sensible child will correct his mistakes in order to win the love of his parents again. Lightly spank the child. If the child is really disobedient, in desperation, parents can lightly spank the child's ass as punishment for him. But be careful not to hit the child hard with a stick or in the face with your hands, which will make the child feel humiliated and hold grudges against the parents. Beating and scolding children does not achieve the purpose of education. When children make mistakes, parents should pay attention to the following in the process of education. Don't just listen to the child's verbal confession, but ask him to correct it with actions. Don't be quick to forgive a child. Just forgive him once or twice, and he'll grow bolder and go on to do the wrong thing again. Because there is a consciousness in his mind that as long as he asks his parents for forgiveness, he will be forgiven. The purpose of education is achieved through punishment. Parents must recognize that punishment is a negative consequence and, if used properly, can reduce or eliminate bad behavior in a child. Correct use of punishment is not easy, it requires parents from the end. Parents need to know that punishment is emotionally unpleasant and drains energy. Punishment works, but putting it to good use is not easy. Most parents believe that it is practical to punish their children for certain bad behavior, but sometimes this is not the case. One thing every parent in every family encounters is that almost every child needs to make the bed before going to school. If he didn't make the bed, the parents would wake the child 30 minutes earlier. That's how almost every parent handles it. Of course, there are also some parents who see their children do not make the bed, and they will help him to make up the bed. Of course, there are not many such things, because many parents have realized that these are the children's own affairs and must be done by the children themselves. Many parents think that getting their kids up early is a good punishment for not making their own beds. This idea and practice looks good. On this issue, children have different opinions. Some children said, "This kind of punishment is very effective, it's really good, because remember to make your own bed, so you avoid other forms of punishment from your parents." Some children think of this kind of punishment to their parents as follows: "I don't shy away from waking up early because waking up early is not a punishment, and waking up early has no effect on our behavior. Maybe I like waking up early, but I still don't make my bed." This kind of punishment works for some children and not for others. In response to this situation, the way parents punish their children must change. In some families, it can be said that parents can do nothing to punish their children, and they do not know what the most effective punishment is. Experts believe that using less punishment is the key to achieving the purpose of punishment. This is the key to punishment, and it can also be said to be the golden rule of punishment. Reducing bad behavior in children is the purpose of punishment, and if the bad behavior doesn't change, then the punishment doesn't work. Many parents focus on punishment, not bad behavior from their children. If you punish your child multiple times a day for bad behavior, it doesn't make much sense. About 10% of parents spank their children and don't think it's wrong to do so. About 20% of parents never spank their children. About 70% of parents feel disturbed when they spank their children, and they don't want to do it. Many parents admit, "I know it's wrong to hit their dick, but I'm always angry and then angry with myself. There's nothing else I can do." Many parents want to find the best way to punish their children and want to deal with their children's bad behavior without getting angry or playing. Educators believe that any kind of punishment, if used too frequently, will not work well and the child's bad behavior will not improve. Children are accustomed to slaps, and they turn a deaf ear to their parents yelling. What else can parents do? Parents must first realize that the important thing for the child is not the punishment, but that some kind of punishment can change the child's bad behavior. If the child's bad behavior persists, parents can try other punishments. Parents may think threats, yelling, blaming, and spanking are good ways. In fact, these punishments are not the best way of punishment. Although they can vent the anger of parents, they have no long-term effect on correcting the child's bad behavior. Teaching students according to their aptitude Jews are very particular about the art of education. There is a famous saying in Jewish society, train a child adequately in the way he should go. Jews believe that if a child is progressing in the study of the Bible, but not in the Talmud, then one cannot try to promote his progress by teaching him the Talmud. If he understands the Talmud, don't force him to study the Bible. Train him on what he knows. When educating children, the rabbis believed that if the students did not understand what the teacher taught, then the teacher should repeat the teaching until the students fully understood and mastered it, instead of berating the students. In the learning process, Jews believe that a student can master what he has learned after listening to it several times, and he should not be ashamed in front of his classmates who can master it after only 1 or 2 lectures. However, this student's lack of understanding can only be due to their lack of intelligence or the fact that the course itself is difficult. But if students are inattentive or careless in their studies, teachers should criticize them and humiliate them with reproach to arouse their interest in learning. This is the teacher's responsibility. A rabbi was giving a speech on the stage. Suddenly, he noticed that many students were asleep. In order to wake them up, he deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "An Egyptian woman gave birth to 6,000 children at a time." A student was suddenly awakened by the teacher's remarks and asked, "How can such a thing happen?" The rabbi said, "She was the mother of Moses. When she gave birth to Moses, 1 Moses was equal to 6,000 ordinary people." However, teachers should not force the pressure on the child, because it is not conducive to the child's growth. Give the children small rewards to keep them happy. An attentive student will read by himself, and if a student is not attentive, a diligent student should be placed next to him. A teacher should show weaknesses in front of his students by asking questions, inspiring students' ingenuity, and finding out if students have mastered what they teach. To keep kids focused in class, teachers can lift their spirits with startling statements. But the rabbi believed that educating students should always let go of the left hand and grasp the right hand more tightly, instead of letting go of both hands like Joshua did. Once, Joshua saw a small hotel on the way from Alexandria to Jerusalem, so he went in to rest and was warmly received by the owner of the hotel. "This Aksania is so beautiful." Joshua couldn't help but say. Aksania can mean a hotel owner or a small hotel. But Joshua was referring to the hotel, and he was boasting that the hotel was beautiful. "I don't think her eyes are big enough," said his student, referring to the hotel's wife. "Idiot! Is that all you have on your mind?" Joshua cried. So, Joshua ruthlessly drove the student away. The poor student went to the teacher many times and begged, "Take me in." But Joshua refused to see him. One day, the student came again while Joshua was praying. The rabbi was moved this time with compassion and wanted to accept the student again, so he gestured to the student and told him to wait until he finished praying. But the student misunderstood the teacher's meaning. He thought he was rejected by the teacher this time, so he left sadly and turned to other scholars. The Jews believed that such teachers were very failures and that they did not fulfill their duty as teachers. Help children get rid of fear. Courage is the act of being fearless about something terrible. So what is the scary thing? Scary things can include shame, poverty, loneliness, disease, and death. Courage, therefore, is being fearless in the face of these difficulties. Weakness is the opposite of bravery. It is actually the outward expression of fear. The child is timid and is afraid of everything. The reason is that he has many fears. The reason for the child's weakness mainly comes from the family. Therefore, the parents' words and deeds in life are very important. The main reasons for children's weakness are as follows. 1. When the child makes a mistake, do not say threatening words. When the child makes a mistake, many parents will say some threatening words, thinking that this will make the child more honest. Although children may not dare to make mistakes because of fear, this is only temporary and will not last for too long. The adverse consequences it brings will affect the child's life. Second, children who make mistakes or fail should not be blindly defended. Children have made mistakes and have been educated many times. If they still do not correct them, they cannot ignore their mistakes. Let the children clearly realize that they have made mistakes and help them to correct them gradually. Third, the experience of failure is also a reason for the child's weakness and lack of self-confidence. In the face of failure, children will inevitably feel sad or uneasy. At this time, parents should find ways to comfort their children and let them understand that failure is everyone's experience. Face difficulties and setbacks calmly. When a child encounters a child who is stronger than him, he feels that he is inferior to others, and therefore loses confidence. If a child loses confidence, he will become timid in front of others, dare not express himself, and always feel that he is inferior to others, thus forming low self-esteem. Parents should encourage their children more, affirm some of the things the child has done that makes him proud, and let the child give full play to his strengths and do things that others cannot. The child is timid, do not deliberately stimulate him, let alone scold him. Encourage children to learn from others, and don't belittle their children. Parents who make malicious criticisms in anger will make children negative. Don't scold your child in public when he makes a mistake or behaves badly. This will make the child lose his head in front of everyone and destroy the child's confidence and ability to act. For timid children, you can show sympathy and understanding, plus proper explanation and guidance. Don't let the child do things that he is not sure about, and don't let the child do things that he has lingering fears in case of failure. It will cause him new setbacks, fears, and frustrations. When a child has fears, parents should guide the child and let him express his fears. Parents should be considerate of the child, accept the child's feelings, and show support to him. Only in this way will the child feel dependable and courageous. Parents should also let their children have more contact with the outside world, take them to public places more, broaden their horizons, and help their children eliminate their fear of unfamiliar environments. Set a good example for your children. Children learn from their parents in only two ways: by following their parents' teachings, or by observing their parents' behavior and imitating them. The actions of parents in the family are more powerful than their hard teachings. For example, if parents tell their children not to smoke, but they themselves smoke a few cigarettes a day, then children will think that smoking is acceptable behavior. If both parents drink, children naturally accept the fact that they drink too. Parents want their children to develop the right habits. The most effective way is to set a good example by themselves, without the need to constantly teach immorally. The same experience applies to parents' attitudes toward life. If parents keep complaining about their jobs at home all day long and never improve the work environment, it only allows their children to get the fact that it is enough to complain. If the things parents do and say in life are positive, then the child gets something positive. If parents are only satisfied with uninspired behaviors and have an indifferent attitude to life, career planning, and games, their children will definitely inherit his philosophy of life. What parents need to be aware of in the family is that the child is their copy and will soon inherit their attitudes towards work and leisure time. The Jewish Torah says, there was a man who opened a spice shop for his son in a market he frequented. After a while, his father came, and he happened to meet his son and slut mixed together. He was so angry that he couldn't help shouting, "I'm going to kill you." A friend came and said to his father, "It's all your fault. You brought your son to this point. You teach him to sell spices instead of doing other business. You are not in a market somewhere else. Shop in the red light district. What do you want him to be like?" The role of fatherly love. A Jewish educator, speaking about education at the University of Jerusalem, said, "I remember when I was young, my father often beat me, because I was disobedient, too naughty, and my father's temper was very bad, but to be honest, I can have such a big achievement today because of my hard work. It was not hit by my father." Children who can obtain fatherly love and are often accompanied by their fathers usually develop better intellectually. Those children who live in the female group for a long time are prone to deviations in their psychological state and personality characteristics, such as irritability, fear, depression, or sentimentality. This symptom is called deficiency of father syndrome by experts. Obtaining fatherly love can make boys better identify their roles. The result of this identification makes boys more willing to imitate their fathers of the same gender, which has a huge impact on their future gender psychology and personality health. If they don't get father's love, boys will lack the masculinity they should have, and their characters will easily become feminine, and even cause psychological abnormalities. And what effect does a father's love have on a girl? Educational psychologists have confirmed that fathers are brave, decisive, broad-minded, and professional, which is a symbol of strength. Girls are influenced by their fathers, and they will take life and career more seriously when they grow up. Jewish educators believe that while developing children's intellectual factors, they should not forget to cultivate their non-intellectual factors, such as self-confidence, enterprising spirit, and lack of self-esteem. Facts have proved that the role of fathers in cultivating these qualities is very important. Therefore, fathers should influence their children with their own healthy behavior and good personality. Issues that parents should be aware of. Jews believe that it is not enough to provide children with a good living environment and learning conditions. They must also care about the health and development of children at all times, and use scientific education methods to make children grow up healthily. Jews remind parents not to do the following while their children are growing up. 1. Despise your child's breakfast. According to statistics, children who eat a high-protein breakfast have the best time in class for a longer time, while children who eat a vegetarian breakfast or do not eat breakfast have significantly lower thinking activities than the former. Children who do not eat or eat breakfast poorly for a long time have a very serious impact on the energy supply of the brain, resulting in slow thinking and mental decline in children. 2. Improper selection of food. As children grow up, be sure to pay attention to their diet, as improper food choices can be harmful to the brain. For example, some children especially like to eat pancakes, fried dough sticks, and other foods with many additives, which will cause memory loss and even dementia in severe cases. They often eat fried foods with oil temperature above 200 degrees, and foods that are exposed to the sun for a long time. Food and excessive intake of monosodium glutamate will affect intellectual development. Habit of eating salty food. Children should not exceed 4 grams of salt per day, can cause diseases such as hypertension and arteriosclerosis, and also damage arterial blood vessels, affect the blood supply of brain tissue, and make the brain cells are in a state of ischemia and hypoxia for a long time, resulting in a decline in intelligence. 3. Malnutrition. Malnutrition can affect a child's intellectual development. Teenagers have a lot of intellectual activities, and the brain is often in a state of intense work, which must be guaranteed by sufficient nutrients. At present, some primary and middle school students cannot take in enough nutrients for some reasons. If things go on like this, they will lead to the lack of certain nutrients and cause nutritional deficiencies, which will affect the development of intelligence. 4. Let the children eat and drink foolishly. There are many children who like to eat very much, and their small mouth will not stop all day long. As everyone knows, gluttony can also cause certain damage to the brain. As the saying goes, children who eat foolishly will eat foolishly. Because the more you eat, the more blood supply the stomach needs, and the blood supply to the brain is relatively reduced, and in the process of metabolism, excess high fat will consume a lot of energy and compete for food with the brain. A lot of carbohydrates enter the human body will induce an increase in insulin, resulting in a sharp drop in blood sugar, which is like a drain on the brain that uses sugar as the only energy source, and will cause a continuous decline in intelligence. 5. Despise communication with children. Children also have mental disorders, which cannot be ignored. Most of the children's psychological disorders are manifested as an uncontrollable aversion to learning or anxiety. And this kind of emotion is usually the result of external pressure. In the long run, the development of children's intelligence will be affected. Therefore, in order for children to have a healthy mind, parents must pay attention to communication with their children. 6. Let your child's hair grow too long. The nutrition required by human hair all comes from the brain, and the nutrition the human body supplies to the brain is limited. Therefore, if the hair is too long, it will consume a lot of nutrients, so that there will be a nutritional crisis in the brain, and the normal activities of the brain will be affected, which will naturally affect the development of intelligence. 7. Let children passively smoke. Children's brains and livers do not yet have sufficient detoxification capacity and are therefore particularly sensitive to cigarette smoke. If the nicotine in cigarettes remains in children's bodies for a long time, it will make them feel nauseated and associated with food, causing children to have anorexia. This is why cigarette smoke can make children anorexia. Therefore, families should avoid smoking in front of their children. 8. Let the child be constipated for a long time. If the stool stays in the intestine for too long, it will produce toxic substances. When these toxic substances exceed the capacity of the liver to detoxify, the excess will spread through the blood circulation, enter the brain, poison the central nervous system, interfere with the normal activities of the cerebral cortex, and cause memory loss. Decline and unresponsiveness. 9. Does not pay attention to the child's brain movement. The brain is the commander-in-chief of each organ of the human body, and only the movement of the brain can regulate the function of the organs of the whole body. The longer the brain is not used, the easier it is to age. The earlier the brain starts to work and the longer it continues, the slower the brain cells age. Therefore, it is necessary to guide children to use their brains more, be good at their brains, and use them diligently so that their brains will become more and more flexible, their intelligence will be developed to the maximum extent, and talents will become more and more intelligent. 10. Do not speak ill of others in front of your children. Jews believe that the healthy growth of children is inseparable from school education, and even more inseparable from family education. A very real problem in family education now is that there is a subtle antagonistic relationship between school teachers and parents. There is a question of educational principles here, that is, parents should never speak ill of school teachers in front of their children. This is the same reason that a father should not speak ill of his mother to his child, and a mother should not speak ill of his father to his child. Jews believe that the inconsistency and non-uniformity of education in the state will cause confusion in children's standards for judging things, which will lead to bad habits such as lying and deceiving others, hostility to others, and unkindness. What should parents do if they do find that the teacher is doing something wrong? The Jewish practice is as follows. First of all, the child should be called to him and asked about the situation. If necessary, you can ask other children or parents to see if your child's statement is wrong, or if the child is lying. Secondly, if it is determined that the teacher's actions are indeed inappropriate, they should also look at the problem from the perspective of goodwill and understanding. Because people can't be absolutely perfect, they all have shortcomings, and teachers are no exception. It should be believed that, in most things, most teachers are good and do the right thing, and that their faults and mistakes are individual. If you think about it this way, you will first become calm, and you will not be able to help your child speak ill of the teacher. Third, you can have a discussion with your children about the inappropriateness and faults of teachers. There is a right and wrong in everything. Distinguishing between right and wrong is an important sign of a person's moral maturity. If you seize the opportunity to cultivate children's ability to distinguish right from wrong from an early age, it will be of great benefit to their growth. For example, you can first ask the child, "What do you think about this matter?" If the child can make independent and autonomous judgments, and the judgment is accurate, the child should be encouraged and praised, but at the same time, the child should be educated, treat others, including teachers' faults, with a tolerant and understanding attitude. For example, you can say, "Everyone makes mistakes, and fathers and mothers are no exception." To treat others' mistakes and faults, they should be tolerant rather than delved into. In this way, it is not only conducive to the cultivation of children's independence and the enhancement of moral judgment, but also conducive to cultivating their good qualities of tolerance, understanding, and kindness to others. Being kind to others is also an important principle of Jewish life. Only people who are easygoing, good at understanding others, sincere and full of conscience can get along well with others and have good interpersonal relationships. Emphasis on cultivating children's independence. The Jewish boy Czech lives in the same building as little John and attends a kindergarten. Their mothers also love them very much, but the two have different viewpoints, different approaches, and different educational outcomes. When the child goes to middle school, the kindergarten teacher asks the child to learn to make the bed. The two children got up in the morning and folded the quilt by themselves according to the method taught by the teacher. Faced with the untidy quilt that the child folded by himself, the two mothers behaved very differently. The Czech mother admired the child with joy. "You are really capable, you have learned to fold the quilt yourself. Come. Let mother see." "Well, yes, but it would be better if you tidy up a little bit. Teach your child how to fold the quilt more neatly." The Czechs were encouraged not only to fold the quilt more and more neatly, but also to have a stronger interest and competence in doing things independently. And little John's mother shouted to the child angrily, "Look at you, how you folded the quilt. I said you can't fold it, but you have to be brave. Stay aside and let me give it again. You fold." In this way, the quilt that the child had folded with great effort was mercilessly opened by his mother and folded again. Little John, who was standing on the side, was very sad about this, and he never wanted to try to do things on his own again. Jews believe that in order for children to become productive people, they must focus on cultivating children's independence from an early age and improve their awareness and ability of independence. At this point, the Czech mom did a great job. Jews tell us to cultivate children's independence and ability from an early age. We should do the following. 1. Respect and cultivate children's sense of independence. 1-year-old children have the buds of independence and self-consciousness. They like to do everything by themselves, move small stools for walking, and eat with small spoons. When they are a little older, they not only have to wash their hands and face, put on and take off clothes, but also wash their own handkerchiefs, wash socks, repair or make some toys by themselves, and even want to go shopping and wash dishes by themselves. Parents must not pour cold water on their children's growing sense of independence. You are still young, you can't do it. They must pay attention to it, and support and encourage them. Learn to do it well, you will definitely be able to do it well. 2. Provide conditions and opportunities for the development of children's independence and autonomy. In order to nurture children's independence, they must free their hands and feet to try and do things that they can. Some parents are always afraid that their children will not do well. They always watch and remind their children with worried eyes, or simply remove obstacles and pave the way for their children. This kind of attitude and practice has bound the child's hands and feet and hindered the development of independence. 3. Teach children the knowledge and skills to do things independently. Children must not only have a sense of independence, but also have the corresponding knowledge and skills, that is, not only willing to do things by themselves, but also doing things by themselves. For example, how to wash hands and face, put on clothes, take off clothes, how to sweep the floor, wipe the table, how to pick and wash vegetables. Let children learn to do these things naturally in daily life. And independence is also reflected in children's learning, communication, and other aspects. Parents should teach their children to complete games and learning tasks by themselves, communicate with their peers by themselves, and teach them to use various effective ways to resolve conflicts by themselves when they have conflicts with their partners. 4. Let the children make their own decisions. Self-determination is a very important aspect of the development of independence and autonomy, and we need to nurture children's ability to make their own decisions from an early age. We should not interfere more with children's affairs, but let the children think and decide for themselves. How are the game characters arranged? Who to play with? Playing what? These are the children's business. Parents should not make decisions. Let the children use their own brains, think of ways, and make decisions. Parents can help children analyze and guide children to make decisions, but they must not interfere arbitrarily and make decisions on their behalf. Develop a sense of gratitude in children. To cultivate children's gratitude and sharing from an early age is not only a kind of etiquette, but also a healthy state of mind. In Jewish families, the love between parent and child is not one-way, but two-way. Children not only accept the love from their parents, but also understand the feedback and rewards of love. Jews believe that only by learning to share can children get along and cooperate better with those around them in school and in society in the future. Because the future society is not only a competitive society, but also a cooperative society. The Jewish boy Czech is almost 7 years old. At that time, his mother had a difficult childbirth when he gave birth to the Czech, and the situation was very critical. The doctors took decisive measures, and after all-out rescue, the mother and son were out of danger. Therefore, every year when the Czech Republic celebrates his birthday, his mother will always take him to the hospital to visit the obstetrician and gynecologist who kept their mother and child safe. Thank them for their life-saving grace. It is the superb medical skills of the doctors that make him and his child happy today. Life. Even on Czech's birthday, if her mother couldn't take Czech to the hospital for something important, she would ask Czech to call and greet those doctors. Today, in most families, parents dote on their children very much. The child is the little emperor in the family. It seems natural to get what you want and get what you want. Some families put delicious dishes during meals. All are left to the children. The remote control for watching TV is dominated by the children. There are children at home, and the children do not allow the mother to distribute snacks to the children. In this way, it will be difficult for the ideas of sharing and the heart of gratitude to take root in the hearts of children. Jews believe that teaching a child to be grateful starts with teaching him to be grateful to his parents. It is not easy for children to understand that it is not easy for their parents to raise them so much. Children must use their whole life to repay their parents for their kindness. Jews often tell their children stories of animal gratitude. When crows grow up, they return to feed their parents, just as the parents looked for food from outside to feed themselves. Birds can do this, let alone people? The Jews warn us to teach our children to be grateful, not to be too anxious, and to teach them to start with small things, such as respecting teachers, helping teachers to clean the blackboard, taking the initiative to share the household chores of parents, and sharing the worries of parents. Focus on cultivating the child's sense of gratitude, so that he will never forget the kindness of parenting and teaching, and the kindness of others for helping him. For those who have helped you in the past, gratitude should come from the heart, not a superficial article, let alone ungrateful. Second, Jews believe it is also important to cultivate family responsibilities. According to the age of the child can be instructed to undertake a certain amount of housework, and the child can also be allowed to participate in community services. Through these labors, children can experience the hard work of their parents and make them cherish the happiness of family life more. In order for children to learn to be grateful, the role of parental role models cannot be ignored. In life, fathers and mothers should not only undertake the responsibilities and obligations of the family, but also share the interests of the family. Parents should care about everyone in the family, care for the needs of others, and respect the rights and interests of others. For example, parents should always say, "Okay, excuse me, and thank you." The words and deeds of parents have a profound impact on children, and children will experience a grateful thought in the imitation of their parents. Of course, gratitude should be a broader emotion than just being grateful to parents. In interacting with others, children need to sincerely thank those who have helped them. Jews believe that only when they know how to be grateful can children help others and care for others. Let children often say what they need to be grateful for, learn to praise people and smile, so that the relationship between children and others will become more and more harmonious. Talmud Part 1: Empowering Children with Compassion and Love. Susie accompanies you to read. Whether a person can be popular with others depends largely on whether he is compassionate and caring about others. In many countries, parents involve their children in raising small animals from an early age to develop empathy and responsibility. Many parents like to take their children to an animal adoption agency where they can adopt homeless animals. Between the ages of 1 and 3, children can already tell the difference between themselves and others, as well as their own pain from the pain of others. Before the age of 1, children cannot distinguish themselves from others, themselves from the world. Children in this period are completely unaware of the relationship between their own pain and the world, the pain of others, and their own relationship. So the child of this period, we only see him cry. When he saw other children cry, he cried too. When a child is about 3 years old, he will show instinctive sympathy for the suffering of others, such as showing sympathy, caring expressions, and even using sympathetic physical touch, touching, and patting to show comfort. However, children of this age still lack verbal comfort and more advanced empathy and caring behaviors. By the time children are 5 to 7 years old, they already have the ability to respond to others' empathy perceptions. That is to say, they can decide the time of comfort and the form of care according to the pain of others, whether to cry with others, or to comfort them with words, or to ask adults to deal with it, etc. At this time, they have surpassed others to cry. And when I cry, or when others cry, I immediately run to the stage of a comfort. When children are around 10 years old, most of them can treat those weak or disadvantaged people and things with a rational attitude and show appropriate sympathy and concern. Children at this stage have made great breakthroughs in empathy. They care and sympathize not only with children, but also with their own family members, relatives, and friends. The sympathy of children in this period is no longer limited to the family or people they know. Children in this period have spread their sympathy to any weak or disadvantaged strangers and events. From the above analysis of children's age groups, it is very important to cultivate children's empathy when they are very young. At this time, on the one hand, the child already has the psychological foundation to form sympathy, coupled with the child's strong ability to imitate. If the parents teach by words and deeds, the child's sympathy can be continuously enhanced. Children have innate sympathy. Parents should not easily stifle their developing sympathy, but should protect and nurture their children's sympathy. Parents should encourage their children to care more about others and do more good deeds. When children do good deeds, parents should encourage and praise them, because parents' trust and external feedback will promote children to take further actions, and the interaction between children and parents will form a virtuous circle. It is said in the Talmud, if a man knows his repentance, others should not say to him, "Remember what you have done in the past." If he is in atonement, just beginning to study the biblical law, shouldn't others say to him, "Can the mouth that eats unclean food learn the law that comes from the mouth of Almighty God?" If he was the son of the atonement, he should not be ridiculed. "Remember what your father did." There is such an event. It is heartbreaking to read. A child accidentally fell into the sand pit while playing with his friends. The friends not only did not pull him up, but also threw sand on him, leaving only his 2 eyes exposed. After doing these things, they left happily, and no one cared about the safety of this little friend. When the child's parents found him later, they found him suffocated to death. Only caring about their own fun, ignoring the safety and pain of others, the indifference caused the death of the child. Parents who are concerned about their children's growth must pay attention to or be alert to the breeding and development of their children's indifference. As a parent, you should bring your children to life to experience the suffering of others, truly understand the meaning of love, and let your children participate in various social welfare activities. Let children feel love and dedication, and strengthen children's enthusiastic behavior. When the child has enthusiastic behavior, parents should give praise, reward, and encouragement in time. Children will become more loving with your encouragement. Causes of low self-esteem in children. The Jewish educator Sekolavi believes that the reason why children are not confident is inferiority. Inferiority is the biggest enemy of self-confidence, and the opposite of self-confidence is inferiority. Inferiority is a manifestation of a person's lack of self-confidence, and excessive self-confidence is conceit, which is also not good. Inferiority and conceit are very close, and a very conceited person often turns to inferiority after a certain blow. One of the biggest problems parents encounter in the process of cultivating children's self-confidence is the child's low self-esteem. Children with low self-esteem are mainly manifested in the following aspects. 1. Hostile to others, looking down on anyone. 2. Discord, lack of honor. 3. The character is fragile, introverted, and relatively sensitive to external stimuli. 4. Depressed, pessimistic, withdrawn. 5. Sentimental, often ashamed. 6. He always flinched when he was in trouble, worried about making a fool of himself, even though things weren't as bad as he thought. 7. The painful experience of other injuries is more profound. The reasons for children's low self-esteem and cowardice are as follows. 1. Social and family reasons for children's low self-esteem. Many children feel inferior because of their poor family background. Educators believe that the great enemy of children's psychological development is poverty. If the children of wealthy families have better living conditions, and the children of poor families have to save money and be cautious, then compared with children of the same age from wealthy families, children from poor families may have less self-confidence and are more likely to be timid. Children from ordinary families often feel ashamed of themselves compared to children from families with status and status. Another reason is the breakdown of the family. Parents do not care enough about their children. Rough attitudes towards children often make children feel that they are too small and not worth mentioning. If parents limit their children's activities too much, or do everything for their children, it will also cause children to be negative and withdrawn. Another reason is that the child's living environment is too dull and monotonous or closed, and the child has few or no opportunities to contact outsiders, which will also cause the child to be silent, negative, and unconfident. 2. Physical and physiological aspects can lead to low self-esteem in children. Children who are often sick are often more prone to low self-esteem and cowardice than healthy children. Differences in height, appearance, and physical fitness can also cause children to have inferiority complexes. In particular, some girls are very careful about their appearance, and they are more vulnerable than boys in this regard. 3. Children's inappropriate comparisons and incorrect understanding of themselves will also produce inferiority complex. This kind of inferiority is caused by subjective reasons, and generally occurs in some older children, the most notable of which is middle school students. They are used to comparing their shortcomings with others, and of course, the more they compare, the more they feel that they are inferior to others, so they simply give up on themselves. Furthermore, they are very concerned about what others think of them, and if they are not affirmed by others, they will deny themselves. Excessive attention to what others think of you and unreasonable comparisons can accelerate the formation of inferiority complex. 4. Intelligence and ability can also make children feel inferior. Many children will feel inferior because they are not smart enough, their academic performance is not as good as others, or they are not as strong or outstanding in some specialties. In school, especially after a period of hard work, some children still have no progress in their academic performance, and they will doubt their own abilities, resulting in a lack of confidence in themselves. Not being favored by teachers at school, or being neglected by classmates, etc., can lead to a child's inferiority complex. 5. The negative suggestion of the self will also affect and suppress one's self-confidence. When children face a new situation in their relationships, they will measure their abilities. If you can't have a correct understanding of yourself, there will be a thought in your mind, "I can't." Such negative cues will reduce self-confidence, and will be unable to let go of hands and feet in social interactions, which greatly limits the ability to play. And the more this is the case, the harder it is to connect with people, leading to social failure. This result will form a negative reaction, make the negative self-knowledge of the inferiority person more profound, and form a fixed self-negative suggestion. 6. Being too strict with your own requirements or lack of understanding will also lead to low self-esteem. Some children always like to reflect on their own shortcomings, so they strive to improve themselves and are eager to correct their shortcomings. In this way, you will ignore your own strengths and only see your own shortcomings. If you go on like this, you will only form a negative self-evaluation, and you will become more and more afraid of interacting with people over time. 7. Failure to properly deal with setbacks can also lead to low self-esteem. When people suffer setbacks or blows, their performance is different. Some people will fight back and choose their career, work, or study again. Some people will lose their fighting spirit and never recover. This situation is most likely to occur in children who are introverted and have low psychological endurance. Even if this kind of child suffers a small setback and blow, it will be unbearable in his heart, and thus become inferior. Inferiority is the negative emotion that an individual feels that he is inferior to others in some respects. Inferiority has a negative impact on people's thoughts and behaviors. It severely restricts people's spiritual life, and makes intelligence and creativity unable to function normally, and sometimes affects people's physical health. What parents have to do is to find the source of their children's lack of self-confidence. Only in this way can they formulate some educational policies for their children according to specific circumstances. The power of self-confidence. The Jewish educator Cheney once did such an experiment: treat an excellent class as a problem class, and treat a poor class as an excellent class. After a period of time, the scores on the two class tests were similar. The reason is that the students in the top class are doubted and their self-confidence is frustrated, which affects their academic performance. On the other hand, students and teachers in poor classes are encouraged and their enthusiasm is greatly increased. From this example, it can be concluded that self-confidence can fully mobilize people's potential, and persistent self-confidence can maintain various functions of people to the best state. If parents encourage their children to always face learning and life with such a positive attitude, their children will achieve immeasurable achievements. Many great people have this extraordinary self-confidence, and it is this self-confidence that supports them to actively cope with various challenges, never bow to any difficulties and failures, and keep moving forward until they achieve success. Self-confidence is the first element of success in life. Success has nothing to do with inferiority complex. It only favors confident people. Whether in intelligence, physical fitness, or in doing things, self-confidence plays a cornerstone role in the development of a child's life. Self-confidence can achieve a child's career in life, and to a certain extent, it is more important than intelligence and knowledge. As a parent of a child, you have to play a variety of roles in the growth process of your child. One of them is to be good at discovering the bright spots in your child, and strive to develop your child's potential, so that your child has "I am the best" feeling, in order to enhance the child's self-confidence. In many families, parents have to interfere a lot when their children go to school, find a job, or even get married and have children, and when they are young, they have to interfere greatly in terms of their children's health, hunger, and personal safety. Without their care, if this continues for a long time, the child's self-confidence will gradually disappear, and the character will become more cowardly. In the excessive protection of children, it seems to be to protect the child, but in fact it can only gradually lose the child's ability to survive. Self-confidence plays a pivotal role in the development of people's life. Without it, people's physical strength, ability, and even intelligence will lose the foundation on which to exist. Because people who lack self-confidence are not motivated to develop skills, they certainly won't achieve anything. Confidence is actually very simple, is to believe in yourself. No matter what a person does, if he does not have self-confidence, he will definitely achieve nothing. On the other hand, if a person is confident in himself, then no matter what he does, he will continue to do it until he succeeds. Make children confident. Most children have a common problem, that is, once he finds that he lacks a special talent, he does not want to work hard, thinking that it is useless. However, there are still many children who, under the encouragement of their parents, have achieved success even if they have no special talents. Why is this? The reason is that such children have higher self-confidence than ordinary children. With the encouragement of their parents, their confidence continues to grow, and they use this as a pillar to work hard and achieve success. The performer Muncie Red was born in a slum when he was a child. Almost everyone who saw him thought he would not make a difference in the future, but his mother did not see it that way. The mother often encouraged little Muncie Red to say, "Don't forget that you are a Jew, and every Jew must stand out." Later, in his recollection, Muncie Red said, "It was my mother's words that made me what I am today." The process of human growth is a process of continuous pursuit, and the pursuit will produce two results, achieved or not achieved. When a certain goal is not achieved, people's frustration will follow, and this frustration will become inferior when it develops in a negative direction. The same is true of children's learning. When children see that other students' grades are better than their own, sometimes they do not look for reasons for methods, diligence, etc., but simply self-denial. After self-denial, they will gradually become depressed. They often generate self-awareness based on local comparisons and believe that they are inherently inferior. In fact, many children with a sense of inferiority are not despicable. The goals and comparisons that children choose for themselves depend to a large extent on the environment they are in. If their parents are not very demanding of them, if it is too high for the child to accept, the child will not feel inferior. The harm of inferiority complex to children depends on the degree of their feelings. If they feel too strong, they will seriously lack self-confidence and give up their efforts. To a certain extent, the feeling will become a kind of motivation to stimulate them, prompting them to make up for their own deficiencies. Many people who have made great achievements in their careers often have defects that cause them to feel inferior. It is with the stimulation of this inferiority that they embark on the road of continuous struggle until they finally succeed. Therefore, the fundamental method is to reduce the child's inferiority complex to a certain extent, so that it can be transformed into a kind of behavioral compensation stimulus, so that the inferiority child can achieve something. Inferiority is an invisible killer that kills our talents. No matter who you are in front of, don't panic, be competent, and keep a certain distance and proper respect according to your identity and status. So, how to eliminate the child's low self-esteem? This requires parents to cultivate children's self-confidence. Self-confidence is a good medicine. It can overcome low self-esteem in one fell swoop. Compared with power, assets, knowledge, relatives, and friends, self-confidence is particularly important, and it can promote success. Everyone can achieve their own independent life, but in actual life, there are not many people who can achieve their own self-reliance and self-help life in the true sense. When a child's mind has the idea of dependence, the spirit of hard work will be lost. Only by letting children get rid of inferiority complex, have self-confidence, and be an independent person, can they succeed. Self-reliance and strong character are the keys to a child's door to success. A strong character is the key to career success and one of the indispensable conditions for career success. In order for children to make a difference in their careers in the future, they should first learn to live independently and independently from childhood, and not rely on their parents for everything. If children develop the habit of dependence, once they leave their parents and suffer a few setbacks, their confidence will be completely lost. Only by encouraging the child to get up after a fall can he cultivate his perseverance, let him taste the sweetness of success in the midst of his numerous failures, and make him feel that only self-confidence is his. A true spiritual pillar. Correctly deal with children's lying behavior. Jewish child psychologist Jess believes that when children are 2 to 3 years old, their cognitive and language abilities are immature, and they cannot see the direct relationship between their words and deeds. For them, behavior is far more important than language, and language is vague and has multiple meanings. Children around the age of 3 do not understand that lying is bad behavior. Experts believe that, in fact, children at this age or a little older are almost fanatical about lying. Why do children lie? It's because children at this age don't know what's wrong, but they know that their parents may be angry with their actions, and they lie to avoid possible punishment. Educators believe that after the age of 3 is the best time to cultivate children's integrity, and children around the age of 2 do not know the meaning of integrity, and as parents, it is impossible to be too demanding of children's integrity. After the child is 4 years old, parents should strive to cultivate the character of integrity in the child. Research shows that while most children grow up with a growing emotional intelligence, this is not the case with integrity, and children begin to lie for a variety of reasons. The Jewish educator Messiah said the situation was exacerbated when children lied about important issues, making it more difficult for parents to deal with them. Because lying breeds suspicion and destroys relationships between people. Lying is a sign of disrespect, and those who lie often end up being a lonely person who is ignored. While some lying is excusable, it can become a problem if a child develops the habit of lying, especially on major issues. According to a survey, children with a habit of lying often have antisocial behaviors, such as fraud, stealing, and other bad behaviors. Therefore, parents should pay attention to educating their children regardless of the purpose of their children's lying. Some parents panic when they find out that their child is lying, thinking that it is a precursor to the child's deterioration. In fact, it is not so serious. Parents shouldn't make a fuss or panic when they discover their child is lying for the first time. Don't nag in front of your child, and don't beat your child. Treating children with a simple and rude attitude will not only prevent the child from breaking the habit of lying, on the contrary, the child will continue to fabricate lies in order to escape punishment or out of fear. A 6-year-old boy played football in the open space in front of his house and accidentally smashed the glass window. When his father asked him about this, he replied, "A few older kids were playing here just now. They did it, and they slipped away quickly." He lied out of fear of punishment and shame. As a parent, the correct way is to be patient and educated, and be careful. First, find out why children lie, and on this basis carry out patient persuasion and education, so that children understand the benefits and interests. Let children realize the seriousness of the matter, and thus bravely admit their mistakes. Develop your child's brain. The human brain has 14 billion brain cells, only a few % of which are actually used by us. What would happen if the number of cells used in the human brain increased by 1%? Hard to imagine. Maybe it will bring huge room for development of human possibilities. We all know that the brain cells that are not used are helping the brain cells that are used, but why can't we actively use the brain cells that have not been used? Many people will ask such a question: does the child's brain have the capacity to keep learning? Will he have a nervous breakdown like an adult? Experts tell you that this is absolutely not the case. If the child does not like it, he will refuse to receive that kind of education. As long as the child is not bored, there is no need to worry. When cultivating children's attention, they should pay attention to developing the right brain of children, that is, cultivating children's perceptual cognition. The main function of the right brain is to grasp the whole of things, to perform spatial cognition and classification. Spatial cognition is the basic cognitive ability of human beings, while category distinction is mainly based on distinguishing human appearance. However, the left brain does not have that function. The main function of the left brain is to theoretically analyze and explain things. That's why educators say, if I had to say it, I wouldn't call the right brain the inferior brain. Just imagine, when a person comes into contact with elegant art and beautiful music, his brain will be excited, and he can truly feel the elegance of art and the beauty of music, which are all the right hemispheres play a role in. Therefore, many people refer to the right brain as the higher brain. Only when people understand the function of the right brain can they use it correctly. The good, accurate, and quick judgment of sports stars is related to the right brain, and intellectuals try to use the left brain to exercise, so they are not good at dancing and skating. A child's body and intelligence cannot be considered separately. Only when the morality, intelligence, and body develop in an all-round way can the human brain be fully developed. Emphasis on the development of the left brain is not a comprehensive development. Only by developing both the left and right brains of children is the most correct and comprehensive development direction. Get kids into the habit of reading. Today's children are all grown up with TV. TV not only brings rich knowledge to children, but also brings them happiness. Things that they can't touch in their daily life can be seen and learned on TV. They can learn about the customs, the fascinating space world, the wonderful animal world, and so on through TV. Television also taught children a rich vocabulary that increased their reading speed. While TV brings various benefits to children, there are also some disadvantages, mainly as follows. 1. If a child sits at home watching TV for a long time, his game activities will be relatively reduced, which prevents the child from gaining more beneficial experience from other activities. 2. When children watch TV, they usually keep silent. In addition, the TV image changes quickly, and children have no time to think, which will hinder their thinking ability for young children. 3. Staring at the TV for a long time will affect the child's eyesight, resulting in a decline in physical fitness. 4. The children who watch TV for a long time will have a sense of dependence on TV. When they don't watch TV, they feel that they have nothing to do. TV dominates his entire life. 5. Watching TV for too long will affect the child's sleep, and some even have nightmares. 6. Many children have the habit of eating snacks while watching TV. Unconsciously, they eat too much, which affects digestion and also leads to obesity. In response to this problem, Israeli psychology professor Koba Sabo once pointed out that parents should limit the time children watch TV. When children watch TV, they must reach an agreement with their children at the beginning and stipulate the content, time, and time of TV watching every day. Program. When a child is watching TV, parents should sit down and watch with him, and at the same time explain to him, when there is a program on the TV that is not suitable for the child to watch, they should quickly turn off the TV and explain to the child why they do it. In family education, the most ideal way is to lead the child from TV to reading. You can prepare some pictorial and villain books for the child at home to gradually divert his attention. We know that the real acquisition of knowledge by children starts from reading. Letting children develop the habit of reading will be of great help to their future development. it will be very beneficial for your child to subscribe to his own newspaper or publication. When a child has a newspaper that belongs to him, parents have to make a tabloid folder for the child and let them start collecting and keeping their own newspapers from an early age, so that the child will have a sense of accomplishment and be proud of it. Letting children develop the habit of reading at home is the best way for children to receive knowledge. On the issue of children's education, the amount of money spent is generally not proportional to the size of the effect. Smart parents, I believe you will take corresponding actions. Parents are natural teachers, and they have the greatest influence on children, especially young children. Let children do housework in all Jewish families. Parents attach great importance to the education of their children, educating children to love labor from an early age, and let them develop the quality of loving labor. In every ordinary Jewish family, each member had a certain amount of housework that had to be done. Housework is very beneficial to the work of the whole family. For example, making one's own bed, cleaning the room, taking out the trash in the waste paper basket, and weeding the lawn are all suitable labor for children, because these are things that children can do and have the responsibility to do. A housewife from Israel said about her children's education, "Although my child is only 4 years old, she is my best helper. When she saw me cleaning the room, she ran over to help me. When she took her to the supermarket, she would also take a basket and put it on the shelf. Picking up goods, shopping for the family, picking things up, it's like that. Why does my child have the ability to work at such a young age? Because I never worry or deny her ability, I have been encouraging her to work." Jewish families generally have more than 2 children, and their parents will assign them some housework. As parents, this is how they assign housework to their children. 1. Once a week, make a list of the chores your child has to do. Parents post the content of housework to be done, and assign a specific task to the child to do. Parents must grasp the amount of labor, and do not let children think that labor is a burden, because the ability of children is limited after all. 2. For families with 2 or more, it is best to let the children take turns to do housework. The purpose of this is to allow each child to participate in housework, so that they can all be interested in these jobs. 3. Determine the time limit and frequency of labor tasks for the child. If you want your child to make the bed before breakfast, it's a good idea to tell the child directly that if the trash needs to be taken out Tuesday and Friday, put this task on the list. 4th, after the child has finished the housework, the parent should check the child's completion. Children may not have much interest in what they do, but give them a sense of accomplishment in completing tasks. In the midst of housework, parents should let their children know that they do more work than the children do. In this way, the children can find out who does more housework and who is the hardest after comparison. In addition to telling them to do things, don't forget to praise the child. Compliments are a form of gratitude that inspires enthusiasm in children and motivates them to do more for their parents. In Jewish families, most children help their parents with the following household tasks. Children around the age of 5 will do 1 or 2 household chores. Younger children can help their parents to fold some envelopes and receive newspapers and letters. Older children will do more, helping parents install or repair old household items. When the child dismantles the old things one by one, he must memorize the structure and combination of each part, which is a challenge to the child's memory. Tidying up courtyards, gardens, tidying up rooms, and mending clothes are household chores that Jewish children often do. Jewish educators concluded that children who lack labor grow up to have the following bad behaviors. 1. Weak hands-on ability and low-handedness. 2. Strong dependence and lack of autonomy. 3rd, do not understand the difficulty of labor, do not understand the hard work of parents. 4. No empathy. Asking children to do some chores at home can help children learn to take responsibility for their own actions. Labor can relieve the tension of the child, but also enhance the child's sense of self-esteem and self-competence. More importantly, labor can make children understand their parents' hard work and appreciate their parents' efforts to create and maintain family harmony. Children become interested in labor when they are 5 or 6 years old, and some children naturally like to do housework. They may regard labor as a kind of game and obtain satisfaction in labor. As a parent, you should encourage your child's behavior in a timely manner so that the child feels that housework is regarded as a source of pride and realizes the child's love and responsibility for other family members. Education-related stories. Promise Fox is a well-known Jewish politician. His principle of life is honesty and trustworthiness. It is this personality quality that makes him win the respect of many people, and he has gradually become a head of state from an ordinary salesman. Once, when Fox was invited to speak at a university, a student asked him, "Politics has always been full of fraud. Have you ever lied in your political experience?" "I never lied in my political career," Fox said. As soon as the words fell, the college students started talking in a low voice below, and some even laughed softly, because every politician would say that. They always swear that they never lied. Fox was not angry. He told the students, "It may be difficult for me to prove that I am an honest person, boys, but you should believe that honesty still exists in this world. It is all around us all the time. I would like to say of the story, maybe you have heard it and forget it, but this story is very meaningful to me. One of my fathers was a farmer. One day, he felt that the pavilion at the back of the house was very dilapidated, so he invited some workers and asked them to tear it down. His son was very interested in demolishing the pavilion, but he had to leave for school immediately, so he said to his father, "Dad, can this pavilion be demolished when I come back from school vacation? I want to see how you demolish it. This pavilion." The father agreed, but after the child left, the workers quickly demolished the pavilion. After the child came back from vacation, he found that the old pavilion had disappeared. He said to his father gloomily, "Dad, you promised me that you would demolish the pavilion when I came back, but you didn't do it." The father looked at the child in amazement, and after a long time he said, "Son, father is wrong, I shouldn't lie to you." The father invited the workers back and asked them to build an old pavilion that was the same as the original one. After the pavilion was built, he called the child and said to the workers, "Please take it down now." Fox said, "I know the father, he is not rich, but he has fulfilled his promise in front of his children." The students asked, "Can you tell us the name of this father? We want to know him." "He is dead, but his son is alive," Fox said. "His son must be an honest man, so where is his son now?" Fox said calmly, "His son is standing here right now, that's me, Israeli President Fox." Then he added, "What I want to tell you is that I am willing to treat this country like my father, to everyone in this country. People." As soon as the words fell, there was a warm applause from the audience. The noblest thing. Long ago, King Rehoboam of Judea decided to choose one of his 3 sons to inherit his throne. One day, the king called his 3 sons to him and said, "I am old, and I want to find one of you 3 to inherit my throne, but all 3 of you have to go abroad for a year. When I come back in a year, tell me about the noblest things you have done during this time. Only the one who has truly done noble things will inherit my throne." A year later, the 3 sons returned to the king and told the king what they had gained outside the country during the year. The eldest son said first, "During my travels, I once met a stranger who trusted me very much and asked me to give his bag of gold coins to his son who lives in another town. When I traveled to that town, when I arrived, I gave the gold coins to his son intact." The king said, "You are doing the right thing, but it is not a noble thing, because honesty is your virtue." The second son continued, "When I traveled to a village, I happened to meet a group of robbers. I rushed to fight them, and finally drove them away, and protected the property of the villagers." The king said, "You have done a good job, but it is not a noble thing, because it is your duty to save people." The third son said hesitantly, "I have an enemy, and he always tries to frame me. Several times, I almost died at his hands. During my travels, one night I rode alone to the edge of a cliff. I found a person sleeping under a big tree, and when I got closer, I saw that it was my enemy. At that time, I just pushed him lightly, and he fell off the cliff and died. But I didn't do that. Instead, I woke him up and told him that he was sleeping in a very dangerous place. Later, when I got off my horse and was about to cross a river, a tiger suddenly sprang from the woods beside me, and when I was desperate, my enemy came from behind when I rushed over. He ended the tiger's life with one knife. I asked him why he wanted to save my life, and he said, "You saved me first, and your kindness dissolved my hatred." This is really nothing. Event. No, child, it is a noble and holy thing to be able to help one's enemies. The king said solemnly, "Come, child, you have done a noble thing, and will inherit my throne." Lie in 1848, in a quiet town in the United States, a piercing gunshot suddenly sounded. When the Jewish sheriff heard the gunshots, he hurried to the scene of the accident with his young assistant who had just entered the police station. On the floor of a bedroom, a young man was lying on it, blood-stained all over his body, his right hand was weakly released, the pistol fell on the ground beside him, and the handwriting of the suicide note beside him was messy. The girl he had long admired had married another boy a few days ago. The house was crowded with onlookers, and the 6 relatives of the deceased stood beside the deceased in silence, and the young police couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at them. He knew that their grief and despair were not only because of the loss of a loved one, but because they were Jewish. For a Jew, suicide is a sin before God, and his soul will be burned in hell. On the other hand, the inhabitants of the conservative town will regard their whole family as heretics. From now on, there will be no good women who will accept the rings and roses from the men of this family, and no good boys will date their girls. At this time, the sheriff who was standing by the side suddenly said to everyone, "This is a murder." He bent down and groped the deceased for a long time, then suddenly turned his head and asked in a dignified tone, "He has a lump on his body. Silver watch, have any of you seen it?" Everyone in town recognized the silver watch, the only token the young man could get from the woman. It is remembered that in crowded places, this young man would often take this watch out to check the time. In the sunlight, the silver pocket watch shone like a silver tender heart. Everyone present said that they had not seen the watch. The sheriff stood up solemnly, "If none of you see it, I think the murderer must have taken it. This is a typical murder for money." The relatives of the deceased burst into tears, the original sense of shame disappeared in an instant, and what remained was the grief of the loss of a loved one. People who had been standing around and watching from the sidelines also began to walk into them to express their condolences. The sheriff declared confidently, "Just find the silver watch and the murderer will be found." On the way back to the police station, the young assistant said to the sheriff, "You are amazing, you can judge that it was a murder case in such a short period of time. So now, where do we start looking for this watch?" The corner of his long mouth revealed an imperceptible smile, and he reached out and slowly took out a silver watch from his pocket. The young man couldn't help shouting, "Could it be?" The sheriff looked up at the distant scenery and remained silent. Then he must have committed suicide. "Why do you insist on murder?" asked the young assistant. "I put it this way. His relatives don't have to worry about his soul's yearning, and after grief, they don't have to carry any burdens and can start a clean life like any Jew. But you lied, you know, lying is also against the 10 Commandments." The sheriff's expression became serious, he stared at his assistant and said word by word, "Young man, please believe me, the lives of 6 people are 100 times more important than Moses. And a lie told because of kindness, I'm afraid God will pretend not to hear." It was the first case the young police officer encountered, and he learned a lot from it that couldn't be learned in books. Escape experiment. Not long ago, an American conducted an experiment in Israel. He randomly found 3 children in a local elementary school, a 6-year-old girl, an 8-year-old boy and a 10-year-old girl. The Americans took out a glass bottle with a small mouth and a large belly. The 3 small balls that just passed the bottle were lying on the bottom of the bottle, and each ball was tied with a silk rope. "Now let's play a game, and I want to see how you guys do in the game," he said to the 3 children. He announced the rules of the game. The bottle represents a dry well, and the 3 balls represent the 3 of you. You are playing in the well. Suddenly, water comes out of the dry well. The water is rising at a very fast speed. You must escape from the well as soon as possible. Remember, you only have 7 seconds, and whoever doesn't escape within the allotted time will drown in the well. When the kids are ready, the Americans declare the game on. I saw that the girl of about 6 years old quickly pulled her ball out of the bottle, Next was the 8-year-old boy, who first glanced at the girl who was older than him, and then quickly pulled his ball out of the bottle. Mouth, finally the 10-year-old girl, calm and light. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. The American was very surprised by this. He first asked the little boy, "Why don't you run for your life first?" The little boy pointed at the youngest girl and said, "She is the youngest, I should let her." He asked the 10-year-old girl again, and the girl said, "I am the oldest of the 3, so I should leave last." "Then you're not afraid of drowning yourself?" the American asked again. "As long as my brother and sister are out safely, I have no regrets in drowning," the girl replied. American's eyes were wet. He has tried this game in many countries, and almost no country's children can complete it like this. They scrambled for each other, and today in Israel, a few kids have done it brilliantly. Maternal love in Glasgow, Scotland. A little Jewish girl leaves home, determined to be a world celebrity, because she is tired of the boring family life and the control of her parents. However, things were not as easy as he imagined. Whenever she hoped for a job, she was ruthlessly rejected. She could only go to the streets and live a life of begging. Years passed, her father died and her mother grew old, and her condition had not changed at all. During this period, the daughter never contacted her mother. But when the mother heard about her daughter's whereabouts, she went to great lengths to search every block and every street in the city. Every time she went to a shelter, she stopped and begged, "Please let me post this picture here, okay?" It was a white-haired, smiling mother with a line below it. Handwritten words, "I still love you, go home." A few months later, the girl still hasn't changed. One day, she lazily walked into a shelter, where a free lunch was waiting for her. She stood in line, absent-minded, her eyes darting aimlessly from the notice board. Suddenly, a familiar face came into her eyes. "Will that be my mother?" She squeezed out of the crowd and stepped forward to watch. Good. That is her mother, and there are lines below, "I still love you, go home." She stood in front of the painting, sobbing, "After so many years, my mother still thinks of me. Is this true?" By this time, it was getting dark, but she ran home desperately. When she got home, it was already early morning. The daughter stood at the door, hesitating, should she enter or not? Finally, she knocked on the door. Strange. The door opened by itself. Why didn't it lock? Not good. There's a thief in the house. Concerned about her mother's safety, she quickly rushed into the bedroom, only to find that her mother was sleeping peacefully. She shook her mother awake and shouted, "Mom, your daughter is back." When the mother saw her daughter, who had been longing for so long, standing in front of her at this moment, she burst into tears of excitement. The mother and son hugged tightly, and the daughter asked, "Why don't you lock the door?" "I thought a thief broke in." The mother said softly, "This door has never been locked since you left the house." Turk. Once upon a time there was a king whose son thought he was a Turk and should squat under the dining table to pick up the leftovers to eat. The king was very anxious, and all the doctors in the country were still to no avail. One day, a wise man came to the palace to meet the king and asked to help the child. The man was stripped naked like the king's son, and the two of them crouched together under the dining table. When the boy asked him why he did that, the wise man replied, "Because I am a Turk." "I am also a Turk," said the king's son. After a few days, the two became acquainted. One day, a wise man had a few shirts thrown down. "Do you think Turks don't wear shirts?" he asked the boy. "Of course not, with shirts on, he's still a Turk." A few days later, the wise man had some trousers thrown down. "Do you think Turks don't wear trousers?" he asked the boy. "Of course not. With trousers on, he's still a Turk." Both were wearing pants. The wise man kept both of them neatly dressed. Then he asked to put some food on the table. "Do you think," he asked the boy, "that Turks don't eat good food?" "Of course not, Turks eat good food too." So they eat together. Finally, the wise man said, "Do you think sitting under the table all day is a Turk?" "No, sitting at the table and still being a Turk, you know it's entirely possible." Desire in ancient Jerusalem, there were elves who worked as servants, doing housework, cleaning houses, and sometimes overseeing gardens. Among them is a genie who manages the garden of a well-off family. It loves its owner, especially the garden, and works very seriously, trying to do the best, and the owner is very satisfied with it. Although, like its companions, it is very light in nature and can go anywhere at any time, it always lives with the owner, which shows that it is a faithful servant. But the terrible thing is that other elves slandered it in every possible way, so that the leader of the elves quickly ordered that it be transferred to a faraway place to take care of a big dilapidated house. Before leaving, the elf said to his master, "I don't know what mistakes I made, others forced me to leave you. I won't be here for too long, please seize the opportunity to say 3 wishes, it will definitely satisfy you, but it can only be 3, no more." The host and his wife discussed it, and then they said their first wish, to have a lot of wealth. Sure enough, immediately there were piles of money filling their chests and chests, big and small, the cellars full of wine, the warehouses full of wheat, and everything full. But what about these possessions? To manage it? Both of them felt very embarrassed. The king was coming to collect taxes, the Maharaja was going to borrow money, and the thieves were going to plot against them. The poor couple was very troubled by this. "Come and help us get rid of these troubles caused by money," pleaded the two of them. "How happy are the poor who live freely without these troubles? Poverty far outweighs wealth. Goddess of poverty, come back. And wealth, go away." After saying these words, all was gone, and they were the same again. They regained their peace and quiet, and the elves laughed with them because of their enlightenment. At last, they asked the elves to grant them wisdom. They understand that this is an eternal treasure that will never cause trouble. Nailing and pulling nails, there was a Jewish boy who had a bad temper. His father gave him a bag of nails and told him that every time he lost his temper or had a fight with someone, he would nail one to the deadwood next to the house. On the first day, the boy drove 37 nails. In the next few days, he learned to control his temper, and the number of nails was less and less every day. He found that it was actually easier to control his temper than nail it. Finally, one day, he stopped putting nails on deadwood, and he happily told his father about it. Dad said, "From now on, if you don't lose your temper for a day, you can pull a nail out that day." Days passed, and finally the boy pulled out all the nails. Dad took him to the edge of the deadwood and said to him, "Son, you're doing well, but look at the holes you've nailed in, they're never going to come back. It's like you quarrel with a man, you scolded him with ugly words, and you left a wound in his heart, just like this nail hole." Jesus and the gatekeeper on the cross of a church, there is a crucifixion of Jesus, the size of which is similar to that of ordinary people. Because there are requests, there are many people who come to pray and worship. There was a Jew in the church who was guarding the door. Seeing that Jesus on the cross had to meet the demands of so many people every day, he felt unbearable. He hoped to share the hardship for Jesus. Once, while he was praying, he showed his heart to Jesus. Unexpectedly, he heard a voice saying, "Okay, come up and be crucified, and I'll come down and watch the door for you. But no matter what you hear or see, don't say a word. Look." The disciple felt that this request was not difficult, and immediately agreed. So Jesus came down, the Jew went up, and was nailed to the cross, and the Jew, in accordance with the previous agreement, remained silent and listened to the voices of the people. There is an endless stream of people coming and going, and their prayers are all kinds of strange, some reasonable and some unreasonable. But no matter what people prayed for, he refrained from speaking. One day a rich businessman came, and after praying, the rich businessman left in a hurry, leaving a bag here. Seeing it, he really wanted to call the rich businessman back, but he held back. Then a poor man came, and he prayed that Jesus would help him through the difficulties of his life. When he was about to leave, he found the bag left by the wealthy businessman earlier. When he opened it, it was full of money. The poor man jumped for joy. After thousands of thanks, the poor man left with excitement. Jesus in disguise on the cross looked at it and wanted to tell him that it was not yours. However, due to an agreement in advance, he still held back and did not say anything. Not long after, another young man who was about to go out to sea came. He asked Jesus to bless him on this trip. Just as he was about to leave, the wealthy businessman rushed in, grabbed the young man's shirt, and asked the young man to pay back the money. At this time, Jesus on the cross finally couldn't help it, and he opened his mouth and told them the truth. Now that it was clear, the rich merchant went to the poor man who had picked up his money, while the young man hurried to the pier, fearing that he would not be able to board the boat if it was too late. The real Jesus appeared, pointed to the man on the cross and said, "You are no longer qualified to be on it. Come down quickly." The janitor said, "I told the truth of the matter and held justice, isn't it right?" Jesus said, "What do you know? That rich businessman has money, and his bag of money is only used to go to prostitutes, but to the poor, it can help his family get through the difficulties of life. The most pitiful is the young man, if the rich businessman has been entangled, delaying his time to go to sea, and he can save a life, and now, the ship he is on is sinking into the sea. Give flowers to the living." In a certain cemetery in Jerusalem, there was a gentle Jewish gravekeeper. For a long time, the gravekeeper received weekly letters from an unknown woman with money attached to the letter, asking him to weekly put a bunch of flowers in his son's graveyard. Finally one day, they meet. That day, a small car pulled up and parked at the gate of the cemetery. The driver hurried to the gravekeeper's hut and said, "Mrs. is in the car at the gate. She is very ill and has some inconvenience. Please go." The tomb guard followed the driver to the car and saw an elderly woman sitting in the car. His expression was somewhat noble, but his eyes were dull and morbid. "She is holding a large bouquet of flowers. I'm Mrs. Adam," she said. "I've been sending you money every week for the past few years, asking you to buy flowers for me. Buy flowers for your son." The gravekeeper replied, "Yes, for my son. I didn't forget to put flowers once, ma'am. The doctor said I wouldn't live long, so I came here in person today to take another look at my son and put some flowers with my own hands." Mrs. Adam said gently. The tombkeeper smiled bitterly and said, "Madam, I always feel a pity that you sent money to buy flowers in recent years. The flowers are left there, no one smells, no one sees them, and they dry up quickly. What a pity." "You really think so?" "Don't be surprised, ma'am, I do think so. I have been to the hospital orphanage and found that the people there like flowers very much. They like to see flowers, they like to smell them. There are all living people. Which one is alive in the tomb here?" The old woman was silent. She just sat for a while, prayed silently for a while, and left without leaving a message. The tombkeeper regretted saying that, and he thought the old woman must be angry. But a few months later, the old woman suddenly came to visit again, and the tomb guard was stunned. This time she drove by herself. She smiled kindly at the tombkeeper. "After I went back last time, I calmed down and thought about it, and I thought what you said was very reasonable, so I bought some flowers for the people there, and they saw the flowers. I'm so happy, it makes me so happy. I'm getting better, and the doctor doesn't understand what's going on, but I understand it myself, and I think there's still some use in being alive." Person to person, Lloyd is a famous movie star. One day, he drove his car to the maintenance station, and a female worker greeted him. Her skillful, dexterous hands, and her handsome face attracted him all at once. The whole of Paris knew him, and it was strange that the girl did not show unusual excitement when she saw him. He couldn't help asking, "Do you like watching movies?" "Of course I do, I'm a fan." She had quick hands and feet and quickly repaired the car. "Sir, the car has been repaired, you can drive away." "Miss, I'd like to invite you out for a drive, okay?" he asked. "I'm sorry, sir, but I still have work." "It's also your job. You fixed my car. You'd better check it yourself." "If that's the case, well, is it you or me?" "I invited you to come, of course I will." The car drove fine. "There seems to be no problem, please let me get off the bus." "Why, you're in such a hurry to leave and don't want to stay with me for a while." "I'll ask you again, do you like watching movies?" "I answered this question just now, I like it, and I am a fan." Then do you know me? Of course I do. As soon as you came I saw that you were the contemporary actor Alex Lloyd. If that's the case, why are you so cold after seeing me? No. You are wrong, I am not cold, I am not as crazy as some girls. You are a famous movie star, you have your achievements, I have my job. You come to repair the car as my customer, not because of you, you are a star, and I take special care of you. If an ordinary person comes here to fix a car, I will treat him the same. I think this is how people should be. He was silent, how shallow he felt in front of this ordinary female worker. Thank you, miss. You've made me understand a lot of things. Well, let me take you back now. Bullets fired by comrades during World War II, two soldiers were separated from their troops in a fierce battle, both from the same town. The two trudged through the forest, killing a deer and struggling to get by on venison. For a few days they found no other food, and only a little venison was left on the back of the young warrior. At this time, unfortunately, they encountered the enemy again. After a fierce battle, they skillfully avoided the enemy. Just when they thought they were safe, they only heard a gunshot, and the young soldier walking in front was shot, fortunately not hurt. The soldier in the back ran over in panic and hugged the body of his comrade in tears. He tore off his shirt and bandaged the wound of his comrade in arms. At night, they were so hungry that they thought they could not endure it, but no one touched the remaining venison. Finally, there is no way out, and the troops found them the next day. In fact, the wounded soldier knew that it was his comrade who shot him, because when the comrade was holding him, he touched the hot barrel of the comrade in arms. He knew that his comrade in arms wanted to survive for the sake of his mother, and wanted to eat the rest of the venison, so he tolerated him. When they returned to their hometown, the mother of the comrade in arms still did not wait for his comrade in arms to return, and they went to pay homage to the old man together. That day, the comrade in arms knelt down and begged him to forgive himself, but he did not let the comrade in arms continue. He was forgiving of his comrades. Different divisions of apples. In order to study the influence of mothers on people's life, a famous Jewish psychologist in the United States selected 50 people with criminal records in the United States, and also selected 50 successful people who have achieved outstanding achievements in their respective industries. Write to them and ask them to talk about the influence of their mothers on them. What left a deep impression on him were two of the replies. One from a prisoner serving a sentence, one from a famous person in the White House. They were talking about the apples their mother gave them when they were children. The inmate from the prison wrote in the letter, "I remember when I was a child, my mother once bought several red apples of different sizes from the market. I was sharp-eyed and quickly noticed that one of them was big and red and wanted to get it right away. At this time, my mother put the apple on the table and asked my brother and I, 'Which one do you want?' I was just about to say what I thought, when my brother said what I wanted to say first, 'I want the biggest and most popular.' His mother listened, glared at him, and scolded him, saying, 'A good boy can't always think about himself, he must learn to give good things to others.' So, I had an idea and changed my mind and said, 'Mom, leave the big apple to your brother, I want the smallest one.' When my mother heard it, she was very happy, praised me for being a good boy, and rewarded me with the big red apple. I finally got the apple one wanted, and since then, I have learned to lie. After that, I learned to fight, steal, and rob again. In order to get what I wanted, I exhausted all means. Until now, I am in jail." The famous person from the White House wrote this, "When I was a child, one day my mother bought back several red apples of different sizes. My brothers and I were all vying for the bigger one, and my mom picked up the biggest apple and said to us, 'Look, this apple is the biggest, reddest, and most delicious, you all want it, right? But it's not about getting it. It's so easy, now, let's have a competition. I will divide the lawn in front of the door into 3 pieces, all 3 of you will be responsible for trimming them, and whoever does it the fastest and best will own this apple.' The 3 of us competed to cut the grass, and as a result, I won, and of course I got the biggest and reddest apple. I am very grateful to my mother, she made me understand the simplest and most important truth, only by striving to win the first, can you get the best things. She has always taught us this way, and has done the same. In our house, you want to win through competition. It's fair, what you want and how much you want. You have to pay a certain amount of effort and price for it. Dignity. In a cold winter of 1914, a group of refugees came to the small town of Walsen, California, USA. The long-distance toss and turns made each of them feel weak and powerless. The simple and kind-hearted Walsens were busy cooking and entertained the group of exiles kindly. The mayor, Uncle Jackson, delivered porridge to batch after batch of exiles. When these people received the food, they all devoured it. It was too late to say a word of thanks. It was obvious that they had not eaten such good food for many days. Except for one young man. When Jackson brought the food to him, the hungry, scrawny young man asked, "Sir, before I eat your food, I want to help you with some work." Uncle Jackson thought, giving an exile food, every good man would do. So he said, "No, I'm done with my work here." The young man's eyes suddenly dimmed. He looked at the food in Jackson's hand and said, "Sir, then I can't eat your food casually. I can't get these things without labor." Jackson thought. After thinking about it, he said, "I almost forgot, my family does have some work that needs your help. You should eat these things first, so that you can have the strength to work." "No, I'll do my work now, and I'll eat these things when I'm done with your work." The young man stood up. Jackson looked at the young man with admiration on his face. But he knew that the young man had been hungry for 2 days, and he had been running all the way, and it was impossible to have the strength to work, but if he didn't do some work for him, he would not eat these things. Uncle Jackson pondered for a moment and said, "Well, lad, thump your back for me." The young man thumped his back very seriously. After pounding for a while, Jackson stood up and said, "Okay, boy, you pounded really well." Then he handed the food to the young man. Then he devoured it. Uncle Jackson looked at the young man with a smile and said, "Young man, my manner is not enough right now. I want you to come and help me. I don't know if you are willing." The young man stayed, and he helped Uncle Jackson take care of the manor very seriously, and soon became a good hand. 2 years later, Jackson betrothed his daughter Margaret to him, and said to her daughter, "Don't look at him with nothing now, but he will definitely be rich in the future because he has dignity." As expected, more than 20 years later, that young man really became a billionaire, and he was Jewish Hamer, the famous American oil king. Child's transformation. A hopeless child was taken to a psychiatric clinic by his father after he was told nothing by his father. When asked by a psychiatrist, the child is always silent, and no amount of inducement will work. In a hurry, the psychiatrist has no way to start. Later, from the nagging of the child's father, the psychiatrist found clues for healing. At that time, his father kept saying, "Well, I don't think there is any hope for this child, because he has no advantages at all." The psychiatrist believes that it is impossible for a child to have no strengths. Only by finding his strengths can he be better helped. In the conversation with the father of the child, the psychiatrist learned an important situation, that is, his family was often scratched by the child with a knife, and because of the knife marks everywhere, he was often punished. The psychiatrist understands the child's hobby is sculpting, and of course this is the child's strength. The next day, the psychiatrist bought him a set of carving tools and gave him a piece of high-quality wood, and then taught him the correct carving method, and kept encouraging him, "You are a smart child with great talent. Gal, among all the children I know, you are the best sculptor, and you will definitely become an amazing artist in the future." At that time, the child's eyes were wet. Since then, they have been in frequent contact. During the contact, the psychiatrist gradually discovered some other advantages of the child. Of course, he praised these advantages to a certain extent. One day, the child took the initiative to clean the room without being told by others. The family was very surprised by his actions. "Son, you behaved well today. Why do you think of doing this?" the psychiatrist asked. "I want to make the teacher happy," replied the child. In the end, the child has been completely changed, become healthy, lively, and cheerful. 10 years later, that kid became a famous artist. He was the famous Jewish artist Bernstein. Envy. A long time ago, next to Joseph's domain, there was a king who kept a herd of elephants. In this group of elephants, there is an elephant with a white body and soft and smooth hair, which is very attractive. Later, the king entrusted the elephant to the care of a mahout. In addition to taking care of its daily life, the elephant trainer is also responsible for training it. This white elephant is very smart and can quickly grasp the intentions of people. It didn't take long for them to establish a good tacit understanding. Once, the country held a big celebration, and the king decided to ride a white elephant to watch the ceremony. After the elephant trainer learned about it, he decorated the white elephant and finally put a white blanket on its back before handing it over to the king. The king, accompanied by some officials, rode a white elephant into the city to watch the celebration. The dressed-up white elephant was particularly eye-catching, and the people couldn't help crowding around, praising its beauty and shouting, "Elephant King! Elephant King!" At this time, the king riding on the back of the elephant thought the white elephant robbed him of all his brilliance, and felt very uncomfortable in his heart, and jealousy arose spontaneously. After a quick circle, he returned to the palace displeased. As soon as he entered the palace, he asked the elephant trainer, "This white elephant gives people a very unusual feeling. Can you make it perform a stunt?" The elephant trainer asked the king, "Can you tell me what it is?" The king said, "I want it to perform on the cliff. Can it be done?" The mahout replied, "It can be done." The next day, the mahout took the white elephant to the cliff designated by the king. The king said, "Can this white elephant stand on the edge of a cliff with 3 feet?" The mahout said, "What's so difficult?" He got on the back of the elephant and said to the white elephant, "Come, use 3 stand on your feet." The white elephant followed his wishes and stood on the edge of the cliff with 3 feet. The king said again, "Can you stand on 2 feet?" "Yes." The elephant trainer told it to fold its feet, and the white elephant obeyed obediently. Then the king said, "And what about standing on 1 foot?" When the elephant trainer heard this, he immediately understood the king's intention. He wanted to kill the white elephant. So he said to White Elephant, "You have to be careful this time, shrink 3 feet and stand on 1 foot." White Elephant followed suit carefully, and this time it succeeded again. The onlookers watched and enthusiastically applauded and cheered for the white elephant. The more the king looked at it, the more unbalanced his heart became, and he said to the elephant trainer, "Can it be allowed to fold its 4 legs and hang its whole body in the air?" At this time, the elephant trainer whispered to the white elephant, "Now our situation is very dangerous. The king wants to put you to death. Why don't you fly to the opposite cliff?" It really flew in the air, carrying the elephant trainer over the cliff and arriving at Joseph's territory. When the people in Joseph's domain saw the white elephant flying, the whole city cheered. Joseph happily asked the mahout, "Where are you from? Why did you come to my country on a white elephant?" The mahout told the details of the incident. After hearing this, Joseph sighed, "Why is a man so small? He would be jealous of an elephant." Smart boy. Freddie is 16 years old. When the summer vacation was approaching, he said to his father, "Dad, I'm looking for a job this summer, because I don't want to ask you for money." The father was very surprised when he heard this, but he was very happy that his son could say that. "Okay, Freddie, I'll try to find a job for you, but I'm afraid it won't be easy, because there are so many people looking for a job." "You misunderstood. I'm not asking you to find me a job. I want to find it myself. Also, please don't be so negative. Although there are more job seekers now, I can still find a job. After all, some people always work can be found." "Who are some of the people you're talking about?" the father asked suspiciously. "Those who use their brains," replied the son. Freddie landed a job that suited his expertise on a newspaper job ad that said job seekers were to arrive at a place on 42nd Street at 8 a.m. the next morning. Freddie didn't wait until 8 o'clock, but got there at 7:45. But he saw that 20 boys were already there, and he was only 21st in the team. How to do it? As things stand now, it's more difficult than heaven for him to get the job. Did you admit defeat? The answer is definitely no. According to Freddie, brainstorming was the only thing he could do. Freddie thought about it for a while and finally came up with a solution. He took out a piece of paper, wrote something on it, folded it neatly, walked to the secretary, and said respectfully to her, "Miss, this note is very important. Can you help me pass it on to you?" "Boss?" She's a veteran, and if he were an ordinary boy, she might persuade him to be patient in his place. But he is not an ordinary boy. From him, she can see his competence. She took the note. "Okay," she said. "Let me see this note." She couldn't help but smile. She stood up immediately, walked into the boss's office, and put the note on the boss's desk. The boss laughed out loud when he saw it, because the note read, "Sir, I'm number 21 in the team. Please don't make a decision until you see me." In the end, he was hired as a matter of course, because he learned to use his brains early on. Last exam, last day of Yale graduation exams. On the steps in front of a school building, a group of seniors huddled together, discussing exams that would begin in a few minutes. From the looks on their faces, they were all confident. This is the final exam, followed by graduation and job hunting. Several said they had already found work. Others were discussing the jobs they wanted. With the affirmation of the 4-year college education, they feel that they are psychologically prepared to conquer the outside world. The person in charge of the examination was Levi Strauss, a famous Jewish scholar. Strauss allowed them to bring the required textbooks, reference books, and notes, but only asked not to talk to each other during the test, so they thought the test was very easy. The students walked into the classroom unhurriedly. Strauss handed out the paper, and the students laughed, seeing that there were only 5 essay questions on the paper. 3 hours passed, and the professor began to collect the examination papers. Frightening expressions appeared on the faces of the students, and they no longer had the confidence they had at the beginning. The classroom was very quiet. With the exam paper in his hand, the professor faced the whole class, looked at their worried faces, and asked, "How many people have answered all the 5 questions on the exam paper?" No one raised their hands. "So, who has answered 4 questions?" Still no one raised their hands. 3, 2. The students started to get a little nervous. "Then what about 1? Someone should have finished it, right?" The whole class remained silent. The professor put down his exam paper and said, "This is exactly what I expected. I just want you to understand that although you have completed 4 years of engineering education, there are still many questions about engineering that you do not know. These are questions that you cannot answer, will be very common in day-to-day operations in the future." The professor continued with a smile, "You will all pass the subject, but remember, although you are both Yale graduates and you will all leave campus, your education doesn't end there, it just begins." The Talmud, Part 1, Christmas Presents. Susie accompanies you to read. This Christmas, Paul received a special Christmas present from his brother, a new car. The day before Christmas, when Paul came out of his office, he saw a boy on the street walking up and down his shiny new car, touching it with envy on his face. Paul carefully looked at the little boy in front of him. Judging from his clothes, it was obvious that his family did not belong to his class. At this moment, the little boy raised his head. Asked, "Sir, is this your car?" "Yeah, a Christmas present from my brother," Paul said. The little boy's eyes widened. "You mean, this is given to you by your brother, and you don't have to spend a penny?" Paul nodded. "Wow. I hope." Paul thought he knew what the little boy wanted to have an older brother like that. But to his surprise, what the little boy said was, "I hope I can be such a brother too." Paul was moved by the little boy's words and couldn't help saying, "I want to take you for a ride in a new car, would you like to?" The little boy happily agreed. After walking around for a while, the little boy turned to Paul and said, "Sir, I want to trouble you again. Can you drive the car in front of my house?" Paul smiled slightly. He understood the little boy's idea, and he sat in a big and beautiful car. What a majestic thing it is to drive home. But he was wrong again. "Can you wait for me here?" "Excuse me." The little boy jumped out of the car, ran up the steps in 3 steps, and entered the house. After a while, he brought out a little boy, who was obviously his brother. Limping on one foot due to polio. He placed his brother on the steps below, sat next to each other, then pointed to Paul's car and said, "Look, isn't this beautiful car? It's a Christmas present from his brother. He didn't spend any money. A penny. One day I'm going to give you a car like this too, so you can see all those nice Christmas presents in the window that I've been telling you about." Paul's eyes were wet. He got out of the car and carried his mother to the front seat of the car. His brother's eyes flashed with joy, and he also climbed up. So Paul drove the brothers on an unforgettable holiday trip. This Christmas, Paul learned a truth: giving is truly happier than receiving. The influence of mentality on action. Freud was a famous psychologist and founder of the psychoanalytic school. Several students have asked him for advice. What kind of influence does mentality have on a person? He smiled slightly, and without saying a word, led them into a dark room. Under his guidance, the students quickly passed through the dark room. Then, Floyd turned on a lamp in the room. Under the dim yellow light, the students could see the layout of the room clearly, and they couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the ground of this house was a very deep and large pool, in which all kinds of poisonous snakes were kept, including 3 cobras and a python. Above the snake pond, there was a very narrow wooden bridge, from which they walked just now. Floyd looked at them and asked, "Now, who would dare to cross this bridge again? Everyone look at me, I look at you, and don't say anything." After a while, 3 students finally stood up from the crowd. After one of the students went up, he moved his feet very cautiously, step by step more carefully, and the speed was extremely slow. The other student stepped on the wooden bridge, his body trembling involuntarily, and only halfway there, he could no longer take a step. The 3rd student simply lay on the bridge and slowly climbed over. Crack, Floyd turned on several other lights in the room, and the whole room was illuminated by strong lights as if it were daytime. The students rubbed their eyes and looked carefully, only to find that there was a safety net installed under the small wooden bridge. Floyd asked loudly, "Who among you would like to cross this little bridge now?" The students were silent. "Are you still afraid?" Freud asked. "Is the quality of this safety net reliable?" the students asked with lingering fears. Freud smiled. "Now I can answer your questions. This bridge was not difficult to walk. But when you found a poisonous snake under the bridge, you felt a sense of fear in your heart, so you lost a calm state of mind, confusion, panic, and various degrees of timidity. Of course, mentality has an impact on behavior." Last words. A wandering Jewish artist, although only in his 40s, was as thin as a wood and described as withered. The doctor diagnosed him with advanced liver cancer. Before he died, he called his 16-year-old son to him and instructed, "You must study hard, don't be like me when I'm young and don't work hard, and I'm not successful when I'm old. When I was young, I liked to fight hard, smoked and drank everything, and got terminal illness when I was in my prime. You have to keep it in your heart and don't go my old way again. If you haven't read many books and don't know much, naturally you won't have many great truths to teach you. But you have to remember to pass on the saying, you don't work hard when you are young, you can't achieve when you are old. After he finished speaking, he swallowed his last breath, but his 16-year-old son stood beside him ignorantly. When he grew up, his son still made troubles in restaurants and casinos. Once, he had a conflict with a customer while drinking in a pub. He was arrested and jailed because he shot too much and caused a fatal accident. After he was released from prison, he found that he could no longer follow the old ways. He wanted to find a proper job, but he had no technical expertise, so he had to make up his mind to go back to the countryside and make a living by doing some handyman. Although he was getting older and gradually realized what his father explained before his death, it was already too late. As he grows older, his physical strength is getting worse day by day. Facing a home that cannot be supported, he has infinite repentance and sadness in his heart. One night, for a drink, he called his 16-year-old son to him. Looking at the son in front of him, he was stunned. "Isn't this the 16-year-old me back then?" Recalling the situation back then, I muttered to myself with some remorse. Why didn't I take my father's words seriously? As he spoke, tears could not help pouring out, and the son stood in front of him, comforting, sensible. "Dad, you're drunk. I'll help you go in and rest." "I'm not drunk. I'm going to tell you what your grandfather told me. You have to keep it in mind." "Dad, what are you talking about?" "Back then, when your grandfather was dying, he explained to me that you can't work hard when you're young, you can't achieve when you're old. Everyone knows that, doesn't it?" "Yeah. However, not everyone can listen to it and understand it. If you don't work hard and don't study when you are young, you will be as useless as me when you are old. I hope you can listen to this sentence and be a good person. In the future, children and grandchildren can become talents, so there is no need to explain this sentence as a last word." The Talmud, Part 1, A Lion Made of Butter. Susie accompanies you to read. One day, a grand banquet was about to be held at the mansion of Signor Faliero, and the host invited many famous people. On the eve of the banquet, the dessert maker in charge of the table setting sent someone to say that the large dessert ornament he had designed to be placed on the table was accidentally damaged. After hearing this, the butler was as anxious as a hot pot. On the ant. At this time, a servant working in the kitchen walked up to the butler and said timidly, "If you can let me try it, I think I can make another one to replace it." "You? Who are you to say such big things?" The housekeeper looked at him in surprise. "I'm Antonio Canova, the grandson of the sculptor Pisano," replied the pale child. "Little guy, can you really do it?" the butler asked suspiciously. "If you allow me to give it a try, I think I can do it well," Canova replied confidently. The housekeeper had no choice but to agree to let Canova try. He stared at the child closely, watching his every move, to see what he was going to do. Canova hastily asked for some butter. With little effort, he turned the humble butter into a squatting giant lion. The butler looked at the masterpiece in front of him, surprised and delighted, and hurriedly sent someone to put the butter-shaped lion on the table. The dinner has begun. The guests were led into the restaurant one after another. Among these guests were noble princes, arrogant royal aristocrats, famous industrialists, and discerning professional art critics. But when the guests saw the butter lion on the table, they couldn't help but complimented it, and they all thought it was a work of genius. Their eyes were attracted by the lion in front of them, and they refused to leave for a long time. As a result, the banquet turned into an appreciation of butter lions. In the process of admiring, the guests kept asking Signor Faliero who this outstanding sculptor was. Ferrero was also stunned. He immediately called the housekeeper to come and question him, so the housekeeper brought Canova to the front of the guests. When these distinguished guests learned that the exquisite butter lion in front of them turned out to be the work of this child hastily, they were very surprised. They looked at this genius child and couldn't help but praise him. The wealthy owner immediately announced that he would pay for the best teacher for the child, so that his talent could be brought into full play. Signor Ferrero did not break his promise, but Canova was not carried away by the favor in front of him. He was still a simple, eager, and honest child. He worked tirelessly to become one of the greatest sculptors in the world. Climber and God, there is a mountaineer who wants to climb the highest peak in the world. After a period of careful preparation, he began his journey. It didn't take long for him to come to the front of a mountain. It was almost dusk at this time. He did not prepare a tent for camping, but chose a suitable place to climb up. It soon got dark and the climber couldn't see anything. It was pitch black everywhere. Even so, the climber did not stop climbing. Just a few meters away from the top of the mountain, he slipped and fell down at great speed. At this moment, he felt extremely terrified. He only felt that death was approaching him step by step. Suddenly, he felt the rope tied around his waist, pulling him heavily. He was hanged in the air, and the fear in his heart suddenly felt lighten up a bit. Fortunately, the rope saved me from falling to my death right away. However, he soon fell into extreme panic again. It's so dark around, no one will come to save me. If I hang here all the time, even if I don't fall to death, I'll die of cold. In this situation where he can't reach the sky or the ground, and there is no way for him to ask for help, he has no choice but to cry out loudly, "Save me, God." Suddenly, a deep voice came from the sky. "What do you want me to do?" "God. Help me. Do you really believe that I can save you?" "Of course I believe it." "Then cut the rope around your waist." The climber was very surprised. "Well, if I cut the rope, I will fall and die." He decided to continue to grab the life-saving rope with all his strength. The next day, search and rescue teams found his frozen body, which was hanging from a rope. His hands were also tightly gripping the rope, just 1 meter above the ground. The Talmud Part 1, The Lily of God. Susie accompanies you to read. After God created the heaven and earth in 6 days, he rested on the 7th day. In his spare time, he wanted to understand the perfection and beauty of the created heaven and earth, so he sent the archangel to the world and asked him to bring back the 3 most beautiful things. The archangel came to the ground and found a lily blooming quietly in the morning light. The crystal-clear dewdrops flickered slightly on its flawless petals, which made the lily more noble and elegant. The archangel thought it was beautiful, so he took the lily and put it in his arms. Not too far away, I saw a fat white baby under the tree, playing with his little hands curiously, with a genuine and pure smile on his face, happy and satisfied. In the eyes of the archangel, this is also very beautiful, and he holds the baby in his arms. After walking for a while, a carriage came suddenly and a child rushed out from the side of the road in order to chase the falling ball, and was about to be hit by the car. Suddenly a woman rushed towards the child and pushed the child away from the giant wheel, but the mother had no time to escape and was run over to death under the wheel. The archangel was deeply moved, and felt that the soul of the mother who was willing to give up her life for the child was also beautiful, so he took away the mother's soul. The archangel came back to God with 3 good things, and took out the first, the pure lily. After a period of tossing, the crystal dew on the petals has already dried up, and the lily has also withered, and there is no beauty at all. The archangel takes out the second good thing to satisfy the happy baby. It's just that the baby at this time is crying because of hunger, and the smile has disappeared. The happy baby is not satisfied or happy now. The embarrassed archangel had to take out the third thing, the soul of the mother who sacrificed for the child. In an instant there was music, songs were sung in heaven, and God stood up, mercifully sang praises to the mother's soul, and praised the archangel for having found the most perfect thing in the world. Be kind to your enemies. In the winter of 1944, the Soviet army had driven the German army out of the country and captured a large number of German soldiers. Every day, lines of gaunt-faced German prisoners of war passed through the streets of Moscow. As the German soldiers passed through the streets, people gathered from all directions. Soviet soldiers and police stand guard among prisoners of war and onlookers. Women made up the vast majority of the onlookers. Each of them was a victim of the war, and the German soldiers killed their relatives, either fathers, husbands, or sons. Each of them has a blood debt with the Germans. The women were full of hatred, each clenching their fists when the captives appeared, and the soldiers and police were doing their best to stop them, fearing they would not be able to control their impulses. At this point, an unexpected thing happened. An elderly Jewish woman wearing a pair of worn-out war-era boots approached a policeman, hoping that the policeman would let her walk into the captive. After getting the consent of the police, the old woman walked up to the captive and took out something wrapped in a printed cloth square from her arms. Inside was a loaf of brown bread, which she embarrassedly stuffed into the pocket of a weary captive. Looking at the hated compatriots behind her, she spoke, "When these people appear on the battlefield with weapons, they are the enemy. But when they appear on the street disarmed, they are seen as enemies, but as people who share the same shape and humanity as we do." So the whole atmosphere changed. The women rushed to the prisoners from all directions, stuffing them with bread, cigarettes, and other things. The value of credit in 1934, the life of European Jews, was overshadowed by racism. This summer, Ram's father asked him to buy some wire and lumber for the fence. Ram was 16 at the time, and particularly liked driving his own pickup truck. But this time he wasn't in high spirits, because his father asked him to go to a store on credit. Ram had seen his friend stand humiliatingly as he gave credit to the shop owner, who asked him in a weird tone if he could pay it back. Ram knew that when a Jewish youth like him walked into the store, the salesperson would stare at him like a thief. Ram's father was a very dutiful man who never failed to pay his debts. But will others believe it? Ram came to the Davis department store and saw the owner, Davis, standing behind the teller machine, talking to a middle-aged man. Ram nodded to the boss in a panic as he walked to the hardware counter. Then go and choose what he needs. After the selection, he took it to the cashier with some anxiety and said very carefully, "Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, we have to pay on credit this time." The middle-aged man who had talked to Davis earlier gave Ram a contemptuous look, with a look of contempt on his face immediately. However, Mr. Davis's expression remained the same as before, without any change. He said casually, "Okay, I believe you. Because your father is a trustworthy person." Then he turned to the middle-aged man, pointing at Ram and introducing, "This young man is the son of James Williams." The Talmud Part 1, People Who Die for Money. Susie accompanies you to read. During the Jewish exile, two friends saw a Jewish rabbi running out of the jungle in a panic. They asked him why he was so upset. The Jewish rabbi said, "I have seen a terrible thing that eats people." The two asked uneasily, "Did you say there was a tiger?" "No," said the Jewish rabbi, "much more powerful than a tiger. I dug up a bunch of gold coins while digging for some herbs." After the two listened, their eyes lit up and they hurriedly asked, "Where?" "In that jungle." After saying that, the Jewish rabbi left. The two friends immediately ran to the place pointed by the Jewish rabbi, and they found some gold coins. "How can this be cannibalism? It's obviously precious gold. That Jewish rabbi is so stupid," one said to the other. Another said, "Let's think about what to do. It's daytime, it's definitely not safe to take it back to the village at this time, it has to be taken secretly at night." "I think so, you go home and take it home. Order something, and I'll stay here and watch the treasure." When one went to get the meal, the one left behind thought, "What a pity, it would be great if I came alone today, then I could have all the gold, and now, with two people, I can only get half, I have a big family and need all the gold. As soon as he comes, I will stab him to death." At the same time, the man who went back to get the food was also thinking, "Why should I give him half the gold? I'm in debt and have no savings for my old age, so I have to get all the gold. I'll eat well first, and then sprinkle the poison on the rice and bring it to him, and he will die as soon as he eats it." After thinking about it, he took the rice and went to the place where the gold coins were found. As soon as he got there, another man stabbed him out of the blue, and he died before he understood what was going on. After the murderer said to the friend's corpse, "Poor friend, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame it, you should blame the half of the gold. They killed you. Now, it's time for me to eat. Eat the meal." Half an hour later, he died. As he was dying, he said, "How true is the Jewish rabbi? The value of a pot of water, 4 merchants and a Jewish teenager who does their chores ride across the great desert." During the journey, they encountered a sandstorm. The 5 horses, laden with food and water, disappeared, and they lost their way. The sun was scorching hot, and the desert was scorching hot. The clothes of the 5 people were soaked with sweat, and they were all thirsty and lay helplessly under the sand dunes. The raspy voice from every mouth was one word, water. Among these people, only the fat businessman had a small pot of water on him. Before walking into the desert, the fat businessman had filled this pot with wine, but the businessman in the same company made a joke with him and secretly poured out the wine and filled him with well water. To their complete surprise, the jug of well water was now worth far more than a jug of wine. Because whoever drinks this pot of water at this time may walk out of the desert and escape the danger, if this pot of water is divided into 5 parts and each person drinks 1/5, then there is no doubt that they will all fall into the desert. So the small pot of well water on the fat businessman became the focus of everyone's attention. They believed that the most effective way to make themselves drink the small pot of well water was to exchange money for it. So, the thin merchant bought the small pot of well water with 10 gold coins first. 2 other merchants also immediately bid for water. Soon, the price of this pot of water rose to 100 gold coins, and the last 3 merchants were willing to take out all the gold coins on their bodies for water. The young man doing the chores was silent, lying with his eyes closed in despair, listening to their arguing about buying water. Not even a drop of the pot of water belonged to him, because he had no gold coins on him. However, the fat businessman who owned the small pot of well water did not sell the water to them. He said soberly, "Whoever drinks this pot of well water may walk out of the desert. Selling this pot of water to you, it will fall here. What's the use of getting more gold coins? Can't you see that the gold coins have no value at this time?" The 3 businessmen were desperate. Driven by their desire to survive, they all rushed towards the fat businessman and fought hard for the small pot of well water. First there was a fight and yelling, fists and feet were added together, and a close-fitting dagger and belt were quickly used. It didn't take long for the fighting to subside, and the 4 merchants fell down. The blood they shed soon dried up. In this case, the small pot of well water naturally belongs to the teenager doing chores. This unexpected sudden change made the young man at a loss for a while. What made him even more frightened was that there were a lot of gold coins scattered on the ground. Those brilliant gold coins that had never been related to him and had no feelings for him in the past. As long as he was willing to bend down, he could easily get them. The young man did not bend down, he only held the small pot of well water in his hand. He is smart and knows very well that picking up 1 gold coin may pick up 2 or 3 or even all of them. Walking with weight in the desert will increase the degree of thirst. Although he got this small pot of well water, he still cannot get out of the desert. Therefore, the boy left those gold coins without looking back. Finally, he walked out of the desert. The Jewish boy conquered the desert and conquered himself. And conquering himself allowed him to finally conquer the desert. The Talmud, Part 1, The Miracle of the Father. Susie accompanies you to read. In 1948, a Jewish father took his young daughter aboard a ship across the Atlantic to reunite with his wife in the United States. One morning, a man was sitting in the cabin using a waste knife to cut an apple. Suddenly, the boat shook violently, the man accidentally fell to the ground, and the waste knife fell along with it, just sticking to his chest. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain, trembled all over, and his lips were instantly dark blue. The sudden change in the father terrified the 6-year-old daughter. She screamed and rushed over to help him, but he smiled and pushed her daughter's hand away. "It doesn't matter, I just fell." Then he gently picked up the knife, he got up very slowly, and wiped away the blood on the blade with his thumb. For the next 3 days, the man would tie a beautiful bow for his daughter every morning as usual, take her to the endless sea, and sing a lullaby for her at night. As if everything was business as usual, the little girl did not notice the change in her father. Every minute was weaker and paler than the last. On the eve of his arrival, the man called his daughter to him and said to her, "When you see Mom tomorrow, please tell Mom that I love her." The daughter asked inexplicably, "Why didn't you tell her in person? You know that you will see her tomorrow." He smiled, leaned over and kissed his daughter lightly on the forehead. When the ship arrived in New York Harbor, the daughter recognized her mother in the crowd at a glance, and she shouted happily, "Mom! Mom!" At this moment, there was a sudden exclamation around. The daughter turned around and saw that her father had fallen on his back, blood gushing from his chest. The results of the autopsy stunned everyone. His heart was pierced by the knife, and he lived 3 more days without being found. The only possible explanation is that because the wound was too small, the severed heart muscle was stuck together as it was, and the blood supply was maintained for 3 days. This must be said to be a miracle. At medical conferences, some people said to call it the Atlantic miracle, some people said it was a miracle, and some people suggested that it be named after the deceased. Enough. The old doctor who was sitting as the chief interrupted everyone. The name of this miracle is Father. A special event, there was a wealthy Jewish couple who often struggled with how to teach their children to serve others. Children are used to getting what they want and accepting service from others, but their minds are blank about serving others. When the father realized the seriousness of the problem, it was too late, but it is not too late to work hard now. so the child's parents prepared a special event. "We're going to do something different this Thanksgiving," he said when he called the kids up a week before the holiday. Several teens sat up straight at once, because at this time in the past, fathers would tell everyone where to go to play. But this time is different. "We went to the relief center together to serve the homeless and the poor for Thanksgiving dinner," my father said. "You mean let's go to the relief center and serve someone for Thanksgiving dinner?" "Yes." "Dad, are you kidding me?" "I'm not kidding," the father said firmly. At his insistence, the children went, their heads bowed and displeased along the way. They wondered how their father would make such a decision to serve others in the relief center. What would my friends think if they knew? But what happened that day was totally unexpected for the kids, and they had a great time there. The kids were busy in the kitchen, bringing turkey seasoning to the table, cutting pumpkin pie, and adding countless cups of coffee. They played clowns in front of children and listened to distant Thanksgiving stories from elderly people. A few weeks later, the kids made a request, "Dad, we want to serve Christmas dinner at the relief center." And they went. As the children expected. Met some people I met at Thanksgiving there. Through this special activity, children already have the thought of serving others in their minds. The Talmud, Part 1, The Ghost at Work. Susie accompanies you to read. A Jew sells ghosts in the street. A man bravely walked over and asked, "You ghost, how much does one sell for?" 100 taels of gold, said the Jew. So expensive. Can you tell me what's so special about your ghost? The Jew said, "My ghost is very rare. It is a coincidence ghost. As long as the master commands it, no matter what it is, it will do everything. This is a working ghost again, very good at work, and the workload is worth 100 people a day. It can earn you 100 taels of gold in a very short period of time, making you a rich man very quickly." Passers-by were puzzled, since this ghost is so good, why don't you keep it for yourself? The Jew said, "To tell you the truth, although this ghost has so many advantages, it also has a disadvantage, that is, as long as it starts working, it will never stop. Because ghosts are not like people, they do not need to sleep and rest. So you have to order everything from morning to night 24 hours a day, you can't let it work exactly as you want. I don't have so much work to do at home, I dare not make this ghost, so I want to sell it to a better people who need it." Passers-by people think that they have endless things to do at home, how wonderful this ghost can work non-stop. So he said, "This is obviously an advantage, how can it be a disadvantage?" I decided to buy it. This person bought the ghost home and became the owner of the ghost. The master called the ghost to farm the land, but he did not expect a large field to be planted in 2 days. The master called the ghost to build the house, but he did not expect the house to be built after 3 days. The master asked the ghost to do carpentry and decoration, but he did not expect the house to be decorated in half a day. No matter what, such as soil preparation, transportation, load carrying, cooking, textiles, etc., ghosts can do it, and they can do it very quickly. In just 1 year, the owner of the ghost became a millionaire. However, the master and the ghost become just as busy. He is always thinking hard about the ghost's next job, and whenever he thinks of a difficult job, such as painting a beautiful landscape on a wall, or carving a stone into a beautiful boat, he rejoices. I thought it would take a long time for the ghost to do well. However, no matter how difficult that thing is, the ghost always gets it done quickly. One day, the master fell down due to overwork and forgot to tell the ghost what to do. The ghost did not receive the master's instructions, and acted according to his own will. It demolished the master's house, leveled the ground, killed the cattle, sheep and livestock, and planted the fields one by one. Grind all the treasure clothes into powder. Then kill the master's child and throw it into a pot to cook. Just when the ghost was so busy, the master woke up from his sleep, only to find that everything was gone. It turns out that working endlessly is really the biggest disadvantage. Father and son in earthquake in 1989, a large earthquake occurred in the Los Angeles area of the United States. In just 4 minutes, 300,000 people were injured. A young Jewish father rushes to the school where his 7-year-old son attends after rehabilitating his injured wife in the chaos. Before his eyes, the beautiful teaching building of the past had been turned into a ruin. He suddenly felt weak in his legs and shouted, "Amanda, my son." He couldn't control his emotions and knelt on the ground and wept for a while. He suddenly remembered what he often said to his son, "No matter what happens, I will always be with you." He stopped his sorrow, stood up firmly, and walked towards the ruins. He knew that his son's classroom was in the back left corner of the first floor of the teaching building. He hurried there and set about to rescue his son. While he was clearing the excavation, parents of children kept rushing in. Seeing the ruins, they wept bitterly and shouted, "My son! My daughter!" After crying, they left in despair. Some people came up to grab the father and said, "It's too late, they're dead." "Who is willing to help me?" the father asked, looking at everyone with begging eyes. No one gave him a positive answer, so he kept digging silently. The fire chief stopped him. "It's too dangerous. There may be a fire and explosion at any time. Please leave." "Are you here to help me? You're sad when such an unfortunate thing happened, we can understand it, but it's not good for yourself and it's dangerous to others, so go home as soon as possible." "Are you here to help me?" the father still asked. Everyone shook their heads and sighed and walked away, thinking that the father was insane from excessive grief. But the father had only one thought in his mind: "My son is waiting for me." He kept digging and digging for 10 hours, 16 hours, 24 hours, 36 hours, and no one came to stop him. His face was covered with dust, and his body was in tatters and blood was everywhere. At the 38th hour, he suddenly heard a child's voice from below. "Dad, is that you?" "It's my son's voice." The father shouted excitedly, "Amanda. My son. Dad, is it really you?" "It's me, it's Daddy. My son, Daddy finally sees you." "Dad, I'm so happy to see you. I told my classmates not to be afraid, and said that my father will definitely come to save me, and then everyone will go out safely. How are you now? How many children are alive?" "We have 14 classmates here, all of them are alive, we are all in the corner of the classroom, luckily we were not smashed." The father shouted loudly to the surrounding, "Come on, there are 14 children here, all of them are alive." Several people passing by quickly stepped forward to help. After 50 minutes, everyone opened a small safe exit. The father said excitedly, "Amanda, come out." "No. Dad. Let the other classmates go out first. I know you will be with me, I'm not afraid. No matter what happens, I know you will always be with me," the son said happily and firmly. After this great disaster, this amazing father and son hug each other tightly and happily. Tolerant when Weber, a famous sociologist, was grading students' compositions, an article titled "A Handkerchief" deeply attracted him, and he used it as a model essay to evaluate in the class. Weber had just finished reading the composition, and a student raised his hand and said loudly, "Teacher, I have seen this article in a book, and she must have copied it from the book." As soon as the words fell, the whole class was in an uproar, and they all turned their attention to the plagiarism classmate. With so many eyes watching, she lowered her head blushing. Facing this sudden change, Weber paused for a while, then turned to ask everyone, "Classmates, what do you think of this article?" "Okay, but this article." "I don't ask anything else now, just ask if this article is well written." "Very good. Since the classmates said that it was well written, then I would like to invite you to talk about what is so good about this article. Please come to the podium to speak." As a result, 8 students gave speeches, and everyone gave a high evaluation to this article. Weber continued, "This article is really well written. Like everyone else, I like it very much. In the future, students will recommend some excellent articles and read them in class. What do you think?" "Very good. So, what should I do to the first classmate who recommended us an excellent article today?" At this point, the students had already understood Weber's intentions, and one of them said first, "Thank you. Yes, I should thank her." Other classmates followed. Starting today, an excellent composition will be recommended every week, and the whole class will take turns recommending it. You can read the original text or write it on your own composition text. Don't forget to note the original author and source. The classmates laughed knowingly, and the classmate who plagiarized the composition also smiled comfortably. Raise your head. There was a little Jewish boy who was only 8 or 9 years old that year. One day, he came home with a fundraising card and said seriously to his mother, "The school wants to raise money. Everyone must donate money." The little boy's mother took out 5 yuan, gave it to him, and signed the fundraising card. The little boy silently looked at the fundraising card and wanted to say something, but didn't say anything. Mom felt that something was wrong with him and couldn't help asking, "What's the matter?" The little boy lowered his head and said, "Yesterday, when the classmates gave the fundraising cards to the teacher, the donations were 100 yuan and 50 yuan. The little boy attended a local aristocratic school, and the students' families were generally wealthy. On that day, the little boy said, he didn't want to compete with his classmates, nor did he feel inferior. He has always taken seriously the homework given by the teacher, and this time was no exception. What's more, the school also held a class fundraising competition, and his class had already taken the lead, and he didn't want to delay the class." After saying these words, he slowly lowered his head. The mother held the little boy's head up and said, "Put your head up, you know, your classmate's family is very rich. We must do what we can. The 5 yuan we donated is actually more than their 500 yuan. You are a student, you should put your studies first and repay the school with excellent grades." The next day, the little boy looked up, stepped out of his seat, and handed the fundraising card to the teacher. When the teacher read out the students' fundraising results in public, the little boy's head never lowered. Since then, the little boy has always raised his head to be a man in front of the dignitaries, the rich and the rich. No future child. When Einstein was 3 years old, he could not speak or move, and was very withdrawn. He just likes to sit alone in the living room, holding his chin and listening to his mother playing beautiful tunes quietly. The mother looked at his serious and naive attitude and smiled happily. "Look at your serious look, you really look like a professor. Hey, my child, why don't you speak?" Einstein moved his lips and answered, "Mother." In fact, he has a wealth of emotions and thoughts in his heart, but he doesn't know how to express them. Einstein's father liked outings and often took the whole family to the wild. Einstein liked this activity very much. Once, during a picnic on the banks of the Isar River, he sat alone on the grass and stared silly at the other side of the lake while other children were having fun. Why didn't little Einstein play with the other kids? Could it be a problem? A relative asked. He was there thinking. "I'm sure he'll be a professor one day," Einstein's mother said. Although the relative thought it was ridiculous, he understood the mood of a mother very well. When Einstein was 4 or 5 years old, his father gave him a toy, a compass. Einstein was full of curiosity about new things, and he liked this compass so much that he kept fiddling with it. Since then, he has developed a strong interest in the compass. Perhaps Einstein's in-depth study of electromagnetic fields in the future was inspired by the mysterious little toy compass from Yuan Han's childhood. Einstein's interests have since expanded. He likes to stay alone in the living room stacking wood, playing for a long time. Sometimes when I get tired, I sit by the wall and listen to my mother play the piano. At the age of 6, Einstein became interested in music and began to learn the violin. When he was able to speak more freely, he asked more and more questions, such as why the moon didn't fall from the sky, how did the wind and rain come from. He always broke the casserole and asked to the end. His parents and uncle always patiently tell him, but sometimes he is speechless when asked. Einstein went to elementary school when he was 6 years old. At this time, his personality still hasn't changed much. Compared with children at the same age, he still looks very rigid and his movements are slow and clumsy. In the class, his grades were relatively poor, and he was often punished for failing to answer the questions raised by the teacher. Every time the teacher asked him to get up and recite the text, he stood there blankly, unable to recite a word. The classmates laughed at him privately, thinking he was a stupid poor student. In this way, Einstein ended his elementary school life blandly. When Einstein was in middle school, the idea of German militarism was flooded everywhere, and the school was no exception. Those teachers, like soldiers, tried their best to stuff Greek and Latin into the students, and the students' duty was to back them up and have no life and fun. Einstein was very disgusted with this way of learning, so he secretly shifted his interest to self-study mathematics, which became his biggest hobby in middle school. Einstein's uncle was an engineer and a math enthusiast. He was particularly concerned about Einstein's mathematics learning. He had a great influence on Einstein's growth, especially in cultivating his interest in scientific research. One day, my uncle drew a right triangle on paper and asked him to prove a geometric theorem. At that time, Einstein had not studied geometry, he knew nothing about geometry, but he was very interested in this theorem. He pondered over and over again, determined to prove the theorem. By the last day of the third week, he independently proved the theorem. This theorem is known as the Pythagorean theorem. Einstein tasted the joy of success for the first time. Since then, his creation has been mobilized, and his self-confidence has been continuously enhanced. Soon he taught himself advanced mathematics, and the math teachers in middle school could not compare with him. While his classmates were still studying triangles, Einstein had already started to study calculus. Einstein was exceptional in mathematics, but he was not interested in other subjects, and his grades were mediocre. In the eyes of many teachers, he is a student with no future. One day, Einstein's father visited the dean at the school and asked his son what career would be better for his son. The dean answered bluntly, "It's the same in everything, and your son will achieve nothing, because his intelligence is very good." Obtuse. The dean was so prejudiced against Einstein that he was a hopeless student and soon ordered him to drop out. However, the parents did not lose confidence in their son. They knew that his son was very smart, because sometimes his uncle could not solve a problem for a few days, and his son solved it in just a few minutes. Later, Einstein finally became the greatest scientist of the 20th century. He founded the theory of relativity, developed quantum theory, and made outstanding contributions in many fields of physics. What is relativity? After Einstein established the theory of relativity, many young people and students have a strong desire to know and want to understand the meaning of the theory of relativity. However, many people still do not fully understand its connotation. Einstein spent most of his life trying to create the theory of relativity. For this, he spent a lot of time writing papers and research monographs. The theory of relativity is a great discovery in the scientific community. It is a scientific theory and a classical theory that contains infinite wisdom and embraces all things in the world. In order to publicize and popularize the theory of relativity, so that more people can understand it, and use it to explain various difficult scientific problems, Einstein took great pains to give lectures, speeches, and discussions everywhere. Once, a large group of young students invited Einstein to a seminar to teach them about the theory of relativity. However, Einstein was in a bit of trouble. The theory of relativity is a complicated problem. How can we explain it clearly in one night? For this, he fell into contemplation. Fortunately, Einstein had a strong sense of humor, so he prepared a very simple explanation. At night, in a plain living room, everyone's faces were filled with happy expressions. The symposium started. Einstein sat peacefully on the sofa in the center of the room, and a group of young students sat around him. They were unrestrained, talking to each other intimately, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Einstein also gestured with his hands from time to time to answer various questions raised by everyone. The room was full of laughter. At this time, a young man turned directly to the topic and raised a question that everyone is most concerned about. Can you briefly talk about the theory of relativity with us? Einstein looked at everyone and nodded, then he lit a cigarette and answered calmly, when you spend 2 hours with a beautiful girl, you think it's only been an hour. Minutes, and when you stand under the hot sun for even a minute, you think 2 hours have passed. This is the theory of relativity. Einstein's answer to the theory of relativity is vivid, and he embodies the profound truth in simple examples. Immediately, the young students in the audience were amused and laughed. Amid the laughter, the students gained a certain understanding and knowledge of the theory of relativity. Later, Einstein's famous words spread and became a legend. The reason for being famous. After Einstein invented the famous theory of relativity, his name quickly spread all over the world. In the minds of the majority of people, Einstein is the embodiment of wisdom and a synonym for wisdom. People respected and loved him very much, and he became an idol in people's hearts. In society, the entire scientific and public opinion circles have greatly praised Einstein's great contribution to the world. They have used newspapers, radio, and other public opinion tools to carry out extensive activities around the theme of why Einstein is famous. Research, discuss. Some say that Einstein has a genius mind, so he can be famous. Some say that Einstein's brain cells are much more than normal people, so he can achieve such high achievements, and some say that Einstein's brain cells are much more than normal people. Study hard, work hard, think well. People have different opinions, all discussing why Einstein is famous. Einstein's children are also proud of having such a world-recognized scientist father. At home, the children, like public opinion, are discussing the reasons for their father's fame. When Einstein came home every night, the first thing he saw was always the articles in the newspaper praising him with all the compliments. Turning on the radio, there was another chorus of praise. In the face of all this, Einstein remained silent. At dinner, Einstein's second son Edward finally couldn't help but ask his father, "Dad, the reasons for your fame are being discussed everywhere. We have been talking about it, but we still can't find the reason. Dad, please give us an answer. Come on, what's the real reason you're famous?" With that, the son sat there waiting for his father's answer. Einstein put down the tableware in his hand, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief, then raised his head and replied with a smile, "A beetle is crawling on the ground, and it does not realize that the road it has walked is curved. I can realize it." Ed shook his head after hearing this, feeling that the sentence was incomprehensible. He rolled his eyes, rested his chin in his hand, and fell into contemplation. After a while, he seemed to understand the profound meaning of that sentence, and nodded silently. He glanced at his father, and saw that his father was watching him with a kind smile. Einstein's words are vivid, humorous, and full of philosophy, which inspired his son and made it a good story. Einstein believed that what is truly valuable is not being famous, but recognizing that the road to scientific research and development is bumpy. Only by realizing this, will we not be afraid to climb the peak of science. If you think that scientific research can be done once and for all, one step at a time, then success will be far away from you. So, the seeds of beauty, a beautiful sound of the violin, caught the attention of a little girl who stood by the window and listened. The sound of the piano suddenly stopped, and an old man with white hair walked to the window, stuck his head out, and asked the little girl, "What do you think? Does it sound good?" "It sounds great. I like it very much." The little girl replied happily. "Then come into the house, I'll let you listen to another tune." The old man beckoned to the little girl. This old man is the world-famous scientist Einstein. Since then, the little girl has been a guest at Einstein's house every day when she comes home from school. In addition to helping her with her homework, Einstein played the violin for the little girl the rest of the time. Einstein would not only play tunes that were popular at the time, but also Italian music and German classical music. The little girl always blinked those big bright eyes, listening intently to Einstein playing the violin. At the same time, she was also staring at the strings and Uncle's skilled fingering, gradually becoming fascinated. Einstein also tutored little girls to learn to play the piano. Some of the songs played by Einstein, some little girls can understand, and some of them sound a little difficult to her, such as the works of Beethoven, Bach, Mozart, and other music masters, but, in her young mind, already it gave birth to musical cells and sowed the seeds of beauty. Father and son carrying donkey. A Jewish father and son were going to the market to sell donkeys. After choosing a suitable time, they set off. The donkey walked in front, and the father and son followed, and the villagers couldn't help laughing when they saw it. Look at how stupid these two are. There are donkeys that don't ride, but have to walk. Yeah. Why didn't I think of it? Child, get on the donkey. The father let the child ride on the donkey, and he walked beside him. At this time, two passers-by came across. How can this be? The child sits comfortably on the back of the donkey while the old man walks under it. This child is too unfilial and should be let down. After hearing these words, the child jumped off the donkey's back and let his father sit on it. The child followed the donkey and walked slowly. Before long, they came to a farm and met a woman who was milking a cow. The woman said in a reproachful tone, "How can there be such a cruel father in the world, who rides on the back of a donkey with ease, while letting his child walk beneath him? Look, how pitiful that child is, staggering behind him." The father felt that the woman was right, so he asked the child to also ride on the back of the donkey and head towards the market. The donkey carried the father and son forward, and gradually it was very difficult to move. But my father didn't notice it at all. After walking for a while, they came to a church. Hey! Hey! Wait a minute, a priest called to them. It's pathetic for such a weak animal to carry two people. Where are you going? We're about to take this donkey to the market to sell it. Oh, that's more problematic. I think the donkeys will be exhausted before you even enter the market. Then what should we do? Carry the donkey. Okay. It makes sense. The father and son immediately jumped off the back of the donkey, tied the donkey's feet, and carried the donkey with a stick to continue their journey. On the way, people looked at them with a pair of amazed eyes. Before long, the father and son came to a bridge panting with their donkeys on their backs. "Son, the market is almost here, just be patient for a while." However, the donkey was very painful to be lifted upside down, not only foaming at the mouth, but also writhing roughly. "Hey! Don't move!" The father scolded severely, but the donkey didn't listen and twisted even more. As a result, the stick snapped and the rope was also broken, and the donkey fell into the river like a head-on head. Unfortunately, the river swelled after the rain, and the donkey was engulfed by the rapids in that instant and disappeared. Ah! How could this be? It's all blindly listening to other people's opinions, which has the most serious consequences. The father and son had no choice but to walk home in dejection. The questionable little Seidels one day, when Mr. Seidels was discussing with Mr. Hasse about the topic of children's love of asking questions, Mr. Hasse said, "The child is really annoying sometimes. I'm about to be blown away by him." At this moment, little Seidels came from the room with a children's book on Darwin's theory of evolution. "Dad, is it correct that the theory of evolution says that humans came from monkeys?" the son asked. "I don't know if it's entirely true, but Darwin's theory makes sense." "But since monkeys have evolved into humans, why are there still monkeys?" the son asked. "Isn't it written in the book that one group of monkeys evolved into humans, while the other group didn't, so they were still monkeys?" The son is still skeptical. "I think there is still a problem." "What is the problem?" "Since it is the theory of evolution, then the monkeys are not only a group of evolution, but should all evolve." "Go on." "I think another group of monkeys should also evolve into a group of people who can climb trees." At this time, Mr. Hasse's face showed a very disapproving look, as if to say, "Look how long your patience will last." "That's impossible, because the fact is that some of the monkeys didn't evolve," Seidels said. "Why?" The son was still very confused. To help his son figure this out, Seidel said patiently, "As far as I know, for some reason a group of monkeys had to survive on the ground, their climbing ability gradually deteriorated, and they learned to walk upright, after a long period of time. Evolution became humans, another group of monkeys still lived in trees, so there was no evolution." "I see. But why evolve? Wouldn't it be better if humans could be as flexible as monkeys?" The son couldn't help but ask again. "Although monkeys are more mobile than humans in body and limbs, their brains are not as flexible as humans," Seidel said. What's the use of a flexible brain? You can't jump up and down a tree like a monkey, said the son. It's good to be flexible, but you have to understand that the flexibility of the brain is more important than the flexibility of the body, because a flexible brain can create civilization. Why create civilization? The son asked. Because civilization represents human progress, Seidel said. In this way, the son asked a series of questions in a row, many of which were very childish and ridiculous to adults, but even so, Seidel answered him with great patience. Mr. Hasse said, I admire your patience, Dr. Seidel. Actually, it's not that my patience is better than others. It's just that I recognize the importance of answering my child's questions seriously, because only in this way can I cultivate his spirit of exploration, rather than erase this precious quality. Seidel say, God's reward. During the Great Depression in the United States, a wealthy Jewish baker summoned the 20 poorest children in the city and said to them, You are suffering from hunger every day, and until this situation changes, you come and pick up a loaf of bread every day. Every morning, these hungry children swarmed around the baskets, fighting for the bread inside. Because they all want to get the biggest loaf in hand. When they got it, they hurried away without saying thank you to the kind baker. There is only a thin little girl who will never run to compete with other children. She just stood humbly a step away, waiting for the other children to leave before taking the smallest loaf of bread left in the basket. To express her gratitude to the baker, she never forgets to kiss the baker's hand every time before running home happily with the bread in her hands. One day, after the other children were gone, the little girl got a smaller loaf of bread. But she still did not forget to kiss the baker. When I got home, my mother cut the bread, and several new silver coins slipped out of it. The mother called the little girl over and said to her, There are a few silver coins in the bread. It must have been accidentally dropped by the baker when he kneaded the dough. Please return the money to the kind baker. When the little girl sent the silver coins back, the baker said, My child, I didn't accidentally drop these coins. I put them in on purpose. I want to tell you a truth, those who are humble, God will give them. He is happy. May you always have a peaceful, grateful heart. Go home. Tell your mother that the money is God's reward. The man who turned into an eagle, a young man made a living by selling fish, and one day he was shouting in the street as usual. Suddenly, an eagle rushed down from the sky, turned and flew into the air immediately after biting a fish in his fish stall. The young man was very angry and shouted, but, looking at the eagle flying farther and farther, he seemed helpless. He couldn't help but say to himself, It's a pity that I don't have wings, so I can't fly into the sky, or I won't spare you. When he came home that day, he passed a church, and he knelt in front of the church and prayed that Jesus would make him a loner. Eagle soaring in the sky. From then on, every day he passed by the church, he would pray so diligently. A group of young people were very curious to see him praying to God every day. One of them said, This man is strange. Every day when he passes the church, he kneels on the ground and asks Jesus to turn him into an eagle. Another said, Why don't we do this? Let's play him. Everyone whispered and thought of a way to play him. The next day, one of the young men hid behind the statue of Jesus. When the young man who sold fish came, he still prayed and prayed devoutly. At this time, the young man who was hiding behind the statue of Jesus said, You ask so devoutly, I want to grant your wish, you can find a place nearby. Find the tallest tree, and then try to climb it. After the fisherman was instructed by Jesus, he was very happy, and quickly found a tallest tree nearby and climbed up to the tree. That tree is just too tall. The more he climbed, the more uneasy he felt. He climbed up to the top of the tree and looked down. Wow! It's so high! Can I really fly? The group of young people followed, and they shouted under the tree, Look, look, there is a big eagle on the tree, do you think it can fly? How can there be an eagle that can't fly? I said it can fly. The fishman was very happy, and he thought, I have indeed become an eagle. Eagle! Since it is an eagle, it must be able to fly to the sky. So he stretched out his hands and jumped from the top of the tree in a stance of spreading his wings. However, what surprised him was that he kept falling down instead of flying up. So scared. But it was too late. Fortunately, he landed on the muddy ground with only minor injuries. The young men ran over and made fun of him with schadenfreude. He said, "What's so funny? Tell you, I broke 2 wings, not that I can't fly." The most important, there was a young king in ancient Judea who was plagued by 2 questions. He constantly asked himself, when is the most important time in life? Who is the most important person? He asked everyone around him, but no one's answer could satisfy him. A minister told him that in a certain mountain there lived the smartest man in the world, and he must know the answer. The king then disguised himself as an ordinary man and went looking for the man, and when he came to the mountain, he saw the man, an old man who was sitting cross-legged in the clearing in front of a humble little hut and digging something. "I heard that you are a wise man who knows all the answers in this world." The young king came to the old man and said, "Can you tell me when is the most important time in my life, and who is the most important time in my life?" "Someone important? Help me dig wild vegetables." The old man didn't answer his question directly. "It tastes good, you will definitely like it." The king lived in the old man's hut and lived like the old man every day. After several days, the king's questions remained unanswered by the old man. The king was angry, and he showed the old man his wrench. Accused the old man of being a deceiver. The old man just smiled and said, "I knew you were not an ordinary person, and I answered your question, but you didn't understand." "Then what do you mean?" asked the king, puzzled. "I welcome you when you come, and let you live in my house," replied the old man, "to know that the past has passed, and the future has not yet come. The most important moment of your life is now, the most important moment of your life. The important person is who you are with right now, because it is he who shares and experiences life with you." A half-friend. Once upon a time, there was a young Jewish man who was idle all day long, not doing a proper job, and made a group of wine and meat friends. His father persuaded him, "These people you know are not your true friends. They are just covetous of our family's wealth and hope you will leave them. When they need help, they don't leave it alone." In order to keep his son away from these alcoholic and meaty friends, the father came up with a way. He asked his son to call those people into the house for a drink. When these people arrived, his son hid behind the screen. The father came forward and said to them in a panic, "The big thing is bad. My son just went out to buy wine and had a conflict with the shop owner, accidentally killed him in the quarrel. You are his friends, please help him." As soon as these people heard such a big thing, they all made excuses and ran away. The young man was very ashamed of this. His father said, "I don't have many friends. I have made 1.5 friends in my life." The young man was a little puzzled. His father explained it close to his ear, and then said to him, "You go to see this half-friend of mine as I said, and then you will understand the essence of a friend." The young man first came to the half-friend that his father said, and showed his identity, and then said to him, "I killed a man, and now I am being hunted by my enemies. My father asked me to come to you. I hope you can help me." "Me?" After hearing this, the half-friend said to the person who was asking for help in front of him, "Son, this is not a trivial matter, and I can't help even if I want to help. Well, I have some money here. You take this money and run for your life. I promise I won't tell you." Young people understand, in your time of adversity, the person who can protect your life and avoid harming you can be called half your friend. The young man then went to what his father identified as a friend. He said the same thing again. Hearing this, the man didn't think much, and hurriedly called his son and asked him to exchange clothes with the young man. Young people understand, when you are in danger, the person who can show your sincerity and even sacrifice his own flesh and blood to rescue you can be called a friend of yours. Humorous story. Find another Earth. There was a Jewish businessman who had not gone on vacation for a long time and wanted to go out and relax. He fled from Poland to the United States on the eve of World War II, and it has been 50 years since he lived to be 60 years old. Not long ago, his wife passed away, and his children urged him to go abroad. He came to a large-scale travel agency, and the tour guide greeted him warmly, handed him a tour guide booklet and a globe, and said, "We will take you wherever you point, and bring you the best travel service." The old man stared at the globe for a long time and found the position of the Soviet Union. He frowned and muttered to himself, "The Soviet Union, once ruled by the Tsar, I won't go." He continued to search, "Oh, Poland, my hometown, but it's the place that gave me nightmares, and I don't want to go to this sad place again." So he continued to play with the globe, trying to find a suitable place. Germany, a nation of executioners who killed 6 million of our fellow Jews. Oh, what a nightmare. Let it go to hell. "Have you made your choice yet?" the director asked him with a smile. "Miss, can you change another globe?" Layer by layer analysis. When the old clergyman went out, a little while later, and went back to his room to do his homework, he couldn't find his glasses. Maybe it's caught in the page? No. Maybe in which corner of the table? No. It must be in the house. Alas, still not. So he hummed an old carol and made all the expressions of a canonical debate. He couldn't help asking himself, "Where did my glasses go?" Let's imagine that it was taken by someone. There are two possibilities for that person to take it: either he needs it or he doesn't need it. If he needs glasses, he should have them. If he doesn't, why would he have them? Does it take away? Well said. Suppose we now imagine that the person who took the glasses sells them for money. There are two possibilities: to sell them to people who need them or to people who don't need them. And the people who need them must have them. No people who need it will not buy it, that's all. Then, the situation is this person who needs both glasses and glasses, took someone else's glasses because he lost his own, or pushed the glasses from his nose to his forehead when he was absent-minded, and immediately forget about it. Like, myself. His thumb crossed his forehead, and he was instantly overjoyed, confirming the result of his analysis, and the priest found his lost property. Thank God, if I hadn't learned our traditional method of cause and effect, I would never have found the glasses, he muttered. Pagan head Mary fell in love with Jacob. Jacob suggested that Mary convert to Judaism, and Mary readily agreed. Half a year later, Mary completed all the courses of Judaism and passed the rabbinical exam. After that, there was only one procedure left, and Mary needed to complete the ritual of being immersed in clean water in the baptismal pool before she could become an official Jew. Mary happily went to the salon to do the most expensive and most beautiful hairstyle. During the baptism ceremony, after the maid helped her undress, she walked cautiously into the sink, where the water did not reach her chin. The maid reminded him, as a rule, your head should also be immersed in the water. Mary hurriedly said, I just spent $350 on this hairstyle. You can ask the rabbi if you can put water on your chin? Before long, the maid came back and told her, you can just dip down to the chin. But, the rabbi said, if you want to be Jewish, you're going to have a pagan head because your head isn't soaked. Ripe and unripe on DeLand Street in eastern New York, two Poles who had met each other met. Hi. How's business going? Okay. If that's the case, can you lend me $5? I don't know you very well, why should I lend you 5 yuan? That's so interesting. In our place, the neighbors wouldn't lend me money because they knew me too well, and now you won't lend me money because you don't know me well. Target in Tsarist Russia, all the students in a Jewish school were conscripted in an army conscription. In the barracks, students practice marksmanship in peculiar ways and learn new skills. Of course, when war broke out, these highly educated students were also sent to the front. Soon they were on the battlefield as a spearhead. In the no man's land in the distance, a German vanguard appeared. So the commander gave them the order, prepare, aim, fire. But no gunshots were heard. Fire, idiots. Fire. Didn't you hear my orders? Shouted the commander. Still no movement. The chief was already full of anger, and he roared, idiot, why don't you fire? A young man replied timidly, didn't you see someone on the road? Someone will get hurt. Cold baths and crime. A Jewish father takes his son to the bathhouse for the first time. When they jumped into the pool, the child was shivering with cold and couldn't help shouting, "Oops, Dad, oops." So his father picked him up, wiped the water off his body with a towel, and dressed him. Dad, The little guy slowly warmed up, curled up in the towel, and cried happily. Aishka, the distance between a cold bath and a crime, you know? When you jump into a cold pool, the first sound you make is oops. When you commit a crime, the first sound you make is then it's oops. Father said earnestly. A miracle in a small village. Joseph and Mandai were partners in a wine shop. On this day, they sold out their stock and drove to the city together to buy a cask of whiskey. On the way home, the wind was blowing and the weather was getting colder, so the two joked that the other wanted to drink. But if it did, the consequences would be very serious. It was stipulated when they filled the wine that no one could take a sip first, because that was the source of their life for the week. Joseph is not stupid. He took 5 cents out of his pocket, and he said to Mandai, "Sell me a little from your portion of wine, and I'll give you 50 cents. Mandai is a shrewd businessman. He immediately replied, "You paid in cash, I have no reason not to sell." So he scooped a glass of wine for Joseph. After Joseph drank the wine, he became very excited and his body became much warmer. At this time, Mandai, because of the cold weather, the nose has become more blue and purple. Joseph was so lucky to find 50 cents to buy wine, he was really not reconciled. However, the 50-cent coin in his pocket was quickly touched by him. Since the money is with me now, it belongs to me. Why can't I just buy it and drink it? He muttered to himself. So he said to his companion, "Joseph, I also give you 50 cents to buy some wine from your portion." Joseph, who was also a shrewd businessman, responded immediately, "You can drink if you have money." So he scooped Mandai a glass of wine and got back the 50 cents he had originally paid him. Joseph and Mandai just used the only 50 cents to buy wine from each other, and you and I drank it one by one. When they got to the liquor store, they were already drunk. "It's a miracle," Joseph exclaimed. "Just think, a whole barrel of whiskey costs 50 cents. So suggested in the church, 3 parishioner leaders, with serious expressions, met the rabbi. Their spokesman said, "Rabbi, the girls in the parish, including our daughters, are getting more and more attractive. Look, they have low necklines and high plackets. It's a headache. Rabbi, what are we going to do?" "Don't look at it," the rabbi suggested. Taxpayers Answer. An Israeli newspaper ran a poll asking readers to answer the question, "How do I serve society?" The actors answer, "I can bring happiness to everyone." The police's answer is, "Everyone must be protected by me." The rabbi's answer, "I will pray for everyone." The doctor's answer is, "I will treat everyone's disease." The average taxpayer's answer is, "I pay for everyone." Stutter announcer. A Jew found his rabbi and said, Rabbi, I finally found a job. "What is the job?" the rabbi asked. The stammering Jew answered happily, Anti-Semitism. Broadbow announcer. Different treatment. There are 3 good friends. They are from Spain, Poland, Judea. One weekend, they were partying in the park. "I come here a lot, and every time the police see me, they shout, 'Hi, Columbus, how are you?' said the Spaniard. "The police also know me, and he always calls me Walesa," said the Polish. When it was the Jew's turn, he said, "I come here a lot. It's just that when I'm lying on the lawn, the guy always says to me, 'Jesus Christ, get off the lawn.'" Make mistakes. The story takes place in the era of Tsarist Russia. In a small town, a group of prisoners was about to be taken to prison, among them 3 Jews. They were shackled and hobbled, and some Jewish women saw these poor people. "Why were you taken?" they asked one of the Jewish prisoners sympathetically. "Because of my residency permit issue," he replied with a sigh. Hearing this, the women exclaimed, "My God! Is this also a mistake? Just for the residency permit issue?" They asked the second Jew, "Then what's wrong with you?" "I don't want to be a soldier in Tsar Nicholas' army." The women raised their voices. My God. What a shame. How ruthless. Just because he doesn't want to be an anti-Semitic lackey. Then a third Jewish prisoner approached, a man with strabismus eyes, a scar on his face, and a strong physique. The women asked him again, tell us, why did they take you? Me? Well, I just said, oh my God, he said pitifully. I'll pay on Yom Kippur in 1975, the Jewish holiest day. Israel was attacked by Egypt and Syria. Thousands of Jewish reservists rushed directly from the church to their assigned posts, and some did not even have time to take off the yarmulkes they used in prayer. A fierce battle unfolds at sea. A member of the Rothschilds, the most famous Jewish financial family in Europe, in command of the Israeli submarine at the time, found himself only a few hundred yards away from the Egyptian destroyer, fortunately obscured by thick fog and hidden from enemy ships. Colonel Rothschild ordered a rapid sinking while ordering the torpedo men to prepare for battle. Israel is about to blow up an enemy destroyer less than 500 yards away with the devastating weapon of the torpedo. The Israeli submarine quickly arrived, and all the commanders and fighters were extremely excited, and the torpedo room was ready for battle. Torpedo man Yosef had his finger on the red switch, ready to fire the torpedo weapon at the enemy ship. Everyone's heart beats faster as work begins. When they spoke, their voices were very low. Yosef turned to the officer. Colonel, how much did this torpedo cost? He said softly. How much? Who cares? Just be prepared. The colonel looked strangely at his torpedo man. Yosef looked stubborn. Colonel, how much is it? $25,000. Look at my signal now. Rothschild replied quickly and impatiently. After 30 seconds, the Israeli colonel turned to Yosef and ordered, shoot. There was no movement. Yosef's finger was still on the red switch, and he didn't press it. Shoot! Shoot! Rothschild yelled. Still nothing. Rothschild was trembling with anger, and he roared at the torpedo man, okay. It's okay. I'll pay for it. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the torpedo shot out and hit the Egyptian destroyer. Count you lucky, in a small town in Poland, there was a poor teacher who taught scriptures. Because he could not bear the current predicament, he decided to become a robber. One day, he took a knife in the kitchen and ran into the woods. He lurked behind a tree, waiting for passers-by. At last he saw the target, a wealthy lumber merchant in town, coming unsuspecting. He was silent, walked up to him, and gestured with a knife. Suddenly, he remembered something again, his hand loosened, and the knife fell to the ground. Lucky for you, I just remembered that this knife is for processing milk, he muttered. To borrow or not to borrow, the dancing snow was beautiful, but Mander felt that every snowflake pierced his heart. Unfortunate things always fall on me, he complained. As soon as I fixed the house, the landowner warned me that it was going to be knocked down, and I had to leave. I managed to find a place to stay. Now where are you moving? It took me a long time to pack things up. But it snowed again. What kind of snow is this? I'm so sorry for this unfortunate thing to happen to me. It was a particularly dark night for Mander. Shaking his head, he went to bed without taking off his clothes. He was so bored that he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. It's so troublesome, what should I do? What should I do? Got it. I borrowed a sleigh from Goldberg. The reason is simple, I pile it full on it, and then 1, 2, 10. Done. Great. Thank God. He rolled over comfortably. When the second thought came, he was almost asleep. What if Goldberg doesn't lend me the sleigh? Impossible. Why doesn't he lend me? He'll lend me. Stop thinking about it. Why not? What should I do? It's not hard to imagine what would have happened to me if he didn't want to lend me the sleigh. Oh, the bastard. He should have gotten sick. He's so cruel. Me? No. Absolutely impossible. No way. He will definitely lend it to me. He turned around, trying to fall asleep. If he doesn't borrow? Oh, unimaginable. I did so much for him. Who gave him his first job? Who taught him the tricks? Where did he get the meat when his wife was sick? Wasn't he the best guy? Wasn't I signing the Morris project for him? When he was in trouble, I helped him get through it. And now he doesn't want to lend me the sleigh that makes people disgusting $2 stuff. This is too much. I can't stand it. Why? Why dash? He staggered out of bed, put on his trousers, grabbed his shirt and draped it over his shoulders, rushed into the street, ran to Goldberg's house, rang the doorbell desperately, and kept saying, "Bastard, know something to use." Until a sleepy Goldberg appeared at the door. "Goldberg, Goldberg, you bastard, you ungrateful, you tramp," cried Mander. "Do you know what to do with your rattling sleigh? You and it go to hell. Goodbye." Happy wife, an old Jewish old man, was lying on a hospital bed. His breath was weak, and he would die soon. The doctor and the patient's wife were at his bedside. "Please, tell me, doctor," cried the patient's wife, "how long will he suffer like this?" As soon as she finished speaking, the dying old man opened his eyes, stared fiercely at the old woman and shouted, "You bitch, old witch, get out of my way." The old lady looked at the doctor happily and smiled. "It's great, doctor," she was very happy, "he's doing well, he recognized me." Relativity. "Hello, Mrs. Lavin. How are you doing?" "Very good. Is your daughter Shirley okay?" "Oh, God, she's fine. Her husband is so nice. He never lets her wash things in cold water. She's in bed until 12 o'clock, then the maid brings breakfast to bed. At 3 o'clock, she'd go shopping on 5th Street at Saks, drink cocktails at Rise at 5. She looks like a movie star when it comes to dressing. Where can you get such good luck? What about your son? He seems to be married too." "Yes, he's married." "Oh, poor boy, he's not so lucky. He's married to a vain girl." "What does she do all the time, you know?" "Nothing. Just a shit. She doesn't wake up until noon and ask someone to bring breakfast to bed. Do you think she'll take care of the house?" "No. She's been shopping all afternoon, spending her husband's hard-earned money on those movie stars to wear them on her clothes. At the end of the day, she's drinking a cocktail. That's a wife too? Repent." As the priest was meditating, a young man came to him and said, "Priest, I want to repent. I have committed a great sin. One day last month, I forgot to say Thanksgiving." I whispered the priest, "How can a Jew forget to say Thanksgiving before a meal?" "Priest, how can you pray before you wash your hands?" "That sucks," lamented the priest. "How can a Jew swallow his food without washing his hands?" "But, priest, the food is not clean." "Unclean. How can Jews eat unclean things?" "Will the food in a pagan home be clean?" "What? Damn. How can you eat in a heathen's house?" "But, priest, no Jew will give me anything to eat." "Lie," cried the priest, "who said the Jews would refuse to give food to the hungry?" "But priest, it's Yom Kippur," retorted the young man. "Healthy fool, a strange visitor comes to a rich man's house. I'm a priest and a scholar. I'm sick, please help me," he demanded. This rich man is also a little learned. Not only is he not impressed by the words and actions of strangers, but instead he examines his knowledge. "Dear priest, are you familiar with Lang Bayman's The Way to Solve the Bewilderment?" "More than familiarity. I studied it when I was a few years old," replied the visitor. "What about Tolstoy's Codex Commentary, The Resurrection?" The stranger replied easily, "I don't care if I'm recited. I've watched it since I was very young." "My friend," said the rich man, laughing, "it would be better to call you a healthy fool than a sick scholar." The influence of preaching. Once the pastor came to a village and preached in church on Sunday afternoon. Many people went to hear him preach. There was a man in the village who could be called a scholar. When he saw that people were going to listen to the sermons, he also went. The next morning, in the street, the priest met him. "What do you think of my preaching?" the pastor asked him. "I can't sleep after listening to your sermon." "Have my preaching affected you so much?" "It's not like that, it's just that I can't sleep at night when I fall asleep during the day." The essence of the problem. An old Jewish man, sitting in an empty subway car, made strange and exaggerated gestures and grimaces, sometimes laughing happily, sometimes dancing. A passenger next to him was very curious, approached him, and asked, "What's the matter? Do you want me to help?" "No. No. Thank goodness I'm fine," replied the gesturing man. "I always tell myself stories to pass the time when I travel." "Oh, then why are you gesturing and grimacing like you're in pain?" said another. "Oh, that. Every time I tell a new story, I have to let myself know I haven't heard it," said the old man. Mock's answer. Mock is a very witty man who was once asked, "You are a smart man, please tell me why they call noodles noodles?" Without thinking, Mock replied, "What's the problem? They're long, like noodles, aren't they? They're soft, like noodles, aren't they? And they taste like noodles, don't they? See now, why are they called noodles?" Talmud Collection, Part 1. Friends' Panties. Susie accompanies you to read. When the writer first came to America, he visited a banker's friend's house. He found that the weather in New York was warm and the clothes he had brought with him were thick. So his banker friend borrowed some of his old-fashioned, strappy underwear for him to wear. The writer strolled along Fifth Avenue while bathing in the warm sun, not even noticing that the straps of his panties had come off his head and dragged on the ground. "Hey, sir, the straps on your trousers are off," a policeman stopped him as he turned the corner. The writer was stunned for a moment. He finally realized his problem, and finally replied, "You are mistaken, those are not my panties, they are my friends." Circus trick. After Hitler enacted the anti-Semitic Nuremberg laws, a circus came to a small town in Bavaria. Posters are everywhere. One of their most distinctive shows is a man in a lion skin to fight a tiger in a cage. The circus had to hire people to do this dangerous job, and only a Jew with a yellow flag on his arm came to apply. "Oh, you're Jewish," said the manager in surprise. "Who else but Jews would do this?" "No one would give me a job because of my race," said the inductee bleakly. The manager smiled and asked, "Aren't you afraid? It's dangerous, you might be eaten by tigers." "Yes, I know. But that's okay, I have to take this opportunity for my starving home," said the Jew wearily. So he was hired. On the day of the show, many people came to watch this wonderful special performance, and the circus audience was almost crowded to the top of the tent. The featured show began, and the Jew came out trembling all over. In front of all the audience, he donned the skin of a lion. Then he roared like a real lion and rushed into the open cage. Facing the terrifying tiger and looking at its green eyes, he was simply petrified. "I'm done," he said to himself, before calling out in a trembling voice the verse the Jew had read in the face of death, "Listen, Israel." The tiger then lowered his back, "Our Lord, God." The lion said, "I thought you were a real tiger, but you terrified me." "Uncle, you don't think you're the only Jew who makes a living in Germany?" Tiger said. Wasted protection. A small shopkeeper had deposited some money in the bank. During this period of time, business was not good. He had to withdraw his last few dollars and closed the account. He came out reluctantly, heartbroken and depressed. When he saw the doorman, he hurried over and said, "My friend, you can go home now, there's nothing to worry about." Philosophical sickness. The famous Jewish scholar, Dr. Isaac, with a goatee, looks very much like a Russian Jewish doctor. One day, an old woman came to him. "Doctor," she complained, "my rheumatism is killing me. Can you—" "Sorry," interrupted Dr. Isaac, "you got it wrong, I'm just a doctor." "Then, doctor," she muttered, "what's the problem with philosophy?" Fainted person. It was so hot that an elderly Jew fainted beside the fountain. People rushed to his side, shouting, "Water! Water!" Someone fainted. "Water!" The old man raised his head weakly and corrected the words of those around him, "A glass of ale." Sucks. Mrs. Goldstein has been unable to convince her husband to accompany her to the theater. He always had a reason to stay at home and play cards with friends and family. At last, Mrs. Goldstein couldn't take it anymore. This time, she declared, "You must go with me, or you will regret it." So Mr. Goldstein was dragged to the theater. He finally finished watching the drama that his wife thought was very good, and finally finished it all night. "How do you feel?" the wife asked triumphantly when the curtain went down and the stage lights came on. "It sucks," he answered briefly. "What do you mean?" she asked. "I'll tell you," said Mr. Goldstein, unable to disguise any longer. "It's all the same thing in the drama, a man and a woman. When he wants it, she doesn't want it, but when he doesn't want it, she wants it again. When they both want it, it's time for the curtain to fall. Wise Elder Hume Village is a village of fools. All men, women and children in the village are fools." One night, when someone found the shadow of the moon in the bucket, the villagers in Hume were startled, thinking that the moon had fallen into the bucket. So they decided to cover the bucket, thinking that the moon would not be able to escape. When they opened the bucket the next morning, the moon was gone. They decided that the moon must have been stolen. They called the police, but no matter what, they couldn't find the person who stole the moon. All the villagers were very sad and wept bitterly. Of all the fools in Hume, the most famous are the 7 elders of the village. They were the oldest and the dumbest in the village of Helm, and they ruled the village of Helm. They had white beards, and their foreheads jutted forward due to overuse of their brains. There was a Hanukkah night, and it was snowing heavily. Silver white snow covered the entire village of Helm, sparkling and shining like white silver. That night, the 7 elders sat and mused. They were frowning over the financial difficulties of the village, and they didn't know where to get the money. Suddenly, the eldest of them, the big fool, Gronim, exclaimed, "Isn't the snow outside the window just the silver?" "Yes, there are pearls in the snow," cried another. "There are gems in the snow," cried the third. At this time, the elders of Helm Village understood that treasures were falling from the sky. However, it didn't take long for them to feel worried again. If the villagers go out, they will trample their treasures. How to do it? Fool Dudras came up with an idea. "Let's send a messenger from house to house to announce that all people must stay at home until all the silver, pearls, and gems have been collected before going out." Hearing this suggestion, the elders were very satisfied. They rubbed their hands in agreement with the clever proposition. But the idiot Lachish looked disapproving. "The messenger will also trample the treasure." Lachish is right. So the elders' foreheads were wrinkled again, digging out their minds to solve this new problem. "Yes, yes," cried the idiot Shemuel. "Speak, please," said the elders eagerly. "Don't let the messenger walk on the ground, let him sit on a table and be carried away, so that he won't step on Bathsheba." The elders were amazed that Shemuel's solution was wonderful, also proud of his own wisdom. Immediately they sent for Gimple, the envoy, and seated him at a table. But who will carry the table? Coincidentally, the chef-trader, Beryl peeling the potatoes, Yokel who mixes the salad, and Jantiel who looks after the goat in the village are all there. The elders ordered the 4 of them to carry the table on which Gimple sat with a mallet to knock on the doors of each house. Everything was ready, and they set off. Every time he came to a door, Gimple knocked a few times and shouted loudly, "Don't go out tonight. Treasures are in the sky, and it is strictly forbidden to step on them." The people of Helm Village were obedient to the elders, and they didn't leave the house for a whole night. Next is how the elders collect the treasures and how to use them. Fool Dudras suggested selling the treasure and buying a goose that lays golden eggs. In this way, the villagers do not have to worry about food or clothing. Stupid Lachish has other ideas. He suggested buying a batch of magnifying glasses for the village of Hume. In this way, houses, streets, and shops all look bigger. Of course, if they look big, they must be big. Then the village of Helm is no longer a small village, but a big city. Other elders made some equally clever claims. So the elders began to weigh the pros and cons of various plans. Before I knew it, it was bright and the sun was rising. They looked out the window. What did they find? They found that silver, pearls, and diamonds had been trampled on the ground. It was the big boots of the table bearers that destroyed all the treasures. The elders of Hume Village, twisting their white beards, admitted to each other that they had made a mistake. They explained that if there were 4 more people carrying the 4 people carrying the table, this might not be the case. After a long and careful discussion, the elders unanimously decided that when the next Hanukkah comes, the heaven will drop treasures, and they will do it this way. The Hanukkah villagers didn't get the treasure, but they were hopeful for the coming year. As always, they praised the wisdom of the elders, and they were convinced that no matter what problems they encountered, the elders in the village would find a solution. Stupid servant. The rabbi of Chelm spent the night in a hotel with one of his students. The student told the servant to wake him up early in the morning because he had to catch an early bus. The servant agreed. Not wanting to wake the rabbi, the student dressed in the dark, but in a hurry, he put on the rabbi's robe. He hurried to the station, got into the train, and was stunned when he saw himself in the carriage mirror. "That servant is stupid," he exclaimed angrily. "I told him to wake me, but he went and woke the rabbi." Chief sages Shoes, the counselors of Cherm, were meeting, and they decided that they wanted to have a group like the others to convey their wisdom, starting with a chief saint. So they chose a chief saint. But to their dismay, no one noticed him when he walked out into the street, as he was no different from the inhabitants of Chelm. So they put a pair of golden shoes on him. "Everyone will know now that he is the chief saint," they said. When the chief sage put on the golden shoes on the first day on the street, the dust was flying, and after a while, the uppers of his shoes were covered with dust, and he could no longer see that they were golden. So still no one recognizes the chief saint. So no one noticed. The chief saint felt neglected and went to the committee to complain. "If I don't get respect soon, I'll resign," he threatened. "You're so right," the committee agreed. "We'll step up. We must protect the dignity of the chief saint." So they put another pair of leather shoes on him outside his golden shoes. In this way, when the chief saint goes to the street, the dust will not get on the golden shoes, but because people still don't see the golden shoes inside, they still can't tell that it is the chief saint. This is too much. The chief saint was angry. What's the point of being a chief saint if everyone ignores it? "You are absolutely right," the committee agreed. "We will protect your dignity at all costs." So they made a pair of leather shoes with many small holes for the chief saint. This not only protects the golden shoes from dust, but also allows people to see the golden shoes inside. Everyone can recognize the chief saint. Unfortunately, this plan failed again. Dust through the holes stained gold and leather shoes. Still no one recognizes the chief saint. This is too much. The chief saint was furious. "It's such a shame, I'll never show up on the street again." "We are as distressed as you are," the committee reassured him. "We'll keep trying to figure it out." So they filled the small hole with straw. True, the straw stops the dust from getting inside, but the old problem is that no one can see the golden shoes inside. So once again, the chief saint was ignored. This is his last limit. So the saints of Chelm convened a solemn assembly to discuss and solve the problem. And after a long and heated discussion, they finally came up with a solution. From now on, they told the chief sage, "You wear your ordinary leather shoes on the streets, but to let everyone know that you are the chief sage, wear a golden shoe on each hand." Male or female, once the rabbi of Cherm became very ill. He was such a saint who did many sacred things for others, but refused to use supernatural powers on himself. So others had to call in a doctor. The doctor examined the saint's body and shook his head. "Not good, not good," he said. "There is only one way: drink enough fresh goat milk for a long time. You should have a goat yourself." my advice is, buy a goat. Highly likely in both outcomes because sometimes they make serious mistakes, but the patient is saved. Occasionally a small mistake in therapy, which the patient thinks will not have serious consequences, may prove to be cause of death. Everyone who is negligent, please be vigilant about this. The doctor cannot be charged for giving advice to the patient, because by sharing knowledge and wisdom with the patient, he fulfills his religious duty to restore the patient to health. Just as God serves pro bono, so should doctors. The doctor, however, can be paid for the time he spends visiting patients and for the hard work he spends prescribing medicines for him. The more you charge for your services, the more remarkable you will appear in the eyes of people. You don't ask for anything, and people look down on your medical skills. Visiting and treating poor patients should be a special concern of yours, for you will never find anything more meaningful. Abba the bloodletter, he bled people for medical purposes, kept a box in his office out of sight of everyone, where patients could put money. Those who could afford put money in it, those who couldn't people can hold on, they don't have to be ashamed. Whenever a poor young scholar came to see a doctor, ABA not only treated him for free, but also gave the young man some money, saying, "Take it, use them to buy some nutritional supplements." Doctors are not just people who dispense medicines, they are not talking computers. There are ethical issues involved when treating patients. What is between a doctor and a patient is not something as simple as a business transaction, nor a professional relationship between a human specimen and the American Medical Association. It is a rich human relationship with care, trust, responsibility. When Hezekiah was ill, God told the prophet Isaiah, "Go and tell him, arrange your affairs, for you are about to die and you cannot live any longer." Hezekiah said to the prophet, Isaiah, "It is traditional for people who visit the sick to say, 'God bless you.'" The doctor went on to tell him to eat this and not that, and drink this and not that. Even when the doctor realized that the patient was dying, he didn't say to him, "Organize your funeral lest the patient break down." "But you, Isaiah, said to me, 'Organize your affairs, because you're going to die, you can't live anymore.'" Telling someone who is seriously ill to think about the funeral is allowed. If he borrows or lends money to someone, or someone has lent him money, he should take care of everything. But he had to be told that he didn't have to feel that death was imminent because of these problems. When death comes, the patient is advised to admit it. We assured him, many people have admitted it and died, just as many refused to admit it and died. Because you can admit it, maybe you can live. If we are not sure whether the sick person is going to die or live, we must not allow idolaters to heal. But if we know for sure that the patient is dying, we may be able to treat them. But should we not consider the moments before the patient's death without endangering him? In such a case, a moment of time may not be considered. If your brother grows poor with you and sells himself to you, do not let him serve you like a slave. He will serve you in the year of Jubilee as a hired hand and a foreigner. When the Jubilee comes, he and his children can leave you and go back to their hometown, to the inheritance of his ancestors. You shall not oppress the poor and needy hired laborer, whether he is your brother or a stranger in your city. Give him his wages that day, and do not wait until sunset, for he is poor, and his heart is on his wages, or he will call on the Lord because of you, and the sin will be yours. Anyone who refuses to pay an employee's wages is like killing the employee. If a man hires workers and asks them to work early in the morning or at night, when the local custom is not to work early in the morning or at night, he cannot force them to work early in the morning or at night. And if the local custom is to provide food for the worker, he must provide it too. If the local custom is to provide dessert to the workers, he must provide it too. It all depends on the local custom. Most of us rely on our fellow citizens to do hundreds of jobs for us, and after those jobs are done, wages are often disputed between employers and employees. When they finally parted, each party was convinced that the other had plundered him. According to Jewish law, local standards and customs, and the time of completion determine the appropriate amount of wages. Who knows for sure local standards and customs, especially when employers may make employees do special jobs? Therefore, as far as necessity is concerned, if the employer wishes to do the right thing, he is obliged to give the employee what he asks, which is also very difficult. Therefore, anyone wishing to do the right thing should determine in advance what the employee should be paid and avoid any doubts accordingly. Just as the employer is prohibited from depriving the poor of their wages or not paying them on time, so the worker is prohibited from depriving the employer of the benefits that the employer should receive from his labor. He cannot waste time here and there, and thus deceive the whole day wasted. In fact, workers must be punctual. A worker cannot do his own work at night and be hired to do it during the day. He cannot plow his ox at night and rent it out during the day, nor can he torture himself hungry to feed his children, because by doing so he is stealing the labor of his employer. Rabbis were once asked, "How was the earth made?" "No one has a definite answer," they replied, "but ask Joseph the Creator, for no one has as much knowledge of these things as he." So the questioner went to Rabbi Joseph and found him working on a scaffold. "I have a question for you," the man shouted to the rabbi. "I can't come down to answer your question now," the rabbi replied. "I'm employed today, and my time belongs to my employer. If a worker starts working and then changes his mind, he can stop working even after he's worked half a day, because an employee does not belong to his or her employer. But this only applies if no irreparable damage has occurred. In the event of possible irreparable damage, workers are not allowed to change their minds midway." A jeweler lost a ring that a customer asked him to make again. In this answer, the question is the jeweler regarded as a paid custodian responsible for the ring? Or simply treat him as a craftsman who is not responsible for the loss? But it was often seen by later authorities as an instruction on the duty of artisans. Like other workers, they were responsible for the property they cared for. Undoubtedly, he is responsible for the loss. The enjoyment he derives from observing the ring, duplicating it, and getting paid for his labor makes him responsible for the ring during his possession. But if Simon, jeweler, says to Robin, customer, "Take the ring away, I already have the impression of it in my mind, and I know what to do," and Robin insists, "Leave the ring on. With you, you can see it at all times, so that it doesn't go wrong." I'd say, then, that Simon shouldn't be seen as a paid custodian. In this case, he's just someone who sees the ring as something pleasing to the eye and takes no responsibility for it. "You shall not steal, you shall not deceive, and you shall not lie to one another. Do not swear falsely by my name and blaspheme the name of your God. Do not oppress your neighbor or rob him of his property." Even a poor person who lives on almsgiving should have the act of giving. You are harvesting in the field, and if you forget the next sheaf, don't go back and get it again, but leave it to the sojourners and the orphans and widows. So the Lord your God will bless you in all that you do in your hands. Thou shalt strike the olive tree, and what is left on the branch shall not strike any more, but leave it to the sojourners and the orphans and widows. You pick the grapes from the vineyard, and what is left over, do not pick any more, leave it to the sojourners and the orphans and widows. The rewards of almsgiving are entirely dependent on the level of kindness contained in the almsgiving. Sometimes it is better to lend than to give. Reuben, an honest man, asked Simon to lend him some money. Simon took out the money without hesitation, but he said, "I'm giving you this money as a gift with all my heart." Reuben was so ashamed and embarrassed that he never borrowed money from Simon again. Obviously, in this example, it would have been much better if Simon hadn't given Reuben a gift like that. If you're trying to pull a man out of the quagmire and filth, don't think it's enough to stand up all the time, leaning over and reaching out to him. You must bend yourself all the way down into the quagmire and filth, then push him and yourself up with a strong hand and see the light of day again. Every judge who truly decides a case, even if it takes only an hour, has the honor of creating the world with God. A judge should always handle a case with trepidation, like a sword hanging over his head and a black hole in hell under his feet. Listen to your compatriots, and then decide justly. Rabbi Hanina's warning to judges, that is, don't listen to only one party in the lawsuit before one party arrives. At the same time, it is also a warning to the parties. I.e., no attempt may be made to explain his case to the judge until his counterparty arrives. You shall not be partial in your judgment. Rabbi Judas means this: you cannot be partial to anyone. Rabbi Iorizer said the same, and he meant, you can't be prejudiced against anyone. There is no distinction between the good and the bad, says Lesh Lakish. This sentence shows that the judge must pay the same attention to the lawsuit involving a small amount of money as the lawsuit involving a large amount of money. because every case must be treated the same. Further, this sentence illustrates the need to give proper priority to the most trivial case. If it comes first in the order, then it should be considered first. When you judge, do not do what is unrighteous, do not favor the poor, nor honor the powerful, but judge your neighbor with righteousness. Don't favor the poor doesn't mean a poor man. In any case, the rich will support him. I will take care of him at judgment, and then he will have some support in a decent way. Neither should you value the powerful, not to say, how can I bring shame upon a rich man and bear witness to his shame? If two people come to court, one in rags and one in expensive, fine clothes, the court should say to the well-dressed one, either dress him like him or let him dress like you. When the parties to the lawsuit came to see Rabbi Bahuna, he would say to them, take off your good shoes and talk about your case. We are taught that the use of the word justice refers firstly to a decision based on strict legal grounds and secondly, to reconciliation. Why is this so? For example, two boats meet on a river. If both sides want to pass at the same time, then they will collide and both sink. But if one lets the other pass first, then both ships can pass without incident. Likewise, two camels meet on the road to Beth Harlan Mountain. If they boarded the road at the same time, they would all fall into the abyss below. But if one goes first and the other goes after, then they can both go up the mountain safely. How do they decide who goes first? If one camel has a load and the other has no load, the one with no load should let the one with the load go first. If one end is closer to the destination, then the end farther from the destination should let the one closer to the destination pass first. But if two camels are as close to their destination, they should come to a compromise, and the one who passed first should compensate the one who gave way. What does based on environmental evidence mean? The judge told the witness, perhaps you saw a man chasing his mate into a rubble. You followed and found him with a sword in his hand, blood dripping from the sword, and the murdered man on the ground, rolling in pain. If that's all you see, well, you don't see anything. Meaning, unless the murder in progress is seen, the circumstantial evidence he makes cannot be admissible in court, no matter how lethal. How to stimulate the fear of the law in witnesses in death penalty cases. Judges will bring witnesses to court and warn them in this way, what you say may be based on circumstantial evidence, hearsay, or secondhand information, and even if the source is credible, you may not realize that we will take turns questioning you and scrutinizing your testimony. You have to remember, death penalty cases are different from money cases. In a civil lawsuit, a person can make monetary restitution to the injured party and be forgiven. In a death penalty case, a person must take responsibility for the blood of the person he killed in vain and his descendants. Because we find evidence in the case of Cain, who killed his brother, the Bible says, "The blood of your brother cries to me from the ground." Not the blood of one person, but the plural, the blood of multiple people, which means his own blood and the blood of his descendants. After a case was tried, the prisoner was taken out and was about to be stoned to death. One stood at the door of the court with a flag in one hand, the other, on horseback, stood some distance away from view. If a judge said, "I'm going to add something to the prisoner," the man at the gate waved the flag, and the rider immediately rode to stop the execution. Even if the prisoner himself said, "I'm going to defend myself," he would be brought back to court 4 or 5 times, provided there was real substance in his words. If the prisoner is thus found innocent, he is released. If not, he will continue to be executed, stoned to death. A vanguard walked in front of him and announced loudly, "So-and-so is sentenced to be stoned to death, because he has committed so-and-so. The witness against him is so-and-so. Does anyone know what is in the prisoner's favor? Please speak up." The stranger who lives with you, look upon him as a native, and love him as yourself, because you were sojourners in the land of Egypt. When a city is surrounded only for the spoils of war, it cannot be surrounded on all 4 sides, but only on 3 sides, but one side is set aside, in order to give a chance to those who can escape and save their lives. When it is about to go into battle, the ruler will declare to the people, "Whoever builds a house and has not lived in it can go home, lest he be killed and someone else will live there. Whoever plants a vineyard and has not yet enjoyed the fruit, he can go home, lest he die in battle and others will enjoy it. Whoever has a wife and has not yet married, he can go home, or else he will be killed and someone else will marry. The ruler will also announce to the people, whoever is afraid and timid, he can go home. If you besiege and attack a city for a long time, do not cut down the tree with the axe, for you can eat the fruit of the tree. Can the trees in the field be spoiled by man? Anyone who chops down a fruit-bearing tree will be whipped. This punishment was not only because cutting down fruit trees during sieges was prohibited. Whenever a fruit tree was cut maliciously, it was punished by whipping. However, if it causes damage to other trees, or to other people's land, or if it is of greater value for other purposes, then it may be cut down. Only malicious destruction is prohibited by law. For suicide, no ritual can be observed. Rabbi Ishmael said, he can be mourned. Alas, a fool who went astray. Alas, a fool who went astray. So Rabbi Akiva said to him, let him be annihilated. Do not bless him and do not curse him. At the funeral of the person who committed suicide, no one ripped his clothes, no one bare his shoulders, and no one praised him. But people should line up to bid him farewell, and mourners' blessings should be recited to him out of respect for the living. The general rule is, out of respect for the living, the public should come in and do what they are supposed to do, but if it's out of respect for the dead, then they shouldn't come in and do anything. Proverbs of wealth: some items go immediately to the person who picked them up, but others must be returned to their original owners. The following items can belong to the person who found it: scattered fruit, scattered coins, small bundles of grain on the road, fig cakes, baker's bread, bunches of fish, pieces of meat, unprocessed wool. The following items must be returned to their original owners: fruit in a basket or an empty basket, money in a purse or an empty purse, piles of fruit, piles of coins, 3 coins stacked together, grains falling on private property, home bread, in the workshop processed wool. If he finds something in the store, it belongs to him. However, if he picks it up between the counter and the owner's seat, it belongs to the owner. Rabbi Eliza said, since the temple was destroyed, the gates of the prayers have been locked. It is more difficult for them to get into heaven. But although the door of prayer is locked, the door of tears is not. Rabbi Hesta said, even if all the doors are closed, the door for those who have been wronged to complain is always open. If a man wants to study the Torah and wants to marry, he should study first and then marry. But if he cannot live without his wife, he should get married before studying. Rabbi Judas said in the name of Samuel, men should marry first and then study. Rabbi Jonathan said, men should study the Torah with a grindstone around their neck. Everyone knows why the bride enters the bridal chamber. But if anyone dares to joke about it, even if he is destined to have 70 years of happiness, it will now become unfortunate. A woman must know that if she and her husband live in harmony, she is his family and friend. A woman must know that her morning, noon, and evening prayers are for the purpose of teaching her children to fear God, to learn the Torah, and to obey the commandments. The best thing a woman can do in order to get into heaven is to let her children know God's name and do what God wants. When she lived in heaven, and her children feared God in their hearts, all because of her, as if she were alive, obeying the commandments with them, and she stood at the top of the steps leading to the world to come. When traveling alone, keep an eye on one's actions, so that his heavenly companion will not abandon him and make him defective for not being able to marry a woman. If his wife is with him, it must be so, then it is all the more necessary for a heavenly companion to guide him all the way to his home. When he returned home, he was obliged to give his wife some joy, for she had won him a heavenly companion. He should perform this duty for 2 reasons. First of all, his joy was religious joy, and God felt it too, and, in his own way, he spread peace to the world. Second, if his wife became pregnant, the heavenly companion gave the child a soul. A father must provide his daughter with clothes and jewelry, and prepare a wedding dress for her, so that people will pursue her and plan to marry her. Within what limits? With 1/10 of his fortune. The daughters of Manasseh's Levhard came over. Their names are Mara, Noah, Hagolah, Mika, and Tisa. They stood before Moses, the pastor Eliza, the chieftain, and the crowd, at the entrance of the tent, and they said, our father died in the wilderness. He has no son. Do not take our father's name, because he has no son. and be forgotten by the clan. Give us the right to inherit from our father's male relatives." Moses asked God about their affairs. God said to Moses, "The daughters of Zelophehad are justified in their demands. You should give them the right of inheritance among their father's male relatives, give them their father's share. And say to the Israelites, if a man dies without a son, he shall give his property to his daughter." At what age are they considered to be no longer orphans? Until they no longer need the discipline and care of an adult, until they can get everything they need on their own like other adults. Until the time of Abraham, there was no difference between young and old. A person may live 100 or 200 years without appearing old. Abraham said, "I went into the city with my son, and no one knew who was the father and who was the son." So Abraham said to God, "King of the universe, there must be some difference in appearance between father and son, old man and young man." God said, "I'll start with you." Abraham fell asleep, and when he woke up in the morning, his hair and beard were white. He said, "King of the universe, you made me a role model." Rabius ben Zizma says, "Sorrow for something that is gone forever." What is that? One's youth. Rabbi Dimi said, "Youth is a crown of roses, and old age is a crown of heavy wicker." While you are young, before the days of decay come, as you say, before those years when I have no joy come near, cherish your health, do not wait until the sun, the light, the moon, the stars become dark, and the rain after the clouds return. At that time, the guards of the house trembled, the strong bowed down, the millers became few, the women leaning on the railings and leaning on the households were sullen, the street doors were closed, the sound of the mills was small, the birds were screaming, and the singers were getting old. People are afraid of heights, there is panic on the road, the almond tree blooms, and all people's hopes are in vain. The silver chain is broken, the golden pot is broken, the bottle is damaged by the spring, the water wheel is broken at the wellhead, the dust returns to the ground, and the spirit returns to the ground. God of spirit. Don't take narcotics, because with regular doses, your heart will crave it. You will also lose money. Even for medical purposes, don't take narcotics if you can find other drugs that work. Remember the old days, miss the sages of the past. Ask your father, and he will show you. Ask your elder, and he will tell you. An educated bastard has a higher status than an ignorant high priest. Scholars have a higher status than the king of Israel, because if a scholar dies, no one can replace him, and if a king dies, all Israelites have the ability to be kings. The beauty hiding in the depths of the palace will quietly open a hidden window when her friend or lover passes by, so that the friend or lover can see her peerless face. Then she will disappear, the window and door will be closed. Next time I don't know when to meet again. The law, like beauty, is shown only to those chosen by God, but not always in the same way. At first, she was covered with a thick veil and only waved to a passerby. Later, she would walk a little closer to the passerby and whisper a few words to him, but her face was still hidden behind a thick veil that was hard to see through. Later, she talked to him, and the veil on her face became thinner. Only after he got acquainted with her heart did she finally take off her veil, face him face to face, and trustfully confide her innermost secrets to him. The man stretches out his hand and splits the rock, move down the mountain roads, split waterways in the rock, see all kinds of treasures with your own eyes. He seals the water from dripping, to reveal what is hidden. But where can wisdom be found? Where is the cleverness? The value of wisdom is unknown, it is nowhere to be found in the land of the living. The abyss says, "Not in me," Songhai said, "Not in me." Wisdom does not come with gold, nor can it be valued in silver. For it is hidden from all living eyes, covered so that you can't even see the birds in the sky. Destruction and death says, "We hear it by name." But God knows the way of wisdom, know where wisdom is. For he sees to the extremes, all over the world, to set the weight for the wind, and measure mountains and rivers. He commands the rain and dew. Set the way for lightning. Then he saw wisdom and spoke, he is firm and prudent. He said to the people, "The fear of the Lord is wisdom, to stay away from evil is to be wise." The Sabbath is less about celebrating space than about celebrating time. 6 days of the week, we are all under the tyranny of something in space. On the Sabbath, we try to reconcile with the sanctity of time. On this day we are gathered to share what is eternal in time, from the result of creation to the master of creation, from the world of creation to the world of creation. I will never forget the Sabbath in our town. I may forget everything else, but I still can't forget the festive atmosphere in my mind, the quiet and peaceful atmosphere that pervades even the poorest. White tablecloths, candles, little girl with well-groomed hair, walking towards the synagogue men. Even as our town grows desolate, I will still remember the light and warmth it radiated on the Sabbath. It was all there, the beaming prayers, the silent songs of the Hasidians, the raging flames and the radiance on the faces of the elders. Neighborhood envy, stinginess, and petty favors are put aside, as are debts, troubles, and dangers. Anything can be put aside for now. Because the Sabbath covers the whole universe, it gives us a space of peace, an atmosphere of love. You shall not do unrighteousness, neither with rulers, scales, leaders, and buckets. Use fair scales, fair weights, fair buckets, and fair scales. You must not have 2 weights, one large and one small, in your bag. You can't have one big and one small bucket in your home. When using fair weights, lift the bucket fairly. Then your days may be long in the land that the Lord your God has given you. For those who do iniquity are an abomination to the Lord your God. Wholesalers must clean their gauges every 30 days, and small producers every 12 months. Laban Simon bin Gamaliel said that the converse is also true. A small producer should clean his weights more often, because if not used frequently, the weights will stick and no longer remain fair. In addition, the shopkeeper must clean his scales every 2 weeks, wipe the weights once a week, and wipe the balance after each weighing. Rabbi Meir said, the person who wanted to lend money for profit said to the clerk, write it down, and to the witness, sign it. He has no right to share in favor with God, who expressly forbids taking advantage. Let's see how all of God's creations borrow from each other. Day borrows from night, and night borrows from day. The moon borrowed from the stars, and the stars borrowed from the moon. Wisdom borrows from understanding, and understanding borrows from wisdom. The kingdom of heaven borrows from the world, and the world borrows from the kingdom of heaven. All of God's creations borrow from each other, yet live in harmony without lawsuits. Usury to non-Jews was allowed only as a means of subsistence, allowing Jews to earn enough to live on when there was no other means of subsistence. Peace is great because the prophets taught all men to take care of nothing but peace. Peace is great because it is given to the humble, but the humble shall inherit the land and rejoice in abundant peace. Peace is great because it is above everything else. Peace is a big deal, and all-day clamoring is an abomination. Peace is a great thing, because it is necessary even during war. When you are near a city to be attacked, first declare to the people of the city that you live in harmony. Peace is great because even the dying need peace. You shall return to your ancestors in peace, and you shall die in peace. Peace is great because there is no better quality in the creation of the holy God than peace, and it is bestowed upon the righteous. When a righteous man leaves the world, 3 angels who save the wounded will greet him in mourning, and each angel will say a word of hope for peace. The first angel said, "Peace be with him." The second angel said, "He shall rest in his bed." The third angel said, "This is the way a man of integrity is treated." Peace is great because even the angels of heaven need it. If peace is important in heaven, a place without hatred and hostility, then how important it is in a land full of contradictions and strife. Every action that results in the loss of life is sinful, even when it comes from the purest of compassion, even when the victim himself is the perpetrator. Justice says, "Let those who can save themselves be saved." Every man's life is entrusted to him, and protecting your own life is a more realistic duty than protecting your neighbor's life. Educational proverbs for someone who learns like a child. What do we compare him to? It's like writing with ink on fresh, clean paper. But to someone who learns like an old man, what do we compare him to? It's like writing with ink on tattered paper. The world lasts only for the breath of school children. School children must never neglect their studies, not even for the purpose of building a temple. Cities without school children will eventually decay. Rav said to Rabbi Samuel ben Schlater, "Don't take students under the age of 6. But if you are over 6, you must take them, and let them learn as you feed cows. When combined with some secular occupations, the study of the Torah will be extremely effective, as hard work and study will drive evil thoughts out of the mind. But if studying the Torah is not combined with work, one will end up slack in the mind, which is the source of evil. Children, when humble, maintain your self-esteem and evaluate yourself in a realistic manner. Who will speak to someone who is his enemy? Who respects self-deprecating people? One of Penny Barak's kids broke a bottle. His father threatened to pull his ears. Out of fear of his father, the child ran out and threw himself into the well. The matter was passed on to Rabbi Ajwa, who stipulated, no funeral for this child can be refused, as they are usually treated as suicide. In this regard, the sages said, a man should never threaten his own children. He can punish him immediately. Or just stay peaceful and say nothing. Respect your parents. Maybe because the father is literally ahead of the mother, in fact, respect him first. But, in another passage, you shall respect both your mother and your father, with the mother first. The Bible says that the two are equal. A man should respect his parents, not only because they brought him into the world, but because they taught him moral lessons, and their motive is their happiness. One's respect for one's parents should be deep, because God raised it to the point of respecting himself. In one place people say, honor your parents, and in another place people say, honor God with your produce and the first fruit of your harvest. How do you honor God? With your wealth, you give the fallen ears to the poor, you give food to the hungry and water to the thirsty. If you can't do it, you don't necessarily have to. But when it comes to respecting your parents, that's not the case. Respect your parents, whether you have the ability or not, even if you are begging on the street. Rabbi Meyer was asked if a widow could ask for the maintenance of her 3 sons. He replied, the law has stipulated that children can only support the widowed mother with the property inherited from the father. Therefore, if a son is to be reduced to the point of receiving relief because he supports his mother, he does not need to undertake this obligation. But able sons should support their mothers in proportion to their property. They can be asked to use their usual charitable donations for alimony, though doing so may incur a rabbi's curse, who will say, curse those who feed their fathers with taxes. Once Rabbi Chitmore was walking with his son on the road and saw a drunken father and his drunken son fall into a ditch together. I'm jealous of that father, the rabbi said to his son. He got his wish to have a son like him. I don't know yet if you'll be like me. I just hope that the drunk man won't be more successful in educating his son than I am in educating you. Once upon a time, a man complained to Bar Shem Tov about his son. The young man was completely out of religion, which was a big blow to his father. What shall I do, Rabbi? Asked the madman. Do you love your son? Of course love. Then love him even more. First, if the child has a father, the father educates him, and if the child does not have a father, then he cannot be educated. The decree stipulated that teachers should be appointed in Jerusalem to educate children, and that fathers could send their sons to Jerusalem for education, but children without fathers were also not taught. Later, the problem was solved. Teachers were established in each district, and boys could start formal education from the age of 16 or 17. Nonetheless, once a teacher punishes a student, the student may often rebel against the teacher and leave the school. Finally, Joshua ben Kamra established an educational system in which teachers were established in every district and town, and children were enrolled in school at the age of 6 or 7. Lava said, if you have a competent teacher and the other teacher is more capable, you can't drive the first teacher away and learn from the second teacher, because in that case the second teacher will become lazy due to lack of competition. But Raftami of Nehadius says that if a second teacher is appointed, he will be more industrious, as the proverb says, jealousy among scribes increases wisdom, he will work hard to get ahead. Laval further said, if there are 2 teachers, one teaches fast, but has errors, the other teaches slowly and without errors. Well, we appoint the one who teaches the class faster, because mistakes will correct themselves over time. But Raftami of Nehadia disagrees. He said, we must appoint the one who lectures slowly but does not make mistakes, because once a mistake takes root in the hearts of students, it can never be eradicated. A child can be transferred from one teacher to another who is more competent in reading and grammar, but only if one condition is met: the teacher and the student live in the same town and are not blocked by a river. But we must never send a child to a school in another town, or even a school across a river in the same town, unless there is a strong bridge over the river that cannot collapse. Okay. Here is our sharing for today. If you like Susie Channel, you are welcome to click subscribe, follow, share, forward our channel. Your support is our driving force. See you next time.